Yo, good morning, everybody. Hello, happy Friday. Ramsey gets a belt. Congratulations. I need someone else to get the belt because the belt thing's not fun when Ramsey gets it every single day. What up, West Sac Kings fan? I was in here. Spencer in here. Well, what are you going to do, you know? What up, Warren? What up, John Poles? Johnny G, Loki, Trickster, Spencer, Zabe. Oh my God, gang's all here today on a Friday. Dr. David Wheezy's in the building. Jesse's here. Allegedly, per source. I got to do the calls today. Here we go. That's up. Yeah, we'll take calls for show. Oh, did you send Faraz the link? Can you do that, please? Little flashback Friday? It is. That's why I'm wearing an old Blue Jays hat. We have 45 seconds. What up, Weezy? What up, Johnny G? Gang's all here. Here we go. All right. I know it's a Friday. Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I know it's a Friday, but we got to have an adult conversation.
Already?
Yeah, we got to talk. We got to talk like adults.
All right.
We got to talk about Brock Purdy.
You're talking to me like I'm Will Levis.
You said what?
You said you're talking to me like I'm Will Levis.
Yeah, you're a grown man. You know what to do or what not to do.
Allegedly. That's what they say about us.
I'm going to be Brian Callahan today.
Yeah.
That's bad. I don't think he's a very good coach. We'll see. I'm not buying the Titans. What do you want? Anyways, we'll talk about that later. We got a ton of Week 3 NFL stuff coming up. Of course, at 10:30, Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqi. We are taking your fantasy football questions. It's a mess right now. There's so much going on. Going to be super valuable to hear from Faraz today. We are answering your questions at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Jump in there, send your questions, and we will ask them to our guy Faraz at 10:30, Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy. But before we get to any of that, we need to have a real conversation about Brock Purdy.
Oh, we're really just starting off hot right now.
Dude, it's a Friday during the NFL season. We're throwing fastballs.
I got you.
You can do one of two things with Brock Purdy this week. And what you decide to do determines exactly where you fall on the Brock Purdy analysis spectrum. You can either call Brock Purdy a top 5 guy or top 10. We'll say top 10. You can either call Brock Purdy a top 10 guy, or you can make excuses for him this week. You can say Brock Purdy is top 10. Okay, fine. Then the Niners need to go beat the hell out of the Rams this weekend. If Brock is a top 10 guy, that's exactly what will happen. George Kittle, unlikely to play. He's dealing with a hamstring injury. That cropped up yesterday. Or we became aware of it yesterday. It's unclear exactly when the hamstring injury cropped up. He was a full participant on Wednesday and then a non-participant yesterday. Doesn't look like he's going to play. That means no Debo, no George Kittle, no Christian McCaffrey. If Brock Purdy's a top 10 guy, the 49ers still have plenty. They still have Brandon Ayuk. They still have Juwan Jennings. Jordan Mason has been excellent. The offensive line is intact. That's plenty. Brock Purdy should go hang up a bunch of points on a Rams defense that is not very good. If you want to go, well, hey, he can't. He needs at least 2 All-Pros at the skill positions. He can't. He needs, and that's fine. If that's what you believe, if you believe that Brock Purdy can only operate at a high level, can only function at a high level with Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle and one of Deebo Samuel or Christian McCaffrey, that's totally fine. I don't hate it. But if that's the case, then he, to me, is not a top 10 guy. Then he's that kind of middle of the road where Steven Ruiz have him ranked like 16th.
Yeah, probably.
Then that's probably about where he is. If he's going to go continue to struggle when he's not surrounded by a bunch of all pros at the skill positions, then okay, yeah, he can function in the 49ers offense at a high level. Other than that, he's just kind of a middle of the road guy.
Yeah. And then we got Tyler Jennings in the chat. I don't think it says division games are always weird, though. Kyle putting on one game CC. I don't think Kyle's putting on one game. I think it's the stretch of games, maybe without Deebo and all that. Too.
Yeah, 1,000%. It goes back to the Vikings game is kind of where it starts because you're going, that's kind of odd. He had killed the teams every time he had played him a second time. He'd played better, and he was not great against the Vikings. Like, okay, but yeah, division games are weird, but the 49ers are way better than the Rams right now.
They're elite Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, right. So I'm not saying that they need to go hang up 50 points and win 50-0. But if he goes out and struggles in this game, I'm going to have questions. And frankly, you should too.
Yeah.
If this is if this is a top 10 guy, you don't, and this is the thing is, this to me is a compliment to Brock Purdy. There are expectations that come with playing at the level that he has played at. And that's kind of what this is to me. The expectation is, he's going to be their guy over the next 5 to 8 years, 5-10 years, whatever it is. And this is kind of what a more normal NFL offense looks like.
Yeah, I don't think what you're saying is not fair to Brock Purdy either. Like, if he is this top 10 guy, like you look at Josh Allen over at Buffalo, who's his number one receiver? Take your pick out of the three guys, Shakir, Coleman, or Curtis Samuel, whoever you want to take your pick out there. They're 2-0 right now.
Juwan Jennings would probably be the number one receiver on that team.
I don't think you're wrong.
A lot of number 2s and 3s.
Either way, like I think Brock Purdy is a top 10 guy. So for me, if the 49ers, if they're without Deebo the next 3 games, 2 games, or whatever, I think they're gonna come out of it better than, let's say, going under 500 in this little stretch right here. Like, I think they'll be fine. But yeah, if Brock Purdy is who we say he is and all that, then the 49ers should be fine. You still have your number one receiver. You have a guy running for 100 yards per game. You're a top 10 quarterback. Defense is still really good. That's more than plenty other teams have in this league. Yeah.
And this is not, if the Niners offense is humming and their defense just can't get off the field on third down again and they go lose 28-24, that's not on the court.
Yeah.
This is about, and you're going to know it when you see it. Like, you'll know it during the game. If Brock Purdy's going to go out against this version of the Rams and our division games wonky 100%, Tyler Jennings is not wrong. Division games can get weird. But at the same time, I'm expecting Brock Purdy to go play well.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a throw that hits Brandon Ayuk in the chest and goes up in the air and gets intercepted and returned for a touchdown, and then there's a punt block return for a touchdown, okay, yeah, weird stuff happens, no doubt. But you'll know when you're watching, either, man, Brock Purdy is just carrying these dudes right now. Okay, then that's what he's supposed to do. If he goes out and he struggles really bad and the Niners can't move the football and they're getting into 3rd and long and he's not converting, I got questions.
And it's not that guys like CMC and Deebo, it's just, they're not there, it's not going to affect anything. It's just a top 10 quarterback can play through this.
Yeah, and thank you. That's an important point here. This is not, they need to go score 35 points to justify everything brought. No, that's not it, because their offense is just not going to be as good. That's just facts.
Mm-hmm.
But they should be fine.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be, man, they only hung up 17 points again, because that appears to be the magic number when the Niners have guys out. But man, they hung up 17 points again. And okay, yeah, Brock had a couple of good throws, but boy, he really straight. He was indecisive again. And That to me is now stacking that on top of last week. And stacking that on top of last year when Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel were out. And I think Christian McCaffrey got banged up too against the Browns. But this is where, to me, over the next couple of games, we're going to find out exactly where Brock Purdy is. We've kept talking about, again, we go to the Steven Ruiz rankings just because that's an easy catch-all. For people who think he's middle of the road, this is the scenario that they're putting him in. They're saying, yeah, on a normal NFL offense, what does he look like? And if he's a middle of the road guy, then I got long-term questions.
Yeah.
But my expectation is, now to bring this back to what I think is going to happen, I think he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I'm a believer in what Brock Purdy has done and what he is doing. I expect him to go out and again, not hang up 35 points and throw for 4 touchdowns or anything crazy like that. But I expect there to be adjustments. I expect him to command the offense. I expect him to make it work with Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk and Jacob Cowing and maybe some Ronnie Bell sprinkled in there. I fully expect him to make all of that work because that's the expectation that he's kind of set. That's the level of play that he has reached over his first season and a half. Like, all right, now you got to go prove it in a regular NFL offense.
And you're not doing it against the Ravens or these top tier teams or whatever either. This next game's coming up, like the Rams are beat up, and I'm checking up who they got after that.
The Patriots.
They got the Patriots.
The
so the Cardinals are looking good. We'll see about them this week. They got the Lions this week and all that. But we saw what the Patriots were yesterday. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But like this isn't a murderer's row of teams coming up. Like this should be easy for Brock Purdy to handle.
And this is where, so one of the things I go back to, I was thinking about this today, because it always goes back to the 2016 Falcons, right? That was the like Kyle Shanahan offense that put him on the map. It's why the 49ers hired him in 2017. That was the year that Matt Ryan won the MVP. Matt Ryan, 70% completions that year, almost 5,000 yards, 38 touchdowns, 7 picks, average 9.3 yards per attempt. It was just incredible, right? And the Falcons offense cooked all year. What'd they average? 34 points a game. And that's with Matt Ryan, who's a good player, but Hall of Famer? Probably not. Like his numbers are he has a lot of numbers. He accumulated a lot of numbers.
I would say if he won that Super Bowl, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, Matt Ryan's fine.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan's a pretty good player, which is kind of where I have Brock Purdy. That year, okay, yeah, they had Julio Jones. Who do you think was second in receptions on that team? Julio Jones at 83. Who was second?
I mean, my mind immediately goes to Roddy White for some reason, but I don't know. Harry Douglas or something?
Roddy White was not there. Who'd you say? Harry Douglas?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just naming off Falcons receivers from my mind.
No, Harry Douglas also not there.
Yeah.
All those teams all bleed together to me.
Yeah.
Mohamed Sanu with 59 catches.
49ers great, right?
49ers legend, Mohamed Sanu. After that, it was the running back Devontae Freeman. And again, these are like okay players, but is Mohamed Sanu markedly better than Juwan Jennings?
They're the same player.
Mohamed Sanu might be a little bit better,
but they're the same tier of player, though, I think.
His numbers are better, but because to me, that's more opportunity than anything. Devontae Freeman, pretty good player.
Yeah.
Better pass catcher than Jordan Mason, to be sure. But then it's like Taylor Gabriel and then Tevin Coleman and then Jacob Tamme was the number 1 tight end. Like that was not a roster that you're looking and going, wow, that is just,
Yeah, what the 49ers have on
2
offense,
Pro Bowlers.
What the 49ers have on offense when they're all healthy is just a luxury that they might only be the only team that has that.
It's the best situation in the league.
The Chiefs don't even have that. They got Mahomes or whatever, but just everyone else does not.
The Chiefs, frankly, the 2019 Chiefs didn't even have that.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill is awesome. Travis Kelce is awesome. But then what was that dude's name? Damian Williams?
Yeah.
Was there running back in that? Like, so no, when this offense is right, I think they're going to cook.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're healthy by mid-October or the end of October, I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to win a lot of games. They're going to make a deep playoff run. But to me, what this is about with Brock Purdy is about the next 5, 8, 10 years. And if you're not able in these next couple of games, if you're Brock Purdy, to figure it out and help raise the level that Juwan Jennings has played at, and get Eric Saubert or Jake Tunges, whoever's going to play tight end, getting them some targets, getting them involved, figuring out a way to get Jordan Mason the ball. And some of this is on Kyle Shanahan too, but the quarterback at some point has to go make plays if he's going to be that dude. Well, you're going to be a $60 million a year guy. You got to make plays.
That's it right there. There's the aspect. You're going to give him all that money next year. So it's kind of like, all right, show it.
Yeah.
Like Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback in the league right now. Dak Prescott is not the best quarterback, but it's like, all right, he's that good or whatever where you can justify it. Now you're just looking for the same from Brock Purdy. He's done it before, and I think he will do it going forward, but it's just more of the same.
Prove it time for Brock Purdy. What do you need to see from Brock Purdy this week? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Would love to hear from you. What is your expectation for Brock Purdy with no Deebo Samuel, no Christian McCaffrey, and likely no George Kittle this week in LA? We'll get back to that game coming up. Well, let's talk more about it right now, actually. We're gonna just stick on Niners Rams. Niners got to have this one, right? Forget the Brock Purdy thing for a second. You got to get this one.
Like I said, Brandon Ayuk is still there. Top 10 wide receiver. I feel confident about that. Probably top 8. You can make the argument.
Sure.
Yeah. Jordan Mason tearing it up. Defense. Fred Warner's still there. Nick Bosa's still there. Winnie Ward might not be there, but either way, you're a Super Bowl contender. You're still an elite team. You just have to win games like this. That's all
that's
it,
it dude.
That's the expectation. And that's the standard.
My issue with this week, and Tyler Jennings, I'm going to keep going back to what he said because I think what he said is super important. And Tyler Jennings said this in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Salute to everybody watching on YouTube. Division games are weird. They can get weird.
Can confirm.
No doubt. Like, without question.
For some reason, the Dolphins beat Tom Brady in his heyday in Miami every time. Never made sense.
But if the 49ers go lose this game to the Rams, it gets really, really difficult to go, oh, yeah, you feel great about them going in and beating New England. We'll talk about it in a minute. But you feel great about that. Oh, man, now they got the Cardinals. Okay, you feel really good about that. All of a sudden, you're going, hey, can they beat anyone right now? What is this team that has now lost 2 in a row and they're super banged up and they're not going to be any healthier next week? That's the concern for me. And that's why you got to go get this one for the standings.
It just kind of sets the tone.
Yeah, dude, 1,000%. And if they go and on the flip side of that, if they go in and beat the hell out of the Rams with this version of their roster,
we're all good then.
I'm going to be extremely impressed. So it goes both ways. You just got to have this one.
Yeah.
If it's ugly, it's ugly. You got to come out of there with a W.
That's all that matters.
That's it. Yeah, no doubt.
Because like Tyler Jones, it's weird and all that, but the Rams are down their entire offense, it feels.
They have 6 dudes on IR who are supposed to come back at some point.
Yeah. And maybe
you have a maximum of 8 for the year.
And maybe Demarcus Robinson can be that guy. Probably not going to.
Yeah, Tutu Atwell and
there's no excuses for the 49ers.
Jordan Whittington or whatever his name is. Colby Parkinson, tight end.
Sounds like a kicker's name.
Oh, it does. That's big kicker energy.
Sounds like a Tampa Bay Buccaneers kicker. Right?
Hella specific. That's 49ers Rams. We'll talk more about that coming up in a bit. Niners got to have that one, but the Rams got to have it too.
Yeah, Rams are low-key playing for their season.
Yeah.
Maybe not low-key.
Trying to stay
maybe
alive. High key.
Yeah.
Very, very high key. The Raiders open their home schedule this week against the Carolina Panthers. Here's where I'm at with the Raiders this week. However this game goes is going to set the tone for the rest of their year. If they beat the hell out of the Panthers, I'm going to feel super justified from before the year going, I think they're going to be in the playoff hunt. I think they're going to stick around. Maybe they don't make it. Maybe they finish 9-8, and that's just not quite enough to get there, but I think they're going to be in the hunt. I think they're going to be a factor. If they beat the hell out of the Panthers, I'm going to feel great about that.
This is low-key like a mystery door type game. Follow me here. It's kind of like, all right, Raiders, there's one door right here, and it's like, you walk through and you'll be a legit team. Just beat the Panthers. That's all you have to do.
Beat the heck out of them.
Yes, just be a normal NFL team. And just walk through this door. Or it's the mystery door. And you can just kind of be what the Raiders have been. It's like, maybe Andy Dalton kind of tears it up a bit. Maybe Gardner Minshew's not playing too well. Hey, maybe we kind of see this door looks a little fun.
Yeah.
Just be normal this one time.
Just walk through the normal door.
Yes, that's it.
If they lose,
so we can talk nice about you on Monday.
That's it, dude. If they sneak by with a win, they're like, oh, they won 21-20. And there was a weird thing that happened at the end of the game. I'm not going to feel great.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man. Like, that feels like But I'm expecting them, based on what we saw last week, I'm expecting them to understand that this is a, like, momentum-seizing moment. You can put yourself in a spot where you go beat Carolina by 20 and you just handle business, control the whole game, be the way better team, and put yourself in that echelon of, yeah, hey, you know what? No chance. They are way better than the Panthers. Panthers way down here, Raiders way up here. That's what I think is at stake this weekend. And I think it'll define the rest of their season.
Yeah, the Raiders aren't the 49ers, but the Panthers also aren't the Rams, if that makes sense. Like, the Raiders are that much better than the Panthers. Like, this is a game
where are that much better.
They are. Yeah. Like, your running back situation isn't great, but what you have, like, you should still handle business against Carolina. Carolina's just a mess right now, and I don't even think they know what they want to do at this point.
Andy Dalton makes them a little more dangerous for sure, but their roster is bad.
I think it's the idea of Andy Dalton.
Well, it's also I think it's the idea of Andy Dalton, sure, but it's also the bar was so low for quarterback play that the floor that Andy Dalton sets is just so much higher than the ceiling they had.
We'll be impressed if Andy Dalton throws for 200 yards this week.
Would I be?
No, I think we will be. He throws for 200 yards and a touchdown or whatever. Like, wow, he actually did something this week.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think 200 is a good number. Because it's Deontay Johnson and
Adam Thielen.
Oof.
I saw they had Adam Thielen run jet sweeps in practice today.
Get out.
Yeah. Andy Dalton catches it, drops it. Adam Thielen takes off.
Stop.
Better watch out, Raiders. No, that's a really
Max
that's a
Crosby's
real
going to
highlight.
light it up this week, dude. Max Crosby's about to have
Throw
a huge game.
him over his shoulder.
The Panthers are averaging 13 points a game, and they're giving up 36.5 points per game.
Do they reach 17 this week?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No, I don't think so. Who's their leading? Hang on. I'm doing a deep dive on the Panthers right now. This is
the way I see this game going right now.
Do you know who their leading receiver is right now?
It's got to be. It's not. I don't know.
It's Deontay Johnson.
Okay,
Deontay
I
Johnson.
feel like the easy answer, but
5 catches for 34 yards.
All right.
Adam Thielen also 5 catches for 69 yards. And then you have 4 catches for 12 yards for Chuba Hubbard, 4 for 35 for Xavier Legette, their rookie wide receiver.
Can you imagine being a Panthers fan?
No.
Like just watching this?
Oh, Jonathan Mingo, of course, 3 for 41. Yeah, why not?
How do we miss?
They've yet to have a passing touchdown. Their one rushing touchdown came from Bryce Young.
Here we go, Rook. Second-year player, I mean.
They're going to have no players playing in the game on Sunday who have scored a touchdown this year.
Someone's got to do it. Someone's due.
Yikes, dude.
What happens? What happens this week? What's more likely? The Panthers get an offensive touchdown or the Raiders score a defensive touchdown?
Oh, man.
Because I'm leaning towards the Raiders scoring a defensive touchdown on this one.
Yeah, dude. There are so many things that can get sideways for the Panthers. But an offensive
we just read the stats, bro. No one has more than 70 yards receiving. Your only rushing touchdown. The only rushing touchdown is from the guy. The guy on the bench has the only rushing touchdown.
Raiders up 27-3 late in the game. Panthers just cruise down the field and get a touchdown.
No, I'm not going to give you that. Is there any?
I'm giving the Panthers offensive BOD here.
Oh, you're going to go with that one?
I'm giving it to them.
All right. I'm going to go with the Raiders on this one.
I'm going to be so mad if you're right.
We'll check back.
I'm watching so intently just for this.
Is there any point in this game where the Raiders are beating the Panthers so badly that Bryce Young comes back in to finish out the game?
No.
No? You think Andy Dalton plays no matter what?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Bryce Young's in that, Zach Wilson stage.
Does he get emergency QB'd?
Yeah, probably. Ooh. No, maybe not. That's a lot. Emergency QBing a guy is a lot.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to sit him, how are we doing this? Are we going 100% or what's going on?
They don't even have a third quarterback, so.
Okay.
Jake Luton, Oregon State legend, is their third quarterback. And he's on IR.
All right. Sorry, Jake Luton. Feel better.
So, yeah, Bryce Young won't. I don't think he gets emergency QB.
It's going to be a fun game just because there's so much, we're just scared of the Raiders and they're past. That's all it is at this point.
That's it.
They should win this game easily.
They should. And the thing that's difficult is they've not done enough to get the benefit of the doubt from it. It's a little bit kind of where the Kings were going into last year.
Yeah.
It's you can feel good about it, but you can't pencil them in because the track record's not there yet. So that's where I'm at with the Raiders. I got to see it first.
This would be a start, though.
Definitely. I do think they win. I do think they handle business. I think week 1 was a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? An outlier. Week 1 was an outlier. I think
we could
week 2 got him back on track.
Preseason this, preseason that for that.
Yeah, I think week 2 got him back on track. I feel good about him. Feel good about the Raiders this week. We'll get more into that later. Again, we're going to run through all the week 3 games because there's a chance for some teams to make some statements. We'll do that coming up in a bit. I think the season officially began last night, though. The Jets-Pats game went how you would imagine a Jets-Pats game is supposed to go.
That's fair, and I agree with that.
The Jets are supposed to be the way better team, and they just were that entire game.
Yeah, because we went into this game, too, the Patriots, they kind of look kind of frisky or whatever the first 2 weeks. Maybe they got some, maybe they don't, and now coming out of the game, it's all right, now we know who they are.
0 frisk. Not a single frisk.
Nope.
From the Patriots last night.
Nope. We know exactly who they are. And the Jets, they took care of business. I'm not going to be as overreactive as everyone else, I think, has been with them coming out of that game. But they looked like they were supposed to.
That's it. They looked so much better than they had the first couple of weeks on both sides of the ball. They were playing their third game in 11 days. They're playing a Patriots team that you and I both went. We talked about man, is this going to be a good game?
Yeah.
Feels and it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was the Jets just washing a bad team.
I thought maybe we were going into, maybe it'd be like 17-13, something
Yeah.
close, defensive game,
Yeah.
ugly or whatever. It'd be close. Yeah, no, it wasn't that at all.
Not even a little bit. Jacoby Brissett, 12 of 18 for 98 yards. He got benched. Drake May came in at the end of the game, goes 4 for 8 for 22 yards. Aaron Rodgers, 27 of 35, 281 and a couple of touchdowns. That's, I think, when the Jets looked at this year, I think this is what they envisioned. And this is more what I think they're going to look like moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going to win 13 games, but I think they're better than they were the first couple of weeks. And I think the Patriots are worse than they were the first couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because they confirmed my priors, but
well, it's like you said, it's just everything. It looked normal, I guess. It looked like kind of what you would expect.
Yeah,
like the Jets didn't do anything like out of the ordinary. They just played good football and ran the football. Brees Hall was fine, was great and all that. Aaron Rodgers spread the ball amongst his receivers and all that. The defense shut down the offense. It was a clean football game from the Jets.
Yeah. So that's what that was the official start of the year for me, where, okay, all that preseason stuff, like the Jets figured out who they are. And the Patriots kind of fell back into what we thought they would be. And again, maybe this is just because they're confirming my priors. Maybe I'm wrong.
Uh-huh.
But that game last night is why I look at a team like the 49ers going into this week. And I go, hey, that week 2 was ugly. You can chalk it up to the short week. You can chalk it up to the lack of preseason reps, whatever. But now you got to get going.
Yeah.
That's only an excuse for so long. Because at some point, if you start stacking losses, you don't get to go, well, hey, those don't count. Like they do.
Uh-huh.
They all count. Which is why you got to go get this one. I think you're going to see teams start ratcheting it up this week. And I think that's what we saw last night. Do the Patriots have to play Drake May moving forward now?
Nope. Do not. Nope. Emergency QB that guy. All right. Emergency QB him. Don't even let him be the backup. No, it's not even because of Drake May. Save that man's life.
The Patriots offensive line is so bad.
I felt so bad for him.
They have no shot. Their quarterback.
Yeah. Like Jacoby, I'm sorry. You're just going to have to take these hits from the defensive line. And that's just it at this point. Like, sorry, you're the sacrifice.
This is exactly what I was talking about with Caleb Williams yesterday. Uh-huh. You can't just go, okay, yeah, Drake May, go play now. Go be successful behind that. Because we can sit here and we can talk about, oh, Brock Purdy's down this player and that player. At least the 49ers have a really capable offense.
Yeah.
The Patriots have none of that.
Mm-mm.
You drop any quarterback into the Pat situation, and you're going to have a mess.
Yeah, Drake May does not need to play at all this year.
No, not even a little bit. Maybe week 18.
Yeah, week 18 is like,
roll him out there, give him a
little taste. Season's over.
Give him a taste of what it's like to start and how you prepare during the week, what it's like on game day. Give him a taste of that. Treat week 18 as a preseason game.
Yes,
ostensibly.
But other than that, we're protecting Drake May the rest of the season.
You have to.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think that's the move with young quarterbacks. I don't think it's a layup that, if he sits a year, you're automatically going to be good. No, but I think it gives him a better shot.
I'm pro starting the rookie quarterback week 1 or whatever if you've got a decent offensive line to protect him.
That's where it's got to start.
Uh-huh.
If he's getting to sit back and stand in the pocket and he's throwing to receivers who aren't getting open, okay, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But if he's getting hit every play and he's learning to bail from the pocket and not stand it, then you're developing bad habits. Anyways, I think we're going to start seeing teams build differently. Or
it's becoming more of a conversation now.
Yeah, or not prioritize playing their rookie quarterback right away. I think that's going to kind of be the fallout of this year.
I want to agree with you, but it's also like, I think we'll still see number 1. Everyone's going to be looking for CJ Stroud now.
Yeah, but if you have Bryce Young getting benched and if Caleb Williams winds up struggling the entire year and Drake May, when he does play, winds up struggling, I think you're going to see teams realize that it's not either not worth it to start him, or B, forget everything else. Spend your money on offensive line.
Yeah, you develop the roster a different way. Then.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, that's what I think the fallout of this year is going to be. All right. We got to talk fantasy football. Faraz Siddiqi of Upper Hand Fantasy going to join us next, answering all of your fantasy football questions. There's so much going on in the NFL. And my favorite thing about Faraz is that it's not like it's a fantasy football segment for sure, but it's just a football segment. That's what we're doing. We're talking NFL with Faraz Siddiqi. It's always a ton of fun, so hope you hang out for that. We've got some week 3 action to get through. We've got mad props, and the 49ers need a new running back. I teased that yesterday. We'll get to that today as well. Plenty to cover in the next couple hours. Jesse Tapia is in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Nope. That's wrong. That's wrong. Now here's the break. Whoops. Hey, Jesse, remember when I said I needed to fix the log? I never did. Pause.
Sick.
I was planning on making tea, but now I got to go do all this because I didn't do it before the show. Way to go. This is why Joe needs to be on the show. Joe would have taken care of this.
Yeah, Joe, where you at?
I hate this commercial so much. Get this commercial out of my ears.
We got Charlie's question, so I don't get fired. I got to ask Faraz.
Okay, great. Love that.
Which commercial do you hate?
We're so back. We're not back.
You got beef with Seth? What's going on? You and Seth got beef or what?
Yeah, Seth can catch these hands.
Really? Any beef that you have with the engineers, I'm neutral in.
No, I love Seth. I had a regular conversation with Seth one time, and it was so strange.
I don't think I've ever had a regular conversation with Seth. Like,
because we always
always
just mess
just-
around.
yeah, it's always just cordial. Like, what's up, Seth? How you doing? But I don't like have conversations with many people here.
No, we always do jokes. Like
Yeah.
Seth's our lead engineer, and we always joke around. Like that's just every conversation we. But then I had to have a real conversation with him one day, and it was so odd. It's like I don't like this.
Actually, I've had a conversation with Seth. It was like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't even do stuff for your show.
Hmm?
You don't even have questions for your show.
Not really.
Wow, must be nice.
We try to
Alright.
figure it out. If we can't, then we get those guys.
I go to those guys right away. All right, we'll get tea in the second break then.
We'll see.
Did you send Faraz a link?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, okay, great. Oh yeah, let's get him in. Oh, nope. There we go. What up, Faraz? Oh, uh-oh. Not a good start.
Oh, he froze.
Oh, boy. Oh, he's gone. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of trending that way.
I tried to get that takeoff last year, and I was yelled at for it.
Hey, what up, Faraz?
What's up for us?
Hey guys, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Can you hear us? Can you hear him?
Yeah, I got him.
You don't hear
Yeah.
him?
No, I can hear him.
You do hear him.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't I hear him? Oh, because my headphones are turned down. What a dummy. What's up, Faraz?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing
How you feeling?
very well.
Good, man.
Feeling okay. In my dynasty league, which we have like 30 player rosters, it's insane. I somehow wound up with Juwan Jennings off waivers.
Nice. It's crazy how that's such a big win, right?
Dude, insane. I know.
Such
I don't.
such a crazy year.
It's where every question we have written down is about wide receivers.
By the way, I'm really under the weather, so if I end up muting myself and coughing, you might see it a few times. Okay, just letting you know.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Very good. Sorry, you're not feeling well. Thanks for doing the hits.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
Appreciate you. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and
No.
Kyle Madson.
No, it's
Brought
not
to you
right.
by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Toppy in for James Ham. We have an intro without names, and I always forget to hit it.
It's all right, bro.
my bad,
We'll get
dude.
in the next break.
Jesse Toppy in for James Ham. Faraz Siddiqi is here. It's a Fantasy Friday. Faraz joins us every Friday at 10:30. That is Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. Upperhandfantasy.com is the website. There is so much great info there. Highly encourage you to go there and to, of course, follow them on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy. And of course, listen to them here because we've got them every single Friday. Faraz, what's going on, man?
What's up? What's up? You guys facing any injury issues going into week 3?
Exclusive.
You know what I mean? It's just exclusively.
I'm lobbying for more IR spots.
Seriously, you know, in our home league, we only have one, and I'm the commissioner, and I'm like, who decided on only one IR slot? Like, what is this? This is absolutely ridiculous. But yeah,
you got to change that mid-season. You got to help people out.
Terrible. That'd be
terrible. Well, no, usually we have our own questions, and then we'll turn it over to our listener questions, which you can get in at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. But there are so many injury things going on that we're going to roll through a bunch of our own questions first, and hopefully answer some of the questions that people already have. So we were talking about this before the segment began. I feel extremely fortunate to have landed Jauan Jennings off of waivers in one of my leagues.
I picked him up this week too.
Is he worth a start this week? Especially now we've known Christian McCaffrey is going to be out. We found out Monday Deebo Samuel was going to be out. And then we find out yesterday that George Kittle's got a hamstring thing that cropped up and he may be out. Is Jauan Jennings worth a start this week?
You know, it's tricky. I would say yes, because who else are they going to throw the ball to? Now, Ayuk is absolutely going to get a ridiculous amount of targets this week. And the Rams have been so vulnerable to perimeter wide receivers. Jennings has been primarily playing out of the slot. I can see him playing on the outside just a little bit more, maybe, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can see some extra opportunity for him. But here's the thing. The Rams have allowed the least amount of fantasy points to slot receivers over the first 2 weeks of the season. Not what you want to hear. But at the end of the day, me personally, I take opportunity that, you know, that weighs itself a lot more than what those individual matchups look like. So yeah, I think Jennings is I would say maybe a flex PPR flex play. I would say if I had to categorize it in 12-team leagues.
Great.
Sticking with injuries and all that, with 2 out this week, would you do you think Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle is the better play for my Miami receivers?
You know, Tyreek Hill is just, I mean, both these guys can take any play to the house, right? But I think Tyreek Hill is probably going to be the guy you want to start. When we've seen Skylar Thompson with, you know, as their quarterback, Tyreek Hill has been solid, 15 fantasy points a game. So, you know, if you tell me a receiver is going to give me 15 fantasy points per game, I'll take it all day. The problem is that we just know what Tyreek's ceiling is, so we're not super happy with that. Waddles is around 10 fantasy points per game without Tua. So, yeah, definitely Tyreek, 100%. I don't have him in my top 10 though this week, unfortunately, but you know, he could definitely creep up in there with a good performance.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, joining us for a Fantasy Friday. If you want to get your questions in, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Also, we're going to try this today. We're going to try the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you have a question for Faraz, I think I can get you up on the phone where Faraz can hear you and you can hear
Yeah.
I'm going to try that this week. Not injury related, but wide receiver related still. A bunch of wide receiver questions this week. The Carolina Panthers, we were just talking about how their leading receiver is Adam Thielen with 5 catches for 69 yards. Deontay Johnson's at 5 for 34. Does Andy Dalton's insertion into the starting lineup change your outlook on either of those guys or anybody on the Panthers?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Bryce Young was absolutely, you know, it didn't look good, man. It was bad. And, you know, I think Deontay Johnson is startable now. I think Adam Thielen, if you're desperate enough, he's startable. Sneaky PPR play. The Raiders, they've given up the 5th most fantasy points to slot receivers over the last 2 weeks. The last time that Andy Dalton was the quarterback, he had 1 game last year as their quarterback, and Adam Thielen had 11 catches for 145 yards and a touchdown. DJ Shark had 4 catches for 86 yards and a touchdown. Okay, that's in the same game. He had one opportunity. So that tells you what you need to know. This is he's going to salvage. Now, I'm not saying this is going to become one of the best offenses in the league, but it's going to be an offense that we can actually start a fantasy player from. Whereas if, you know, going into week 2, you stayed away. And now Jonathan Brooks, with him coming back now, you're a little bit more excited that this is going to be an offense that is NFL level, NFL caliber.
Man,
All right, Faraz, I'm not gonna lie, I'm freaking out a little bit. You're the Jets guy. I need you to help me out with Garrett Wilson. Is he gonna be all right? Like, can I trust him still? Do I trade him? What do I do at this point?
I know. It's been rough. I totally understand. Here's the thing. Him and Rodgers have had 3 games together. That's it, right? And it's going to take a little bit of time. And you can see, you watched the game yesterday. There were some plays where he was getting open, but they were just not on the same page, right?
Yeah.
That play down the right sideline where he beat his guy, but then he couldn't really. He couldn't make it into the end zone. They couldn't connect in that play. That would have been a touchdown. Well, it wouldn't have been because it was a penalty. But it's going to come. Right? And 26% target share still last night. He still led them in targets. 29% target share on the year. This is elite target share, right? This is elite usage, and it's going to come. So if I have Garrett Wilson, I'm holding. If I need a wide receiver, I'm trying to buy Garrett Wilson right now. And I hate to say this for people who drafted Garrett Wilson at the 1-2 turn, early second round. They want more, and I totally understand that. And I do think it's coming, though. I think you just have to be a little bit more patient. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it's the truth.
It's all good, Faraz. If you say it, I'll stick with it.
You got to write it out.
Yeah.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, joining us now. UpperHandFantasy.com is the website.
Real quick, let me stick with the Jets one more time.
Please.
Their backup, Braylon Allen, seems like they've been getting him involved a little bit more the last couple of weeks. Do you think he's worth a waiver wire pickup?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we saw 2 weeks in a row now. One in more of a, the Jets and Titans, it was a pretty close game last week, right? And Braylon Allen was involved. And then this week, the Jets kind of went up early. They knew that they were going to have to run the ball a lot. They involved Braylon Allen from the get. And I think that was a smart thing to do because, do you really want, like, I know for fantasy, touches are everything, volume is everything, but like, you don't really want your top back getting hurt, right? Like with all the injuries, like this is like kind of what you want, right? Like, you saw Joe Mixon get like 30 carries or whatever it was in week 1. And then now he's not even going to play this week. Right. So by the way, pick up Cam Akers. But it's just one of those things that you kind of like it with Breece Hall, 15 carries, ish, like that's kind of what he's averaging. And then on top of that, he's averaging like five targets, 6 targets in the receiving game. That's what you want. Right. So that is good enough for high end RB1 volume. And then, like you said, Braylon Allen, solid waiver wire pickup. He's not like he's somebody that you can plug in if you're relatively desperate, but he's looking pretty good behind Breece Hall.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast. You can get it wherever you get your podcast. And of course, upperhandfantasy.com is the website. You just talked a little bit about the Texans backfield. No Joe Mixon this week. You said to pick up Cam Akers. I want to take a look at another AFC contender and talk about the Chiefs real quick. What the hell are you doing with their backfield?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
No, I got 3 months on my bench.
Yeah, it's like, listen, you have a piece on your bench, and then like you just root for that player, right? That's really what it comes down to. Now, listen, my gut tells me that Samaje Perine is going to be the guy at some point. But is there going to be like a guy, right? I don't think so. I think this week is possible that Carson Steele ends up being the early down back. He ends up being the goal line guy if they end up going there. But Samaje, he's had some opportunities in his career where he had to like take on a little bit of work, and he's performed when he's been called upon. And he's the receiving back, right? Because they had Isaiah Pacheco, that's kind of why I feel like that's why they were okay running the ball as much as they did when they have Patrick Mahomes. Now, like, do we really think that they're going to rely on like Carson Steele to run the ball, Kareem Hunt to run the ball? You know what I mean? This is going to be a more pass first offense, I think, moving forward. Not that it already wasn't, but I think they're just going to lean more in that direction. And that's why I kind of lean towards Samaje Perine, because he's the guy who's going to be running the most routes. And the way, I'm sorry, but like the way I want to kind of the comparison here would be Jerick McKinnon. Remember a couple years ago, Jerick McKinnon, and 49ers fans, they know what I'm talking about here with McKinnon. He's a passing down back, and he was like the guy like in fantasy that you wanted in the home stretch, right, for KC a couple years ago. Now, Samaje Perine, in terms of the receiving game, very, very efficient last year. So we could see some similar usage when it comes to Samaje Perine. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but who knows?
The Saints have been tearing it up the first couple of weeks and all that. Who do you think's play is sustainable, and who do you think might take a little bit of a dip? Like Rashid Shaheed, he doesn't get like the most targets or whatever, but he's been tearing it up. Kamara seems like he has a resurgence. And Derek Carr is always hit or miss over the years, I feel. So like, who do you think is sustainable there?
You know what, man? I think it's all sustainable. I'm not gonna lie. The way that this OC has come in and changed everything up there, they're running almost, the high, like top level, motion, pre-snap motion, right? They're doing a ton of play action. Like this is exactly what you want to see. And Derek Carr's looking super comfortable in this scheme. Chris Olave, 40% target share last week. He comes down, with that nice catch on the right sideline in the corner, right next to the pylon. He doesn't get in. He's at the 1 yard line. He could have scored in that play. We would have been thinking completely different with him. So I'm buying him low wherever I can because Philly has been terrible against wide receivers. And for fantasy, they've been giving up a ton of fantasy points, right? So you want to buy him before Sunday. I think they play on Sunday. Because I know there's 2 games on Monday, and now I'm just totally confused. So because now instead of 1 game on Monday, it's 2 games. So now I have no idea when anybody plays. And Rashid Shaheed.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. 25% target share for Rashid Shaheed through 2 games. I know he looks like a big play merchant right now, but they're using him differently. They're using him on crossing routes. They're using him not just as a deep threat. Obviously, that's a big part of his game, and he's becoming one of the best deep threats in the league. But I think they're using him, very differently. So I think both him or Olave in this, Kubiak scheme, I think they can both eat here. So I'm not selling either of these guys. I'm buying. And because of this new scheme in New Orleans, like I'm very excited, to be honest.
Let's get to some listener questions here. We got a ton of them stacked up, and it makes sense with all the injury stuff going on around the league this year. Johnny G asks in his flex spot, Quentin Johnston, Demarcus Robinson, or Xavier Worthy.
Oh man, this is rough. I want to lean Xavier Worthy here because of one of the some of the reasons I mentioned earlier. Here's the thing: Xavier Worthy straight up boom bust, right? But Demarcus Robinson, I would say, like if you just want some points, I think Demarcus Robinson is probably the move. But like, he might get you like 6, 7 points, 8 points, whatever it is. Xavier Worthy is probably the play for me. Travis Kelce hasn't shown much. It is just gonna. This might be a little bit of a competitive game according to Vegas. With Atlanta. So Xavier Worthy, man, he's not getting a whole lot of opportunity right now. There's no doubt about it. But I think as they kind of have him get used to the game and have him, move into more opportune situations against these defenses, I think Xavier Worthy will start to pop off. I don't love Quentin Johnston's matchup this week, specifically on the left perimeter this week. So I don't love him. If I'm going to start any Chargers wide receivers, probably McConkey out of the slot. So yeah, I think I'm leaning Worthy here. It's close though.
Let me get Boss Matt Charlie's in his questions so we don't get fired. He wants to know, does he go Samaje Perine or Tyler Lockett this week for his flex?
Ooh, that's close, man. I'm probably leaning Lockett, to be honest. I just don't know what to expect from Perine. I know Lockett was like kind of shut out of that target, distribution last week, but he was pretty good in week 1. So it's not that he hasn't retired just yet. So I'm leaning Lockett because I know what his role is.
Got a trade question in a dynasty. In a dynasty league, would you trade Jalen Waddle for Drake London?
Ooh, I like this one. I would say no. I have Jalen Waddle higher in my dynasty rankings than Drake London. So stick with Waddle, man. Like, he's in a great scheme. He's a great player. Right now, both of these guys don't have the best situations. But Jalen Waddle's going to have a much better situation, when to his back. So I'm going to stick with Waddle here.
We got PW916 in the chat. Brian Thomas or Michael Pittman? And I got one more for you after that.
Oh my goodness. I'm going Brian Thomas. Michael Pittman didn't practice today for some reason. He's nursing some injuries, so keep an eye out on that. But Brian Thomas Jr. is probably my play here, even though the Bills do play a lot of cover 2 and 2 high looks and all that. The conversation that we've had all week long. But Brian Thomas Jr. is probably my play.
And then we got Sword in the chat. Is it just time to give up on Christian Kirk at this point?
I guess. Honestly, like the fact that Evan Ingram was out last week and they still couldn't get Christian Kirk the ball is absolutely crazy to me, man. He's sitting on my bench. I don't think I can drop him just yet after just 2 weeks, but I don't think I can start him right now.
I dropped him. Get him out of my face.
I've heard you're not the biggest Christian Kirk
I'm
guy.
out on Christian Kirk. Have been for a while. That's not exclusive to this year. It's not because he auto drafted when I was trying to pick up Jaden Reed. That's fine.
Oh no.
Look, just tough look for your boy.
Think about the plus minus on that one.
Yeah, it's not going to be. I don't want to actually.
Christian Kirk and Jaden Reed. Oh man,
drive me to drink. Loki Trickster needs to replace Debo in his starting lineup. Does he go T Higgins, who's back in practice, or does he go with Demarcus Robinson?
Listen, T Higgins is going up against the Commanders. You got to start him. Even if he runs one route in that game, start him. It's going to be a
It might
touchdown.
be a long touchdown.
You know,
There it is. T. Higgins. You got it.
T. Higgins.
Gotcha. Cowboys haven't looked good. I think this one's an easy one, but do you go Dak Prescott or Derek Carr this week?
You know, I actually had Derek Carr higher in my rankings, and I moved. I have Carr higher in my rankings. I moved Dak above him this morning, and it's because I looked more into the matchup. You know, the Ravens have allowed the most passing yards of any team in the NFL through 2 weeks, and that's their calling card. That's Dallas's calling card. So this is going to be a high scoring game. I think the Ravens run the ball in Dallas, and then Dallas throws it against the Ravens. I think I'm leaning Dak here just by a hair.
Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, joining us now. It's a Odyssey podcast. Get it wherever you get your pods. Back to Soren. Are you going to sell high on Tony Pollard?
I am, actually. I am going to sell high. And the reason for that is because Tajay Spears, you know, you kind of look at the fantasy points in the game log, and it's looking pretty good for Pollard, right? Week 1, Pollard got, you know, legit volume. Week 2, he got legit volume. But week 2, they were kind of putting Tajay Spears into the rotation a little bit to start. And it was a pretty much an even split, you know, in the first quarter. But then Spears hurt. And then when you're looking at the box score, it looks like Tony Pollard got all the work again. But Spears is back in practice now. So if you can get maybe a Brian Robinson or another RB2 who's more sustainable moving forward, I would definitely, you know, consider trading Pollard for sure.
Right on.
Jameson Williams or DJ Moore this week?
Jameson Williams. Give me the guy who's on a good offense and a functioning offense. The Lions have the highest projected total, the highest implied total for the week. So I'm going Jameson.
Super flex option, Malik Willis or Will Levis? Hell yeah.
Good luck having that.
I love it. I'm going Levis here. You know, think of like a poor man's Jameis Winston, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going with. I think Ridley has a decent matchup this week. So I'm going Levis, man. You just live and die with the mistakes.
Yikes.
Are we going Juwan Jennings, Jalen Warren, or Demarcus Robinson in a flex spot?
I think I'm leaning Juwan Jennings here by a hair. Yeah, he's probably going to get the most opportunity out of any of these guys.
Great.
Listen, you know, I like Demarcus Robinson this week, but Jordan Whittington is my little sleeper of the week. You know, Jordan Whittington, slot receiver for the Rams going into this week. I kind of feeling it.
He is 1,000% going to have like 9 catches for 150. That's the thing that's going to happen.
I'm feeling it.
I'm already annoyed by it. West Sac Kings fan needs some sleeper options at tight end. Looks like he's streaming tight ends. And,
I don't have any. Like, who do you think I am? Like, there's no tight end sleepers. Like, you can't even get the top tight ends to perform, let alone like the bottom of the list. Oh, I know. Tyler Conklin. Oh wait, he played last night, so I guess you can't play him.
Oof.
Listen, man, if you're looking on waivers right now on a Friday before the weekend to play, geez Louise, man. Colby Parkinson, maybe Brenton Strange, right? He got some opportunity, you know, with Evan Ingram out, and he's looking like he's going to be out again this week. Let's see. That's about it, man. I can't help you, man. I really can't. Maybe a little bit of Tucker Kraft potentially. But that's really it, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Brenton Strange, Penn State legend.
0.
That's good knowledge right there. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
You could be making that up. For flex spot right here, you're going to go Terry McLaurin, Jerome Ford, or Ladd McConkey?
Oof.
I think I'm going to go Terry. I'm going to go Terry by a hair. It stinks all the way around, though.
We've got a bunch of these. I want to try and rapid fire through some of these as we talk with Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy at upperhandfantasy.com. Subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your pods. Goff or Caleb Williams?
Goff.
Baker Mayfield or Anthony Richardson. Zabo's picking Baker regardless, so never mind.
Anthony
Richardson. Kenneth Walker, Amari Cooper, or Juwan Jennings?
It does not look like Walker's going to play, so I'm going to Amari Cooper.
All right, very good. And then let's do Mike Evans or Chris Olave.
I'm actually going to Olave this week. Tough matchup against Sertan.
Got a bunch of wide receiver questions. Sorry, Jesse. Jameson Williams or DJ Moore?
Jameson Williams.
All right, very good. Rashid Shaheed or Drake London?
Believe it or not, I'm going Rashid Shaheed.
Terry McLaurin or DeMarcus I'm assuming that's DeMarcus Robinson?
Yeah, let's assume that.
Brian
I'm going to
Robinson?
go McLaurin. I'm going to go McLaurin. If it's Brian Robinson, go Brian Robinson. Otherwise, McLaurin.
If it's any other Robinson, it's gonna be McLaurin. And then a full flex spot in a full PPR league, you going Zay Flowers or Tony Pollard?
I'll go Zay Flowers.
Hell yeah. Love that. Jets look good last night, man.
I'm so happy.
I feel like that's how they were supposed to look.
In week 1?
Yeah, well, yeah, just I mean this season.
This season, yeah. I mean, like the defense. See, here's the thing, and Rogers said it right. He's like, we figured out what he said when Robert Saleh was trying to give him a hug, right? He said that 2-score lead, right? And that's the formula, right? Like be able to score enough points on offense and then have this defense close it out, and that's what we're hoping for, man. The rest of the season. So fingers crossed. It's looking okay right now.
What do you think their ceiling is this season?
Super Bowl win.
Super Bowl?
I think so.
Wow. Hey, this is a selfish one. Calvin Ridley or Juwan Jennings?
Calvin Ridley.
All right. I benched him last week because I was sick of him. And then he blows up for a couple of
Wait, who are you sick of? Who were you sick of before? Christian Kirk?
Christian Kirk.
All right, I got to get him in my lineup.
Oh, wow. I might have to start him that week. Faraz, really appreciate the time. As always, we'll talk to you next Friday. upperhandfantasy.com. That's the website. Upperhand Fantasy on Instagram. And of course, subscribe to the pod wherever you get your podcasts. And then you can listen to them here every Friday at 10:30.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, Faraz. We'll see you. Good for Faraz, man.
Shout out Faraz. I'm legit freaking out about Garrett Wilson, though.
Why?
Because I have him, and it's just like yesterday. All right, he'll tear it up. It's week 3. It was the whole season starts today. He'll tear it up.
Yeah.
It's like he got his touchdown. It's kind of all right, we barely got by there.
Christian Gonzalez is a really good player.
That's true. I was kind of telling myself that too.
Yeah, I'm still in on Garrett Wilson. I think he's just a really, really good player. And like I'm out on Christian Kirk because I don't think Christian Kirk is that good.
Christian Kirk, he hit his peak already as a wide receiver.
Yeah, that's it. I think if he gets better, his ceiling is not super high. If Garrett Wilson, if I punt on Christian Kirk, which I am, if I punt on Christian Kirk and he winds up being the best version of Christian Kirk, I'm gonna go, well, what are you gonna do?
The best version of Christian Kirk, like in the NFL, is a wide receiver too.
Yeah,
best.
Right.
Fantasy football is
he's
probably
gonna
10 points a game.
catch 4 or 5 touchdowns. It might have a 100-yard game in there, depending, but nothing like crazy. Nothing that's irreplaceable.
Yeah.
If you punt on Garrett Wilson, you might be punting on a guy who's a top 10 wide receiver.
That's the thing. I've been close to trades and all that, but I'm like, I'm just gonna give it another week.
I would keep giving it. I would keep giving it another week. I think week 5. If he's not figured it out by week 5.
Can I say something too that Faraz said early on in that interview or that conversation that kind of made me nervous?
Yes.
Faraz thinks the Panthers are going to do a lot better, I think, offensively than maybe we thought.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so I heard that too. I think that's just kind of long term, though.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that he thinks Andy Dalton's going to throw for 300 yards.
Well, let's talk through it real quick.
Please.
Deontay Johnson is not. I don't know if he's a number 1 wide receiver in the NFL. But
no, he's
good.
He's a quality number 2.
Yeah, Adam Thielen is good and all that. Like, we're not saying we're expecting a letdown for the Raiders, but should we expect more from the Panthers a little bit in this one?
Yeah, for sure. I think, like I said earlier, Andy Dalton's floor is higher than Bryce Young's ceiling. Andy Dalton's gotten hosed by his stint with the Bengals where they couldn't get past the first round.
Yeah.
Andy Dalton's not a bad player. Andy Dalton's been a solid NFL quarterback for it. He's a backup. He's
in the hall of pretty all right quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's fine. He's replacement level to me, but he's way better than Bryce Young. So yeah, I think the floor of the Panthers offense gets raised substantially, and I think they're going to be way harder to defend. But at the same time, I think the Raiders defense is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk myself through it now. Like Raiders defense.
I feel good. I feel good about their defense. So yeah, the Panthers are going to score more points than they would have with Bryce Young. But I don't think it's going to be. It's not like they're adding Patrick Mahomes, where you're going, oh my god, I don't know how they're going to stop this guy. It's Andy Dalton. Like he's fine.
Yeah,
he's a good player, but come on.
Shout out Andy Dalton.
Yeah, man, he's
successful
had
NFL career.
Really excellent career. So many guys would kill to have Andy Dalton's career.
Yeah.
And he's better than Bryce Young.
I low-key can't believe he's still in the league.
Really?
He feels like a guy that should have been out the league. He's Andy Dalton's old.
He's not that old.
He's got to be
36.
See, that's pretty old, especially that we remember him at TCU and all that.
How old's Andy? 36 years old. Oh, he's about to turn 37. Holy cripes. That's not that surprising, though. Backup quarterback, Mark Brunell was around forever. Vinny Testaverde was around forever.
That's true.
You can have a long ass career if you just accept yourself as a backup.
Where does Andy Dalton fall amongst the lines of the Vinny Testaverdes? Is it the Michael Jordan of Vinny Testaverdes?
No, I got to think about this. We got to go to break.
All right.
I'm going to think about that though. That's going to be a fun one.
That's solid. Happy Friday.
What was the one you had yesterday?
Oh, I forgot, but I feel like it was a good one.
No, I didn't think it was good. I disagree.
No,
with
don't
you.
do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
disagree
Don't
with
shut it down before you don't even remember it. You don't even know.
I remember disagreeing with it.
No, you don't even know. Go to break.
All right, we're going to do that. We're going to go to break. Caller, I see you on the line. We will get to you coming up after the break. When we come back, we'll dive into week 3 of the NFL, and the 49ers need to do running back. I'll explain next. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
I just remembered it. We're good.
We're clear, by the way.
You got to answer for this question.
Which one?
Is Brock Purdy more Eli Manning or Andy Dalton?
Oh, well, he's already won way more playoff games than Andy Dalton.
Yeah, he's Eli. Respect Eli Manning, by the way.
Dude, that's it.
First ballot Hall of Famer. Respect him.
He's not going to be first.
Yes, he is.
I think the nature of his Super Bowl victories is why he's going to get in super early.
Is Victor Cruz the best wide receiver he ever had? We won't count OBJ because that was at the end when he kind of just sucked. But in his prime.
Hakeem Nicks had a really nice little
It's
run.
a good one. Yeah, Hakeem Nicks was good.
No, but Victor Cruz was awesome there for a minute. I feel like Mario
Was
Manningham
it Plaxico Burress?
decent.
Security DeBagley threw him in there.
Plax was good. Plax was really good.
Plaxico Burress, low key underrated.
I feel like Nico Collins is going to have the career that Hakeem Nicks could have had.
I won't fight you on that one.
I don't know why I think that. Let me check Hakeem Nicks' career numbers. I just know when I was at my like fantasy football peak of being dialed, Hakeem Nicks was that dude. Yeah, I feel really good about that take. Hakeem Nicks, 1,052 yards and 11 touchdowns in 2010. In 2011, he had 1,192 and 7 touchdowns. Then he just kind of fell off. I think Nico Collins is going to have the career Hakeem Nicks should have had.
Was Mac threw it Amani Toomer. I think that was he that was more Eli's earlier career, I think. Amani Toomer was really good though.
De La Salle legend.
Let's just throw out receivers that are kind of forgotten at this point. Because now I'm on
went to
Plaxico.
De La, right?
I don't know. I'm on Plaxico Burress'
Pro
Football Reference page now.
Yo, do you know what Amani Toomer's rookie year was?
I just looked it up. It's 96.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's when was Eli drafted? 06?
Yeah, around there, I think.
05?
05, around there. Amani Toomer, his peak was from, looking at it,
God, Amani Toomer's 50. That's wild.
99 to 03. Shout out Marty Booker if you're out there.
Oh, wow.
Another throwback right there.
I'm not making tea today, guys.
I told you.
Actually, you know what? I got time. Need to get a bag and throw some water in. All right, here we go.
What's up, chatty house? What you guys got going on? I'll never forget that David Tyree catch. That was insane. Warren, I won't be out there. I'll be watching, but I won't be out there. You going to be out there, Warren? Why you see that securing the bag is because it's more. I feel like Tyrese was a lot of luck, but this is a good one. Might be Jason. I think it is Jason Taylor. Zach Thomas was really good though.
20 seconds to spare. Let's go.
I don't know if it's because Jason Taylor's better than Mark Duper and Clay than those guys.
Here we go. 10 seconds. Hey, what do you want to talk about?
Life,
Sick.
football.
Here we go. Hour number 2, that's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madson. Jesse in for James Ham. James Ham on assignment. He will be back on Monday. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. Salute to Jiffy Lube. Caller, I see you on the line, the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program, thank you everybody listening on the radio, on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Salute.
Shout out.
You said you want to talk about life. What do you want to say?
Oh, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Just whatever, bro.
I asked you that.
I don't know. It's
Yeah,
Friday.
a whole hour to fill.
Happy. I'm excited. It's football again.
Vibes are up. Vibes
Football's
are up.
back.
Sure. Before I dive in,
they're throwing in like just old cool Dolphins moments in the chat. Like Wizzo Max says Ronnie Brown in that Wildcat game against the Pats. I remember that game.
that's great,
I'll
man.
never forget it.
I love this.
Steven Castaneda. Ricky Williams is underrated as a Dolphin. My favorite
Underrated
player
as a
of all
running back
time.
too.
Yeah. Would have been a Hall of Famer if he didn't retire. The
All
first time.
All right.
Shout out Ricky Williams if you're listening. Come join the show.
Before I get into this Niners running back thing, let's take Don's call. Don, you're on the Insiders with Jesse and Kyle. What's up?
What up, guys? Hey, I just had a question real quick. I know I heard Jesse say he was a fan of just kind of throwing the rookie quarterback out there.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of lean the other way, but I think you got to choose one way or the other and stick with it. But the whole Bryce Young thing, I just heard the guys, they were interviewing him by his locker, and he took accountability and sounded really professional and stuff. But do you guys remember a time ever when a young quarterback's been yanked and benched and then comes back the following year and just lights it up? Or is it kind of like one of those things where when this happens, it's really, really tough to come back from?
Thanks for the call, Don. Appreciate you. I'm sure there are examples.
I don't think Baker Mayfield fits because Baker was good and his shoulder just kind of blew up in Cleveland.
Yeah,
I chalked that one up more to injuries, and they didn't even just really bench him. It just didn't work out in the end. Josh Rosen got benched really fast, and that was just stunk.
This doesn't exactly fit with what the caller was talking about, but Alex Smith was really not good for his first 5 years. He also had a year where he was hurt in there and missed the entire season. But remember in 2010 when Mike Singletary was the head coach, it was like an Alex Smith, Troy Smith rotation, and they couldn't land on which quarterback they wanted. And then in 2011, during that offseason, it was the lockout, so the Niners re-signed Alex Smith, and he came in with Jim Harbaugh and lit it up.
Yeah,
that's the closest that comes to the top of my head.
As far as being benched this fast, though, like I don't think anyone's come off the top of my head. I don't think anyone's come back from that. Trey Lance was. What happened to Trey Lance? Trey Lance got hurt, huh? Yeah.
He didn't get benched. Yeah, man. It's the reason I think that's so hard to come back from is because you're benching a young quarterback who probably just needs time to play and develop, but he's probably being benched on a bad team, and you're then bringing him back in. And I don't think teams. This is what we were talking about earlier. I just don't think teams prioritize the right things.
That's fair.
I don't think teams like Brock Purdy got put into a perfect spot where that was a ready-made team. He got to be a quarterback. If you take Brock Purdy and drop him if you take 7th round pick Brock Purdy and drop him onto this year's Panthers as a rookie, he got no shot.
Yeah.
And that's not a Brock Purdy issue. It's a
The team
team
building.
sport. You need, at some point, there needs to be some semblance of talent. I think if you're a team that is taking a quarterback high in the draft, it means you weren't very good. And I think if you're starting that quarterback right away, I think there's some level of desperation. And I think that if you are then benching that quarterback, I don't think you're probably a good enough organization to do the things you need to do to allow that quarterback to succeed in the following year.
That's a fair point. My thing with Bryce Young too is that I think there's a lot of it's the Panthers' fault, but also have you ever watched a Bryce Young play and be like, yeah, he's got something there?
No, Bryce Young has no juice.
Yeah.
Bryce
Caleb,
Young has,
Caleb Williams, people say, oh, you like Caleb Williams is going through it and all that, but Caleb Williams, you watch okay, there's something there. You can see it. You can see it. Okay, if he developed, you see it. There's something there.
mm-hmm.
I've never watched Bryce Young once and been like, all right, it's just kind of he's fighting for his life, but also he just doesn't. There's nothing.
I say people who do draft stuff. Too many people way overlooked his physical limitations.
Mm-hmm.
His arm talent was not good. He's not big.
Yeah, he's not even as big as Tua.
He's a small. That's a problem at some point.
Mm-hmm.
There are quarterbacks who can overcome it, and he's smaller than Drew Brees, man. That's an issue at some point. You got to see over the line.
Yeah.
You got to see what's happening. You got to take hits. You got to be confident standing in the pocket. There are just so many things I think that his physical limitations don't allow him to do that I think are just too big of a problem. That's kind of where I landed Bryce Young.
Yeah, I think.
But you're right. There's never what's the signature Bryce Young game? Where you went, oh, that guy, there it is.
He's only got 2 wins, I think.
Yeah, he's just not. He's not it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not it. I don't think he's getting benched with the idea that he'll come back next year and be good.
If Bryce Young was going to work out, it just wasn't. Now we know it was never going to be with the Panthers. And we don't even know if he was ever going to be good, but it was never going to work here.
Yeah, when Zach Wilson got benched by the Jets, you went, oh, okay, that relationship's over now.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the Bears, for example. The Bears are in a spot. I think the Bears are doing a lot of the right things as an organization. And I talked about yesterday how I would be in favor of them saying, all right, you know what, Caleb, this team's not ready yet. You're going to sit on the bench. You're going to hang out as the backup. Let Tyson Bagent take some hits. You can get some really good mental reps. You can immerse yourself in the offense. We'll prioritize the offensive line next season. And you can step in with a better offensive line and better comfort of the offense so you can better run the offense next year. I would be in favor of that. Whether it would work, don't know. I think the reason it doesn't, just to get back to the caller's point, I think the reason it doesn't work is because usually teams that are doing that are scrambling and being desperate and are not going to do the things they need to do to put that quarterback in a situation to succeed.
Yeah. I feel like if you were to throw just a competent offensive line in front of a rookie quarterback, that'll just probably do about 80% of the work for him already. Just allow him to sit back, process the defense and all that, and just kind of actually develop. You can't develop, I mean, I'm sure you can or whatever, but as well as you would be able to with the way Caleb Williams is.
No.
I don't think there was a time, I'd have to look back at the stats, but I can't remember off the top of my head, CJ Stroud running for his life all season last year.
No. I don't think he was.
Yeah, and it's not like they had these incredible, Nico Collins and Tank Dell turned into these receivers and all that, but going into it was oh yeah, you got him all the weapons and he's just ready to go. It's kind of no, you let him play quarterback and develop, and other guys developed as well.
Yeah.
That's the Texans did it right, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think so. And I think if you're trying to find the next CJ Stroud, you got to build the talent around him for sure. Yeah. People are bringing up Kyler Murray as short quarterbacks, and he and Bryce Young are listed at about the same size. Bryce Young does not have nearly the arm talent that Kyler Murray has.
He's just not as athletic either.
And he's not nearly as athletic. Those are the two ways you can overcome that, is just by having the pure arm strength and the movement skills, and Bryce Young has none of it.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. All right, the 49ers need a new running back.
Already out on Jordan Mason, huh?
No. Jordan Mason is on pace for 408 carries this year. That would be the third most in NFL history. Eric Branch from the San Francisco Chronicle had that one like it.
Do we know who the top two are?
No. I mean, we could find it, but I don't have it in front of you right now. They have to do something, whether it's Isaac Orendo, Patrick Taylor, who are the other two running backs on their roster, Keyshawn Vaughn is their practice squad running back. They have to find somebody, anybody, to take some of this workload off of Jordan Mason. because as George Kittle goes out and Deebo Samuel goes out and as Christian McCaffrey is out, they're not going to run it less. You're going to see Jordan Mason and the Niners go 20, 25, 30 carries a game. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. That's Kyle Shanahan and what he wants to do. But there has to be somebody taking some of that workload off Jordan Mason, because this averaging 24 carries a game, 28 in week 1, 20 in week 2, averaging that for however long he's going to play is just not sustainable. You can't do that.
You don't think he can do it for the next 5 weeks and then CMC's back?
No, I don't. Could he? Yeah. Yes, he could.
Because honestly, I think that's probably what the plan's going to be.
I would imagine they're going, okay, hey, we're going to give this guy a season's worth of carries in 7 weeks because we're only going to need him for a handful after that. But if that's the case, there's no way you can be that confident that Christian McCaffrey, who's dealing with Achilles tendonitis and has since week 17 of last year, he had a full offseason to get this thing better, and it's not. And it has actually apparently gotten worse.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like it's gone the other way at this point.
Right. So if they're banking on, oh yeah, he's going to come back in 5 weeks, and then Jordan Mason's going to be, that's insane. That anything to me, in my estimation, this is just totally my non-professional, non-expert opinion. Anything they get from Christian McCaffrey is gravy this year.
So then what do you do if you're the 49ers at this point? You just go with the backups, get them some run, or?
You have to. You have to do something. And if you don't trust Isaac Guerrero or you don't trust Patrick Taylor, what are they on the roster for? What if you're not okay playing them in football games that count?
I wonder how.
What are they doing?
Well, I wonder how much of the CMC stuff cut them off guard. Maybe they just weren't planning for this situation, or whatnot.
If you're,
that's kind of.
I guess, but you have known now since the second week of camp that your all-pro offensive player of the year running back that you're going to lean on a ton has Achilles tendonitis. You didn't think to add somebody that you feel better about?
Like I said, maybe he just feels they can get by with Mason till CMC's back, till Christian McCaffrey's back.
That's
I think that's the plan too. I think that's just like, I see where you're coming from, but I don't think Shanahan's stressed about it, I guess.
I don't think you're wrong. And that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the issue.
Yeah. I just don't think maybe Shanahan sees it as a problem.
Right. That's my problem.
Yeah.
That's my Kyle Madsen's problem with how Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are approaching this. It's got to be against the Rams. It's got to be Isaac Guerrero or Pat. You've got to do something. Make it 5 carries. Make it 8. Whatever it's got to be.
Well, you're going to have to, because I feel like Deebo's been kind of getting some carries too and all that, right?
He got 8 in week 1 and then 2. Okay. I think I think they were caught off guard by McCaffrey being out week 1.
You might just, at this point, you have no choice. You're going to have to get someone else involved.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm, even if you think, oh, we just need to get him through 7 weeks. Okay, that's fine. Well, going 24 carries a game, I don't think he's going to get you there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's diminishing returns at some point. So I think Jordan Mason has to stay involved, obviously. He's their best running back.
Yeah.
I think they got to get him involved in the passing game a little bit. I'm expecting that this week. I'm expecting Jordan Mason to get, whether it's a designed screen or he's splitting out and running a couple of routes. I expect Jordan Mason to get a couple of targets this week, just because they have to include that element in their offense. If your running back is not a threat as a pass catcher, it makes you so much easier to defend.
Yep.
So I think they're going to force Jordan Mason to get involved in that way. But they have to give carries to somebody else. They have to get, I don't care if Isaac Guerrero is averaging 2 yards a carry. You've got to do something to take the workload off Jordan Mason, because if he goes out, now you're really screwed. Now you're at a point where I'm not even going, yeah, hey, Brock Purdy's got to do this, because now you're down to a 4th round rookie and a career special teams / sometimes 3rd down back. Then you have a massive problem.
Yeah.
So it's like short-term loss over those couple 5 to 8 carries. You might have to game plan around. Maybe you're not going to get exactly what you want out of those attempts, but you'll take that over potentially needing to replace Jordan Mason in 4 weeks and beyond, because, Christian McCaffrey isn't coming back when they thought he would, and now they're down Jordan. They're going to run into a much bigger problem.
We're going to learn a lot about the 49ers on Sunday, just as far as how Shanahan adjusts with all these injuries and all that. Brock Purdy, you talking about the running backs. It's going to be interesting to see. like at this point, you can't. I want to say you can't just give it to Mason because, like I said, we're talking through it now. All the guys that are missing, but I wouldn't put past Shanahan just to stick with what I've got and like this is it. We're just kind of moving forward.
To your point, that's exactly what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
What should happen is one of their 2 backup running backs need to get some carries. Design a toss. Do something that makes it really easy for them. That's what they should do. I think you're right in what they will do.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if Isaac Orendo or Patrick Taylor gets more than 2 touches.
Do we go? Okay, I was gonna say over under 5 carries for the backup running backs.
Under. Way under.
That's tough.
I know. That's something I think needs to change.
We got Larry Johnson too, most carries all time in a season.
Oh, that's right.
416. Jamal Anderson second
Jamal
at 410.
Anderson, yeah, a dirty bird. Matt Barrows of The Athletic suggested a couple of trades between the 49ers and Dolphins.
Okay, let's hear him.
One of them was they both involved the 49ers backup quarterbacks. So one of Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen for Raheem Mostert, or one of those 2 players for Jeff Wilson.
I can do Dobbs for Jeff Wilson. I can't, and at this point, like it's not happening or whatever. But I can't do Mostert. I'll give you Jeff Wilson though.
Okay, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, shout out Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, somebody they trust. That's why, like, dude, Matt Breida's a free agent. Go get Matt Breida.
Isn't he on the practice squad right now?
Did they re-sign him?
I'm pretty sure he's on the practice squad. 49ers. If I'm not mistaken.
Is that a thing that happened? Did I miss that?
I think so.
I might have missed that. I thought Keyshawn Vaughn was their only, practice squad guy. Running back.
49ers announced. Oh, they released Breida. Excuse me. They released him.
Tough for our guy Matt. He's a free agent though. Go get him. Okay, maybe he doesn't have the juice yet. You trust him.
Yeah.
You know he knows the offense. Go
we're just talking about giving a guy some more, a few carries at this point. Just lightening Jordan Mason's load at this point.
That's it. Pause.
Yeah, I didn't know how to get around that. It's
flag.
flag, whatever. What do you want to do? I didn't know what to do.
Jerick McKinnon's a free agent.
Yeah.
Jerick McKinnon can do some of the stuff Christian McCaffrey can do, right?
Yes.
Right?
We just need you to 6 carries. That's it.
I need 5 to 8 touches.
Jordan Mason needs a water break. We just need you to be out here while he gets water.
That's it.
That's all it is.
That's all we need. Anyways, I expect the 49ers to, unless one of Isaac Orendo or Patrick Taylor gets a bunch of touches this week and they feel really good about those players moving forward, I expect them to make some kind of move at running back.
Yeah. We'll see.
That's all. Want to talk about week 3?
Yes.
All right, we got some. What did you hit me with? Tell the people what you hit me with
The
via
comparison
text
yesterday? Or
via text message.
All right. I don't even remember what I texted you. I got to go
You were
back and
talking
look
about
it up.
statement games in the NFL this week.
Oh, yeah. Is
And how we're going to learn a lot about a lot of teams.
What about Ravens Cowboys?
Ravens Cowboys is on the list here. I'm just going to go game by game.
Let's go.
Let's do this. Giants at Browns. Any statements there?
Statement is, wow, this game really stinks, and I'm going to change the channel.
That's a terror. I can't wait to not watch that game.
Yeah, that's the statement I'll be making.
I am so excited to watch 0 seconds of Giants Browns.
Daniel Jones really grew a beard, and everyone's like, hey, he might be good this year. Like, Daniel Jones, he's back.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I don't get it.
Absolutely ridiculous.
They
did the same thing with Matt Eberflus in Chicago.
Yeah.
They were like, hey, he got a haircut. He grew a beard.
Hey, I don't know.
He
I
got
think he's
media
ready.
training. Watch out. Like, yeah, but he still stinks. Anyways, Bears at Colts.
Colts low-key got to make a statement and win here, because if not, your season's over.
I have no feelings about this game.
I have a feeling.
You think the Colts got to win?
They got to win. Anthony Richardson is a young quarterback you're trying to develop and all that. I think you had some sort of expectations this year as far as maybe we can compete for a wild card or just kind of be in the mix. But if you're 0-3, you're cashed.
I need to see Caleb Williams do something. The Bears got to help him out.
Okay, yeah.
I need him to not be pressured on 50% of his dropbacks.
The Bears got to help Caleb more than Caleb needs to help himself at this point.
1,000%. Okay. I'm right there with you. Texans at Vikings is a morning game.
This is a statement game in the fact I will give the Vikings and Sam Darnold their respect if they win this one.
That's it. I'm right there.
If you guys win this one, you're legit. I can't say anything after that.
I think the Texans are good. I don't need to learn anything more about the Texans.
They're
I think
second-ish best team to me in the AFC.
Yeah, they're a Super Bowl contender in the AFC for sure. I'm with you on the Vikings, man. Like this is a great spot. I believe they're at home against another really good team in the other conference. They just beat the heck out of the 49ers. If you go do that again to Houston, yeah, you're legit.
Even if they kind of are in the mix in this game, just competitive. Like, just if they look like a good football team here, like I'll respect that.
I'll do one better on that. Vikings win this game, they're winning the division.
You might have said something right there. You might have said something right there.
You heard it here first. Texans Vikings. That's the game I'm locked into Sunday morning.
Okay.
I'm waking up to make sure that my stuff is done in the morning so I can sit down and watch that game.
That's a good one.
Eagles at
Texans
Saints.
Vikings on ESPN 1320, by the way, I believe, right?
That's
I'm almost positive it is. You can quote me on that.
okay. Texans Vikings. Coverage begins at 9.
Yeah, I'll go on the ledge on that one. That's on 1320.
Okay. I don't have this week's lookie. I have
Okay.
last week's. 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Texans Vikings.
Be here.
Can't wait. So I'm going to be listening to that on ESPN 1320
Yes.
while I
you watch the
don't
other
watch
games.
Giants Browns. Eagles at Saints.
Statement. This is definitely a statement game.
This statement for the Eagles.
Yes. Hey, Nick Sirianni might get fired by their bye. I think they got 2 more games at them coming up till their bye. It's the Saints and
The Saints
Bucks, I
the Saints are going to hang 35 plus on these dudes.
Yeah.
I do not trust Philly's defense as far as I can throw them,
I don't know.
which isn't far.
And I don't know how much I trust Jalen Hurts at this point. I tried to be a Jalen Hurts guy. I was trying to be like, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. He's looked good, but he's also just kind of, I don't know. He's less of the potential MVP that 1 year and more of it's closer to like just around top 10, less than the top 5, I think.
Yeah, I think his MVP candidate days are probably behind him.
And him and Sirianni just don't feel like a good mix.
No, there was a whole article on ESPN about that. I'm right there with you. They have not done a good job replacing Shane Steichen. Their offensive coordinator the year they went to the Super Bowl. He's now the head coach for the Colts. The Saints, whatever happens in this game.
How much are you buying Derek Carr? Derek Carr is very good, but
buying him how?
Like just as far as like he can sustain this. I'm not talking about he's going to tear it up 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, or any of that stuff. Just more so.
Yeah, I think
we see Derek Carr just fluctuate. Just he's really good, or just Derek, what the hell was that?
No, I think he's in the best offense he's probably ever been in.
Okay.
So I feel okay about it. Yeah, we're gonna learn more about the Eagles and the Saints this week.
Yeah.
I think. Chargers at Steelers.
This one's weird because it's like
this feels like it should be a snow game.
Yeah. I can see that.
I think it's going to be very old school football.
It's going to be first one to 17 wins.
I'll go first one to 20.
20.
Yeah, Chargers at Steelers. That'll be a fun game.
Are the Chargers good if they win this
fans.
one? You beat the Raiders in a game where the Raiders the
Raiders
laid an egg.
Week. They beat the heck out of the Panthers.
You don't get credit for that.
Yeah, if you go to Pittsburgh, if they dominate, if they control this game, I don't want to say dominate, but if they control the whole game, then yeah.
Okay.
I'll be all the way. I'm mostly in on the Chargers now, just because I think Jim Harbaugh's a heck of a coach. But yeah, if they go in and control this game against the Steelers, because Mike Tomlin also a heck of a coach, I'll be all the way in on the Chargers. Broncos at Bucks.
I have just
2 thumbs down for me.
Why is this on my television? Who changed the channel?
2 thumbs down. The Bucks are good. I don't think the Broncos are. If the Bucks go beat the Broncos by like 30, I'll be even more in on them.
Super Bowl contender Bucks?
Maybe. We're not going to learn that this week, but if they go really handle business against the Broncos, I'll feel very, very good about the Bucks.
I think they've graduated from being a good team in the NFC South to being a good team in the NFC.
Yeah, I think you're right. Baker's good, dude. I'm in on Baker Mayfield.
I think I'm in on Baker Mayfield too.
Yeah, I definitely am. Mike Evans is awesome. Chris Godwin's back. Yeah, Bucks are good.
Shout out to the Bucks. Shout out Zabo.
I think they're going to beat the hell out of the Broncos, by the way.
Shout out Zabo, and I think Witty Cube in the chat is a Bucks fan as well.
Shout out to the Bucks fans.
Might be Wizzo Mac.
Salute. Last morning game, and then we'll get to Mad Props in the next segment, and we'll finish up with the afternoon games before we get to the handoff. Packers at Titans. Malik Willis revenge game.
Yeah.
I think the Titans, here's where I'm at. I think the Titans stink.
Yes. Will Levis stinks. Will Levis is the worst quarterback in the league.
But also, I don't think Malik Willis is very good. So any wins the Packers get while Jordan Love is out is gravy. I'm going to learn nothing from this game. This is another one I'm excited to not watch.
You know what I'm going to learn is that...
Shout out to Matt LaFleur, by the way. When we were talking top 5 coaches yesterday, Matt LaFleur is there too for me.
I've got like 8 coaches in top 5. You need to reel it in, pal.
Give me Andy Reid.
Okay, there's one.
Kevin O'Connell's got to be there because that's what the whole bit is about.
I'm so tired of that.
Kevin O'Connell's there. Matt LaFleur's there. Those are the two guys I got to put there. I think you got to put Kyle Shanahan there. McVay?
Yes.
McVay 5?
That's 5 right there. So you just hate John Harbaugh, huh? Mike Tomlin too?
Can Mike Tomlin win a playoff game? Can I get
him a quarterback? Get him a quarterback.
That's on him. At some point,
is it him or his GM?
At some point, if you run into the same problem over and over and over again,
hey, we've really been like, hey, Mike Tomlin went 8-8 with Duck Hodges. Like, hey, that's pretty sweet. But yeah, in reality, they won't win a damn thing in a while.
That's it. Mike Tomlin's a nice guy. I got. If you're gonna be top 5, I need you making the playoffs and making runs.
Last time Mike Tomlin won a Super Bowl, plasma screen TVs cost over $1,000.
Now we can get a 50-inch TV for $9.
$20 at Costco or something.
Yeah, get that on Afterpay.
I don't like how we just told the truth about Mike Tomlin.
That was crazy.
Yeah,
we just let people know.
Yeah,
that's it. Mike Tomlin's awesome.
He is. He's a great coach.
You gotta at some point you gotta start winning playoff games for me.
I agree with that.
That's it. All right. That's Jesse Tapia. He's in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. James Ham will be back on Monday. Jiffy Lube is still the sponsor. We're still the insiders. The producers, though. Forgot that's what we call this spin-off of the insiders. Either way, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we'll be back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Hell yeah, it's tea time. I can't wait to drink my chai. Oh. I agree with securing the Bagley on Will Levis.
People who like mayo, and I mean actually like that stuff, where it's like
out of line.
Well, yeah, that's disgusting. Throw it on your burger, I guess, or whatever, but don't overdo it.
If someone's like, yeah, you know what? I don't rock with a dry sandwich. I need a thin layer of mayo. Fine.
Yeah.
But the people who are like, yeah, let's put mayo in everything. Big thumbs down for me. I don't even want it on my sandwich. If somebody orders sandwiches, and if they just if somebody ordered sandwiches to the office, I think, man, I'm not going to not eat it.
Yeah, like mac and cheese says extra mayo. I'm not going to fault you.
That's insane.
Just as long as you're not scooping mayo out with a spoon and eating it that way.
Hey, Spencer, if there's a restaurant, look, if your restaurant has a burger that has an egg on it, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
A fried egg on a burger.
That's always fire. Mustard is good too, but
fine with mustard.
You got to do it the right way.
Fine with mustard.
This is fact, Steven. If you dip your fries in mayo, just go ahead and leave the chat.
Insane.
Yeah, leave the chat.
That's insane. You objectively can't tell me mayonnaise tastes good.
Loki, this is different, but it's not mayo, so I'm not going to hate on it. Mayo's fine, on burgers and sandwiches, Drew Down. We're just saying, don't overdo it. Don't be scooping it up and eating like it's ice cream or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hate if you go.
I'll put mayo on a burger and
bread
stuff. Yeah.
and you're making. I
put mayo mustard on my sandwiches.
Not gonna hate at all.
Okay, I'm out on mayo on hot dogs. You can't do mayo on a hot dog. That's gross.
Ridiculous.
That's disgusting. Yeah, that's awful. That's horrible.
I love arguing about food because it's so inconsequential. Eat what you want to eat.
Yeah.
Like what you like.
Shout out Roberson Racing Inc. TV. Like and subscribe. But mayo on a hot dog is disgusting. See, this is wild. Like a loaf of bread and a jar of mayo. That's not okay.
Outrageous.
That's not okay, bro.
That is outrageous.
See, the hot dog, you need to go mayo, or not mayo. You need to go ketchup, mustard, throw the little bell peppers on that. See if you can get it bacon wrapped, and then we're good. This is the way you need to do it, Dave Garcia.
Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. The handoff, I believe it's a KC day coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's get to mad props before we dive into the afternoon games from week 3. Can't wait. We'll talk Niners Rams with Kenny coming up here in a bit. If you're unfamiliar with mad props, what we do is we take 2 games that are happening. Before, typically it'll be a Niners game and a Kings game. But with no basketball right now, we're doing Niners game and Raider game. So I make up a couple of props from each game and we pick which number will be higher. That's how this goes. I have sent James this week's props, and he has made his picks. Jesse, we're going to have you as an honorary guest picker as well.
What do I get if I get all these right?
Props.
I'll take it.
Our undying respect.
That's what I'm talking
You
about.
can come
right
back
there.
next Friday if you want to come in for this segment. I mean, you're here already. You can just come in and do picks with us
Sounds good.
if you want.
I want an acknowledgement.
You can do that either way, honestly. You can get them all wrong. Still come back next week.
Yeah, I want an acknowledgement either way. Like, hey, Jess got them all right, or hey, Jess, you were the worst of all time doing
Yeah,
this.
you're gonna get a little applause.
There we go.
Right, Aaron,
I'm the winner.
there you go.
Here we go.
All right. First mad prop this week. Oh, hang on. We have an intro for this. Right?
Allegedly.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
Can't wait till Joe's here to push those buttons for me.
Shout out Joe.
It's going to be great. Love Joe. He did a terrific job yesterday. Not in with us today, but hopefully so. All right. Mad props. 49ers game in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium against the Ramsey Raiders at Allegiant Stadium, hosting the Carolina Panthers. Our first mad prop. Jawan Jennings receiving yards or Raiders rushing yards, Jesse?
Jawan Jennings receiving yards. I think he's going to have a big day. Faraz made a good point. Who else is Brock Purdy going to throw to in this one?
No, that's true.
And I think Jawan Jennings is good enough as a receiver to get open and like kind of just play the role that they need him to in this one.
So I was kind of thinking of leaning toward Raiders rushing yards here because I was like, man, they're going to beat the heck out of the Panthers. They're going to have to really run it late in the game and just kind of salt the clock. So I think they're going to rack up a bunch of rushing yards. But then Faraz brought up the thing about Andy Dalton and how much he lit it up with the Panthers in his one game last year. And now I'm a little bit more concerned about it. But I still think the Raiders are going to win this one. I think there's going to be a lot of running late in the game. And I think we talked with Vic Tafer from The Athletic yesterday. He doesn't think it's a talent problem. He thinks it's a scheme thing where players are still getting used to it. We're into week 3. We talked about, hey, the regular season start now. I'm leaning Raiders rushing yards.
I'm going to stick with Jawan Jennings too for the sake of, I don't even know if Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy are on the same page at this point.
That's a good point. James's pick was Juwan Jennings as well. The next one, Jesse. Fred Warner tackles or Brock Bauer targets? James went Fred Warner.
Let me go Brock Bowers targets. I'm going to go 10 targets for Brock Bowers. You got to force feed your playmakers. I think the Raiders are going to do that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Brock Bowers as well. I'm riding with you on this. I think the Niners defensive line is going to have a huge day. And I don't think Fred Warner is going to have to do as much as he's been doing. I think this Niners defense is one where they're going to look at last game and go, hey, this defense is more than just Fred Warner. Because if Fred Warner hadn't played like he did, the Niners lose that game by a bunch of touchdowns. And I think you're going to see some other players step up who are not Fred Warner. So I'm going with Brock Bowers targets, partially because I think you're going to see Gardner Minshew start to lean on him even more as the rookie gets more comfortable in the offense. All right, next up. 49ers Rams total points or Jacoby Myers receiving yards?
This one's difficult. I'm going to go...
They're supposed to be difficult.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna go Jacoby Myers receiving yards.
Yeah,
I don't think the Rams are putting up points in this one.
That's right. That's kind of where I landed too. I think it might be a little bit of a rock fight in SoFi Stadium, where there's a turnover here, there's a botched fourth down there. It's 3-0 after the first quarter. I don't think we're going to see a ton of points.
I can see the Niners win this one like 24-10. Jacoby Myers having like 55 receiving yards.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah. That's the thing is even if it's 24-20, you need 45 receiving yards from Jacoby Myers. I think we
the Rams are putting up near 30. We have a problem.
Eric Saubert is likely to be the James, by the way, went 49ers Rams total points. Eric Saubert is expected to be the 49ers starting tight end. He had 2 catches for 26 yards last week. Eric Saubert catches or Max Crosby sacks?
Max Crosby sacks.
Yeah. I think
the Raiders defense as a whole is gonna have a big day. I think we could see Max having 2-3 sacks in this one.
Yeah, I think he has a couple of sacks. I think Eric Saubert has 3 or more catches. That's what James is riding with you. He's going Max Crosby sacks. I just think that Brock Purdy is going to really focus on getting the ball out, and I think it's going to be a lot of like Eric Saubert just sitting in the middle of the field and getting 3 or 4 catches that way.
I can see it. I'm gonna stick with Max Crosby having a big day though.
I hope so. You can't change it once you made your pick.
I won't.
I hope not. All right, next up, Brock Purdy pass attempts or Raiders total points?
Brock Purdy pass attempts.
Why?
Because I can see Brock throwing 25 pass attempts or whatever, and the Raiders winning this game with 23, 24 points. I don't think they're going to score 30 or anything like that. I think Jordan Mason's going to get the ball a whole bunch, but I'm going to say Brock Purdy, 25 passing attempts will be enough.
I'm going to go Raiders points. I think the Raiders are going to score a lot against a not very good Carolina team. And if Carolina is going to rack up some points too, I think the Raiders are going to need to score. And I think the Niners are going to try and keep the ball not out of Brock Purdy's hands, but I think they're going to really try and establish things on the ground. And just with how banged up their pass catchers are, I don't expect them to go try and air it out 30 times, especially in a close, low-scoring game.
Yeah.
So I'm going with Raiders points there. What did James go with? James went Brock Purdy pass attempts. Last one here. Jake Moody made field goals or Raiders touchdowns allowed?
Jake Moody made field goals.
You don't think the Raiders are going to give up a bunch of touchdowns to...
Nah, I say if the Raiders give up touchdowns, it'll be 2 at most in this one, I think. I can see Jake Moody kicking 3 field goals because the Niners aren't able to close out drives.
That's what I think. That's it. I think you're going to see a lot of Jake Moody field goals because I think the red zone is where you're going to see the Niners struggle the most.
Yeah. I could see that happening.
That might be one that we hit bang on the number. That might be like a 2-2 or a 3-3-1.
Sounds good.
I've hit 2 exactly on the number in the first 2 weeks.
I'm very excited to come in on Monday and be like, oh yeah, Jess, you got them all right. Wow. Maybe we do like a little parade around the Odyssey building or something.
You think we should do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We get Stacy out there for that.
Yeah, we'll let him know. We'll let her know.
I want the boss out here.
That's Mad Props. Thanks everybody for playing along. Keep track of your picks and we'll go back over them on Monday. Should be a lot of fun. All right. We were talking about statement games in the NFL week 3. We'll get to Niners Rams last. We're going to save that for when Kenny's here in the next few minutes. Let's go Panthers Raiders. That's our first afternoon game. We did the morning games a little bit earlier. Panthers Raiders.
We've talked enough about it. It's the statement for the Raiders right here.
It's it.
It's kind of just prove yourselves to us.
I don't care that it's Andy Dalton. Maybe they score a couple of touchdowns this week.
Mm-hmm.
because of that. But the Raiders should still dominate this game.
Yeah.
The Panthers are super not good. And if this is close or if they lose, then I think you're looking at a year where
it's just I'm not going to think very highly of the Raiders if they lose this one, just because it's like, all right, well, remember against Carolina, like they're just going to have the letdowns at this point. Like,
yeah,
we can just wait for them now.
And you don't feel good now about the win over Baltimore. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, maybe that was the flash in the pan. Whereas if you carry over and you dominate this game,
well, if you lose to the Panthers and say the Cowboys beat the Ravens, then the Baltimore game just looks like, oh, you just beat a bad Baltimore team at this point.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Dolphins at your Miami Dolphins.
This one's a little scary.
Seattle Seahawks.
I don't know. I'm a little torn right here. I don't know if I'm a dummy because I think they have a chance or whatnot. But I think this is a statement.
What makes you think they have a chance?
You still have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Devon Achane, Jalen Ramsey. Like you have playmakers everywhere else. Just you're missing your quarterback at this point. I'd pick the Seahawks to win this one, but I think it's a statement for the Seahawks in the sense where it's like, all right, now it seems like you're playing a team a little bit better than what you've seen so far. You kind of like you need to handle business again.
I think this is a Seattle statement game.
You think so?
Yeah. Because of what you just said, the Dolphins are not, without Tua, the Dolphins are not inept. They still have a ton of talent. And maybe Skylar Thompson is not a great quarterback. And maybe because of that, their offense isn't as dangerous. But
you still got to play football if you're Seattle. You still got to keep Tyreek Hill in front of you. You still got to make sure Jalen Waddle doesn't get loose or whatever.
Skylar Thompson almost won a road playoff game against Josh Allen and the Bills.
I'll never forget that playoff game. I always turn it off. Miami scores. Zach Sealer scores a defensive touchdown with about 10 minutes left in the second half, and I turn it off after that.
Smart.
Yeah. It's like, oh, nice.
Good vibes.
Yeah, that was nice.
Don't know how it ends.
Yeah,
Tough.
no clue.
Yeah, so I think this is a game where if the Seahawks go out and they play really well and they win this game, then I will buy more into the Seahawks than I am right now, where they beat the Broncos and then they beat the Patriots in OT.
Because if you're Miami too and you win this one or whatever, it's kind of like, all right, you still need to get to the next 3 weeks still or whatever. Like you haven't done anything. For Seattle, it means a lot more.
But if you're Miami, you can split. Let's say Tua is going to miss 4 games. If you can split those 4 games, you're thrilled, right?
Yeah.
If I told you could have 2-2 right now, would you take it?
Yes. 1,000%. Right now, I'm kind of like, I don't know if they get the seasons here at this point. I think they're kind of lost, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, because if they're going 1-3 or 0-4, then yeah, it's probably over. But if you can split, you're giving yourself a chance. I think the Dolphins definitely have a chance to win here. But if the Seahawks can at home really take care of business against that team, even with Skylar Thompson under center, I'll have to buy in at least a little bit. Right now, I'm not there yet. Lions at Cardinals. This behind Texans Vikings is my favorite game.
This is a statement game for both of them.
Really,
the Lions. I'm not gonna overreact too much to them, but you're still like we're expecting to be really good in the NFC. Like you gotta, you at this point you would have lost to the Bucs, and then if maybe the Cardinals or whatever. Like that's gonna. I think I'm gonna look at them a little bit funny.
I think the Lions
maybe Jared Goff at this point.
Yeah, I got to see how Jared Goff plays. I'm in on the Lions for the most part. I think this is a bigger deal for the Cardinals.
I think if the Cardinals win this one, it's kind of like, all right, they're legit. Like this is a good football.
Yeah, they hung with the Bills in Buffalo. They beat the hell out of a beat up Rams team. If they go beat the Lions at home,
it'll say more about the Cardinals. But I think, like I said, coming out of it, if the Lions do lose, I'm assuming it's probably because of Jared Goff not playing well. So we'll kind of have an eye on them after that.
Yeah, watching that game really, really close. We're going to learn a lot about the NFC in that game. I'm right there with you. You talked about this game a few minutes ago. Ravens at Cowboys.
Is this loser leaves town?
Loser leaves town, I think.
I think so too.
Because whoever loses this game, it's going to be all the big questions.
I want to believe in the Ravens, but can you really justify a team starting like 0-3 and it's like, oh yeah, they're going to just turn it around and play well and it'll be good to go?
No. Whoever.
It just doesn't work that way usually.
No, not usually.
Yeah.
The Ravens are not the same team as they were last year. The Cowboys aren't the same team as they were last year. And if you're losing this game, if you're the Cowboys and you're losing another game at home, or if you're the Ravens and you're dropping to 0-3, yikes, man.
Yeah, we got loser leaves town, definitely.
Loser leaves town there for sure. Sunday Night Football, Chiefs at Falcons.
I don't know if it's statement game material.
Here's where I think it is for the Falcons. If the Falcons at home on Sunday Night Football in prime time can knock off the Chiefs, it's like, dang. And the Falcons might have a little something there.
Yeah, I guess.
But if the Chiefs lose, I don't care anymore.
Yeah. The Chiefs
call me in January.
Yeah, let me know what they're doing January 25th or whatever.
That's all I care about with them. So I'm there with you for the Chiefs. But for the Falcons, I think if you go win this game, I think that's an impressive win for the Falcons.
It will be, but it's like I'm just so bought in on what the Bucks and the Saints are doing at this point. We're just kind of like, yeah, the Falcons are nice, but I just don't know if you'll be better than those two other
It'd be
teams.
so nuts if the AFC South got like 3 playoff teams
Yeah. I mean, it's just
after all the talk in the preseason.
this is how we talk about them and all that.
It's crazy.
It's not a real division.
Kenny Caraway in the building. Niners, Rams. This is our final game we got to go over. We're talking statement games. I am of the mind that the 49ers need this game badly.
Absolutely.
You cannot, I don't care about the injury stuff. I don't care. The Rams are even more beat up than you are. Division game on the road. This to me is one the Niners got to have, because if they're not getting this one, I can't feel good about any of them coming up.
They absolutely, I agree with you, have to get this game, which leads me into like one of my, I don't know if pet peeve is the right word, but if they have to get this game, I don't care how many times they run Jordan Mason. You know what I mean? Like if it's that important, which we're all in agreement, which is like goes back to like when Trey Lance got hurt, right? And people were like, you started 0-1, you cannot start 0-2. Well, if Kyle Shanahan believes Trey Lance needs to pass the ball 25 times and run the ball another 15, and that is going to get us the win because we have to win the game, then that's what we do. We're not worried about, well, you can't run them up the middle. No, we have to win. So I say all that to say, I agree with you. Like in theory, and I don't understand football enough to be like, well, why can't Isaac Guerrero carry the ball 3 times? Like, what's the problem? Like, I don't see the problem with him carrying it 3 times. But if Kyle Shanahan is like, we ain't messing around, we have to win. Jordan Mason, you're getting every single carry.
Sure.
And that's what we got to do.
Sure.
I mean, at this point, you don't really have a choice, no?
That's
kind of stick with the guys that are here.
That was sort of my thing. I don't think they have another running back right now that they feel good about giving carries to, even if they wanted to. And that's kind of the issue. Is it's more of a longer term thing than just this Sunday.
Right.
It's like at some point you got to figure out who's going to get touches behind Jordan Mason, because I don't think this is sustainable for however long Christian McCaffrey's out.
Right. Yeah.
That's the problem.
But in general, like you said, I don't understand what it would hurt if Isaac Guerrero ran halfback stretch to the.
Can we get him
2 times? Like
4 or 5 times? Like just anything.
What's the problem? I don't get it. Although he and this shouldn't sway you anyway, but didn't he run one time on Sunday and just it was like -1?
Yeah. He ran into the line. He didn't. Kyle Shanahan talked about it a little bit because a bunch of people were immediately like, "Hey, he's got to be patient here. He's got to do this and that and da 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 da." And Kyle Shanahan kind of broke down all the different things that went wrong on that play.
Yeah.
So I do think at some point we start seeing Isaac Guerrero, because remember, he didn't get like any training camp.
Right.
He played in preseason finale, and that was his first week of practice leading up to that game. And that was his first game.
Right.
So I think they're kind of treating this, getting him ramped up. I think at some point here we see him getting some.
I wouldn't mind seeing some Jacob Cowing, some reverse action or anything like that, like just for a different look or something like that. But they got to win. Like we talk about statements and all this other stuff. This isn't going to say anything for me one way or another about the 49ers. I just know they just have to win. Like, I don't care how it looks. I don't care what Brock looks like. I don't care what the defense looks like, the O-line. If they come out of this winning 13-10, we'll figure it out the following week. Do you think this game is that?
You think they can win this game if Brock Purdy and Ayuk still aren't on the same page in this one?
No.
Like, does that have to get figured out this week, or is there other ways you can go about it?
No, if Ayuk's going 4 catches for 40 yards, the Niners got a problem.
Yeah, but the Rams are. I can see a world. I don't know if it happens that way, but I can see a world where the Rams just don't have the firepower to make them pay for not being on the same page.
That could happen for sure. That's why the Niners pass rush is a way bigger deal to me than anything in this game. If you can't get to Matthew Stafford against this version of the Rams, where it's not elite receivers getting open all over the field, and it's not the best version of their offensive line, and you have Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins going up against a rookie center and a third string left guard, like, you got problems, man. If you're not creating pressure this week, I have major questions.
So here's another thing about that. This is what I think about when people say that. And I think this is how Sean McVay is going to play it. That something like that is a team-wide issue, right? Like, and even down to the defensive coordinator. Because I think about it like this: if I'm Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay,
I know the offensive line is what it is. We gonna have like these little 5-yard digs, and I'm getting the ball out. Like as good as the defensive line is, they can't get to him.
You're just scheming them out.
Yeah, they can't get to him in 0.3 seconds. Like the ball's already out. So this is why I say it's team wide. Defensive coordinator, press coverage. Corners, you lock up. So when he tries to go to that little 5-yard dig, it's not there. Now you giving the defensive line an opportunity to get there. But you can, because I feel like Aaron Rodgers did that a little bit in week 1. Like he knew he couldn't move. He knew there wasn't a lot going on. So let me just get it out real quick. And that affects sacks numbers and pressure numbers. I think. I don't know. That's
exactly
a little bit more of an untrained eye, I guess, maybe. But
it's exactly what happened in week 2 against the Rams last year.
Yeah.
Like almost exactly.
Puka Nacua Wilkes had him 10 yards off the line of scrimmage.
And Puka Nacua had a huge game, but they turned the faucet off in the second half. And that's what I think you're going to see again.
I agree.
This week.
I agree. It needs to happen at least. I mean, the whole offensive line is second stringers, right?
No, they got their starting tackles, but one of them's coming off his suspension. One of them's playing hurt. Their starting right guard is playing, but he's playing hurt. It's like a rookie 6th-round pick at center.
Jimmy G's ready to go.
Well,
Jimmy G back from suspension.
Yeah.
From suspension.
I forgot he got suspended.
Yeah, he's out there shooting the roids and all that.
I don't want Matthew Stafford or anybody to get hurt, but that would be unbelievable cinema if Jimmy G came into that game.
If Jimmy G comes in and lights it up, I'm going to call him Travis Matthew Stafford. That's
Jimmy
a good
G,
joke.
Jimmy G.
I'm going to give myself.
I can safely say Jimmy G not coming in and lighting it up, even if he comes in. He might not be terrible, but he ain't like
that. Would be that's the worst. We have like 30 seconds here. That's the worst possible outcome, right?
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford gets hurt. Jimmy comes in and lights it up.
Yeah, and the Rams win. Yeah.
Oh god, that'd be terrible.
Say Jimmy G lights
if
it
that
up.
happens,
Way better
if
than
that
Brock
happens,
Purdy
I'm not
too.
coming in Monday. If that happens, I'm not coming in on Monday.
Oh man.
What do you guys got coming up?
49er Friday, baby. 49er Friday plus some random college stuff. Cash Caraway.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, word.
Oh yeah.
You got me at 12:15.
Yeah,
I'll be in there.
Eddie Gonzalez pulling up too as well.
Oh, I love Eddie. Eddie's the man. Big Eddie Gonzalez guy. All right. Jesse, thank you so much. Great job the last couple of days. James will be back Monday. We will be back Monday on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. D-Lo and KC next. Until Monday at 10. Drink water, be nice, people. Woo! All right, chatty gang. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Y'all know what it is. Flashback Friday. It's been a long morning for your boy already. Let's get started with something right here. It's Flashback Friday, baby. What it do? Hey. Talk that talk. They trying. Y'all know what it is. You know. Come on now. We're going to go verse 2 and get this show started. Let's go. Hey, come on, man.
Usher Raymond.
Starting this Friday the right way. Starting this Friday the only way we can. What is good, loved ones?
Yeah.
Welcome in here to the Friday, September 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledgement.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Oh boy, we gonna have some Sacramento mentions today, boy.
It's gonna be good, man. I wish I could be there with the WWE fans. It was great to be around so many of them out at Cricket Wireless today. Cricket Wireless and WWE do such a magnificent job of managing these appearances. Well over 500 people came out to see Bailey this morning.
Wow.
And man, in a tough parking lot, with the store in kind of a tough spot in terms of forming a line, they did a magnificent job of making sure the Starbucks drive was clear. They did a fantastic job of making sure everybody who got in line got to see Bailey. And I just can't help but marvel at the way Cricket Wireless and WWE does that. So it was fantastic to meet so many of you today. Really fantastic to be out there. First person I saw was Johnny G. He was like, I can't do this. I didn't know there was going to be this many people. And he was on his way out as I was trying to get in there, and had a great time, man. A really, really great time. And you talk about marveling at something. It's impossible to not marvel at what we saw from Shohei Ohtani yesterday, with one of the most historic performances, maybe the most historic performances we've ever seen in the history of Major League Baseball. I was so confused when the show ended, the sports show ended. ESPN was done. We watched 50 together as a family. And then like 25 minutes later, Casey goes, he hit another one. How did he hit another one? It was like the 7th inning when he hit 49. He hit 3 home runs in a span of 60 minutes.
Wow. Oh, wow.
3 home runs,
Oh,
4
man.
runs, 10 RBIs, 6 for 6. It is the most incredible exclamation point we have ever seen on a conversation about whether this young man could potentially be one of the greatest we've ever seen or the greatest we've ever seen.
Yeah.
An absolutely mind-blowing stat line.
Yeah. It was, like you said it perfectly. It was one of the great exclamation points we've ever seen in one of those moments. You know what I mean? That was insane. 6 for 6, 10 RBIs.
Yeah, crazy.
Come on,
Absolutely
man.
crazy.
Come on, that guy,
double-digit RBIs is nuts.
that guy he's already one of the best we've ever seen.
6 hits, 4
Already.
home runs, 10 RBIs, 3 home runs. That's someone's week.
Facts. 100%.
That was damn near an hour. Absolutely crazy, man.
Yeah,
Dave Garcia says Shohei is Arabic for goat. So thank you, Dave Garcia, for that one. I think he's correct.
Nah, that guy's special.
He
is absolutely special. One of the greatest we've ever seen and we ever will see. Just right now, like in the middle of his career, I know I'm not going to see anybody, if I've ever seen anybody like Shohei Ohtani.
We'll talk more about this later. It's hard to kind of dive into something here at the start of the show because there's just so many things we just like to cover. We'll have another conversation about Shohei Ohtani, and it, kind of the juxtaposition with what I watched that night. Diana Taurasi, the Mercury got their ass kicked, but it didn't matter. Like, that game didn't mean anything. The idea that she might have played her last home game and thinking about the GOATs, like Diana's title is the GOAT. Mm-hmm. She hates it, but that is her title. That's what they call her. That's how Phoenix markets everything for her. She is the GOAT. And it conjured up some interesting, I think it could create an interesting conversation here. It certainly created some interesting emotions for me last night, watching Diana, who's been my favorite player in the W, one of my favorite players, period, for a very, very long time. We'll never, ever forget my first interaction with Diana Taurasi. Absolutely love her. Just love her to no end. Hate Aaron Rodgers and hate that stupid ass love fest that took place yesterday for 3 hours. So let me get this straight. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is cooking. I saw the tweets. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is back. Look, we do what we do. Either all of you are going to be wrong or I'm going to be wrong. And it ain't going to be me, because y'all are drooling over this stupid ass performance from him last night while just ignoring the fact that he played the second, maybe the first, I think the second worst team in professional football. Did he move better? Sure. Did he throw the first touchdown pass to a first round pick wide receiver? Dude, who cares? Like, what did that even mean? It was just a nonstop love fest of this goof all night long. Okay. All right. So we're all back. Aaron Rodgers, the Aaron Rodgers MVP candidate, is back. Okay. Like I said, when it's time for me to say I'm wrong, I'll come in here and say I'm wrong. I ain't doing it yet. One of us going to be wrong. All of them are me. It ain't going to be me.
Well,
it ain't going to be me.
I think two things can equally be wrong. He's not the MVP candidate. Aaron Rodgers is not back. He's not back.
250 yards.
Is he gonna be a bum this year? I don't know about that.
He's a bum every year.
Well, he's a bum individual. Is he a bum quarterback this year? I don't know. I that if he can replicate that performance throughout the year, I think they're going to win a good number of games. And that wasn't a great performance.
It was fine. He did what he had to do against a bad football team. Yeah. It's fine. He did move better yesterday. I said that to you in real time. Like, he already looks better than he did against the 49ers. But he ain't getting moved around like he was against the 49ers. I ain't see Nick Bosa over there.
Yeah.
Fred Warner out there?
No.
I ain't see him?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. New England stinks.
New England is really bad on the offensive end.
I think Buffalo's defense is a little bit better than you give it credit for. And I think he's going to be challenged by Buffalo on that side of the ball a little bit.
He might be. I would expect him to. The Buffalo's a better team than New England.
I really hope he plays Myles Garrett once. Let me check the Jets. I do not like that, man. And then that stupid video circulates of him and Bob.
Him being a jackass.
And I don't know what it was.
Did he ever talk about that?
He did, and it checks out, I guess. He said they talk about 2-score leads or something like that, and how that's not you don't get excited over 2-score leads. And he said he's also like Bob doesn't really hug. Well, he did something he said, but he's like he doesn't really hug that way, so it kind of threw him off. And then he does the hands to the chest thing a lot. So when Rodgers said it, and he said the 2-score lead thing, and I go back and watch it again, it looks like that's what Aaron Rodgers says. It looks like he pushes Bob back and says 2-score lead and walks away.
Why does he look like that?
Because he's a jackass, Kenny.
Why does he just?
He's a jackass.
What they say, RBF for some of these women. He just has that RJAF.
Resting jackass face.
That's what is that what he always have?
He's got a resting jackass face.
Because why do you have to look at him like that?
I don't know.
I think about if I'm in a good mood with a coach or a teammate or something like that, and we're like did something good, 2-score, I would have been like 2-score, let's go. Like I would have been there. I wouldn't have been like 2-score, looking like a dumbass.
Well, is it resting dumbass face or resting jackass face? Because we need to register one of these.
RJAF.
Does not roll off the tongue at all.
RJAF. Aaron Rodgers with the resting jackass face.
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJ.
That's what it sounds like right there.
That's still a classic. I won't mention his name. I'll just give you his initials.
I wonder if we'll ever know who Mitch was talking about that day.
The man's name is initials.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, I thought he was whatever. Like he was whatever. Like he was solid. I do think if he's
all
that
he had to do.
If he's that, I think they're a playoff.
They got the Broncos next.
Should handle business at home on a mini bye.
They're at Minnesota.
But they aren't really at Minnesota. That is going to be
good
in
call.
London.
Yep, it sure is.
Yeah.
9:30. 6:30 a.m. Yeah. Buffalo. That's in.
That's a Monday night.
That is a Monday night. Wow, Jesus Christ! How many primetime games do they have?
They have like 6.
They got Buffalo in prime time. They got Pittsburgh in prime time. They got Houston in prime time. They got Indianapolis in prime time. That's it. Their primetime games end at week 11.
Well, because they didn't know how long Rodgers was going to last.
Solid point.
So I think they got all 5 in the first half of the season.
Facts. Yep. All 5 before their week 12 bye. We are just getting started. We're happy that you're here with us. Kyle Madson is here with us too. He's going to join us next when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm being a little caffeine bitch, guys. You see it. I'm a little beat. But this peach vibe, this is spectacular. This is very delicious. How about Joe? Man, that was some news to get this morning.
I've had a bad week. A bad week as far as like the food and stuff I take in, and I haven't worked out all week.
Bro, I'm 2 seconds away from going to get M&Ms. I'm so damn hungry.
Bad job.
No Cialis, Avo. That's not the type of excitement I need right now.
I bet you have one.
Yeah,
of these
Mrs.
things.
Mac
You got one of the credit cards that lets you get in one of the little Sky Clubs and stuff, huh? Yeah. That is a game changer. I did that for the
very
first
much
time.
So. Yeah.
Last time I traveled.
Very much so.
I was like, oh man.
Very much so.
Oh man, this is awesome.
I thought I had one. I literally Coach is very, because of the way she used to travel, is very like she knows what
all the ins and outs.
Yeah, and so I was like, I think I want to travel more. Is I was thinking like, should I get an airline card? She was like, well, American Express has like a Delta card. So I got that. First time I traveled, very first time, went into the Delta Club and put the card down. Get your broke ass out of here. You need this color or this color. Ho, they're discontinuing this color. Get out. So tuck my tail between my legs, leave, call our person. And she was like, no, sweetie, that's not what you need. She connects me with the right one. And now my reward perks are
I got one
phenomenal.
of them. I got one of them Amex joints.
One of the shiny ones. Yeah,
a little heavy too. A little heavy.
Yeah, you got to. That's a game changer. You get so much back with that. It's an absolute game changer.
We did that. I didn't even think twice about that. And then when we got there, they was like, yeah, you have access to this. So
you have access to the whole airport.
I said, oh my gosh, this is fire.
That's the way to go. Huh? Well, Kenny has a private airport.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, no, on the rare occasion he flies domestic, he uses the platinum card to get into places that anyone can't get in.
Oh, come on, Dr.
Well,
that wasn't very nice.
No, might not have been nice, but
just an unwarranted shot.
Well,
you're not wrong.
When all else fails, please remember this. That's not true, Manny. I try to help when I can. Stuff happens. Oh, little
Stephen Brown, I know you got it. You live in the Bay Area.
Little Stephen Brown doesn't like the conversation. I'm sorry, little Stephen.
Little Stephen Brown, 5'5", 135.
That is crazy right there.
Wow.
I bet that means you fly for free too.
Wow.
Like once you get 1 million, don't you can't you just like fly people with you everywhere?
If you fly 3 million miles, I think you're just the CEO now.
Man,
right.
Jesus.
That airline just belongs to you.
You know what I kind of need though? One of my people was telling me about. I need one of them casino perks where they be like, yeah, you know what I mean? They come get a room for the weekend.
Oh. Well, don't they give you that for being one of the high rollers at Sky River?
Yeah, I'm not a high roller. Not.
Well, why did Kerry keep taking us to the high roller rooms then?
Because it was media night.
I don't think so. I don't think Mark S. Allen got in there. Pretty sure it was just you, pal.
That's my goal. Let's see. What you have to do is you got to make enough money to lose enough money.
Well,
to be able to be one of the. And when they get the hotel, I got to be one of the I don't know what they're the Sky River Club members.
Are you not a member yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, they don't have a hotel or anything. But like my aunt and everything, she was like, "Oh yeah, such and such place in Tahoe. They send me rooms all the time. Just let me know. I'll get you one." Like,
Auntie Wanda?
Yeah. All the time. Yeah. Just let me know next time you're in Tahoe. I got you. Da-da-da-da. That's what I need to do. How much money do I have to lose for them to do that?
I don't know. Ask
Vegas, the Vegas people. Oh no, you come here to the Aria. We got a room for you. Just come through. They must know how much.
I think you have to lose the equivalent of 3 of your t-shirts.
Mitchell and Ness. What are you talking
about? That's like no. I know how much that costs too.
Well, no, don't do this. Just don't do that. It's just swing. Although I ain't gonna lie to you, I did make a purchase that was like.
You don't have to preface this. We know. Like I don't know why you do this. This is you.
This one gonna hit a little bit.
No,
this one gonna hit a little bit.
Okay.
I do that.
Is that why you're taking Monday off to make up for the purchase that you just made?
Yeah, to go to my other job. I got 4 jobs. I got after this one. I need anybody hiring? Anybody hiring? Third shift. I'm ready.
This bro acts like he doesn't do this every day. That's fine.
But now I need to what I probably lose. You probably lose what, 3,000 for them to send you a room to comp your room and stuff.
That's not a world I'm ever.
I have literally no idea.
None.
It's not how much you lose. It's not how much you lose. It's just how much you spend. So it's not like there's a formula they're doing where they went, oh, that guy hit a jackpot. We don't need to.
Well, I think it's also if you won like $100,000, they'll comp you nights because they don't want you to leave.
Yeah.
Keep
I would assume
spending
so.
it. Let us get as
Yeah.
much
We'll
as that
get-
$100,000.
Yeah,
We'll get it all
that
back.
hotel's
One way or
paid for
another.
itself long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they know we'll get it back one way or another.
This is a good question. Does Casey literally just shop online when he's not working? Well,
Yeah.
Soren, sometimes he does it when he's working.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, it happens. It happens, not often, but it happens.
I'm over here. I got 4 Pro Football Focus tabs up. I go to get some juice. I come back.
Well,
He's
not
buying
this-
$800 shorts.
Not this show. 125.
Well,
Yeah.
that's true. That's true.
125. I have too much time on my hands sometimes.
Well,
When I was in
20 seconds, Kenny. 20 seconds. Let's cook.
when I was in college, there's this girl like 2 rows in front of me, and she's online shopping the whole class. 50 minutes of her just on Amazon or wherever else, looking at spoons and all the other weird stuff she was looking at. We get to the end. There's like 20 minutes left in class, and the professor does a thing that's like, I don't really have anything else for you, so unless anybody has any questions, we can go. This woman raises her hand. Oh,
Why?
because she had a question that she missed because she was shopping.
Yeah, well, just chalk it up, lady.
That's what I'm saying. Go to the professor after everybody leaves and go, hey, I missed this. I was so angry
Wow.
because I knew she was shopping.
Wow. That reminds me, and this is going to be a weird segue and a reminder. Have either one of you guys watched Aaron Hernandez yet? Are you?
Yeah,
to
that
watch
is
it?
weird. Absolutely. These two
Extremely
things have
no.
nothing to do with
Well,
one
no,
Have I
another.
there-
watched Aaron Hernandez play football before? Yes.
There's a scene in there where he's in high school and he's not paying attention, and his future wife or whatever she like the teacher calls on him and he doesn't know what to say, and she like gives him the answer. That's the lady not paying attention reminded me of that. But have you guys watched?
No.
No.
I
don't think she went the way of Aaron Hernandez either.
I'm trying to get my way through Power.
God.
I haven't even started that.
We just watched
Power's good,
Perfect
too.
Couple on Netflix. 2 thumbs down. Nicole
Oh.
Kidman, Liev Schreiber. Yeah, no, that's fine.
I don't think that
That's
would
fine.
have
No, it
crossed
doesn't cross your purview, no doubt.
Dude,
But we went because in
let's see what it looks like.
the trailer makes it look like it's this like cultish type family, and then somebody gets murdered and they're hiding it and da da da. Turns out that's not what happens at all.
Oh.
Waste of 6
Oh,
hours
it's
of
a
our
TV
lives.
show.
6 hours.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
6.
it's a
It's a
show.
mini series. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, shout out Nicole Kidman. I like Nicole Kidman. Who's this? This guy looked familiar.
Maybe she'll be there with her husband.
Schreiber. You know who that
Schreiber.
is? Schreiber?
Yeah.
Where I know him from? He looked
X-Men or Wolverine. Not
familiar. Oh yeah. No, yeah.
I love that you look to me. I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know, man.
Looked at me for an assist. Like, buddy, you're drowning. I don't have a life raft.
Yeah, him and Nicole Kidman. I know them.
Oh, he's also
Anybody-
the voice of Hard Knocks.
I hadn't watched Hard Knocks in a couple years. I didn't know that.
Hey,
Okay.
Sabretooth and X-Men, according to Matt.
Ray Donovan. Maybe that's what I know him from. Yeah. I haven't watched that show, but I know Ray Donovan.
It's a good show.
I heard. I heard. I
Good show.
haven't watched it.
Kyle Madson of the Insiders and Candlestick Chronicles with us.
I'm sorry. Because somebody in the chat, you know who makes an appearance in the Hernandez show?
No,
Yeah,
no,
no, not for real, but just the guy who plays it. Urban's on the screen.
Hmm.
The guy kind of reminds me of Urban
Oh, yeah.
Meyer. In the way he
Well,
talks,
he would have
his
to be. Like, that was
mannerisms.
his college coach.
Yeah,
He'd have to be.
but the way he talks and it's like it's a good Urban
Which
Meyer
one's
right
this?
there.
This is the OJ people.
Yeah.
Okay.
It actually looks like I've only seen one episode. I think there's 2 that are out. But yeah, it's a fine show.
Hmm.
Like they did all right with it. It's not comedic like clipped or anything like that. Like,
Well, I would hope not.
unintentionally
Well,
comedic.
also, Clipped wasn't entirely comedic.
it wasn't supposed to
The
be.
first 2 episodes were pretty funny.
Yeah.
And then the whole racism thing happened. And it was like, yeah, this isn't funny anymore.
less fun.
No.
Austin-
Aaron Hernandez show isn't that.
Austin Rivers reacting to the guy playing him on his podcast was really funny.
I haven't seen that.
Highly
don't
recommend
think-
going and listening to
I
that.
don't think I saw that. I saw a few people react. I think I saw DeAndre maybe.
Yeah.
I saw a few people
I'd like
react
to
to
see
it. DeAndre was like, I don't know what this is all about. Like, I've never done any.
He's like, the guy does look like me. He's like, the guy definitely looks like me. They did a good job casting, but I would never wear that because it's like a button-up shirt with a sweater over it, like tucked in with khakis.
I think it's always a reminder when you're watching something that you know like a little bit about. Like I told you, I was watching Fight Night, and I was like, they're really making this like some wholesome guys are just trying to figure life out. And it's like, this is not what this was at all. Like this was a massive armed heist where everybody involved except Chicken Man was murdered at the end.
Yes. And I didn't even read or listen to the whole podcast, but I got the gist, and you told me kind of what the gist was too. And then when I saw the trailer, the music behind the trailer, I was like,
this is not it.
I wonder how they're going to turn this into.
Unless Samuel L. Jackson murders everyone on the screen, this is nothing even close to the story.
Which is always liable to happen.
It is. It's possible. I haven't gotten that far yet. Maybe he does, in fact, murder everybody. But anytime you see Kevin Hart, you know there's going to be some ha-has in it. And
I'm all. This Aaron Hernandez show reminded me. It reminded me. I'm kind of. Maybe I'm in the minority. I'm all in on sports little miniseries.
I thought you were going to say, I am all in on sports. Like, yeah, me too, man.
Well, that's good.
We're here.
Give me more of these. Give me more of these. They don't have to.
You
be
want
as
to replace
dark
the
as that.
documentary with the documentary?
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
Right.
Between that, Clipped, obviously Winning Time.
But wait a second. Clipped was bad. Clipped wasn't good.
Yeah, but I'm okay with it.
Doc was throwing oranges at a wall for no reason. Has anyone asked Doc? Where's Doc? Milwaukee. If some person in Milwaukee doesn't say, Doc, did you throw oranges at a wall in Los Angeles?
I mean, they took some liberties. I'm not gonna lie. They took some liberties, but I do remember the time. I was very upset, and you know, I was talking to my dad about the riots, and I was upset, and you know, it did cross my mind.
Doc,
it crossed my mind. I didn't actually think I did it, but it crossed my mind.
Doc,
Go ahead.
Did you just learn that your wife was white?
Well, no, I wish you'd tell the whole story, and I wish they'd tell the whole story about that. Did I know my wife was white? Yes. Did I really realize that when the riots happened? Yes.
Can you imagine someone tuning into this show just stumbling across the dials for the first time, and this is what you get?
I hope that somebody's tuning in and they're like, "Oh, Doc Rivers is on this show." You did that though. You did.
So I'm a goddamn broadcast journalist and have been doing this for 2 decades. I was trying to have a conversation here, saying that someone in Milwaukee needs to ask Doc Rivers, the real Doc Rivers, if he threw oranges at a wall or wore his warm-up jacket to the convenience store, and he took that as a cue to let me get my stuff off here on a Friday.
Well,
I work with children.
It's understanding the audience. You got to know he's going to pick it up and run with it.
I got to play the hits too. I got to play the hits, man. Drew Down. At some point, Jerry Jones will come to the show. I promise you that at some point today.
4,000 degrees in here. I got impressions over here. I'm trying to get to a goddamn Kittle question and I can't get to it.
Maybe
whatever's on the rundown about Cowboys Ravens, just get rid of it. Don't, because just
at this point. Well, that's a good point.
Take it out.
I got you.
Whatever you got.
That's a good point.
Real talk. Did CD practice yet?
Moving on. Just don't engage. Don't engage about the Cowboys.
It's a good call. Just ignore it.
No, I'm not. No, Jerry. No, Jerry Jones. Did CD? Because I want to know. No, Jerry Jones. Did CD come back yet to practice?
I don't actually know. I saw update. I was getting some updates. Like the latest one I got was Joe Mixon. It doesn't look like Joe's going to play.
He might be a couple weeks.
But most importantly, I don't think I can completely scrap
CD,
the Ravens.
CD Lamb said his ankle was just sore on Wednesday, so he took a day off, but he's good.
Okay. Did he practice yesterday?
I don't know if he practiced, but he said he took Wednesday off, so I'd assume he was back.
Okay. Kittle.
Yes.
Do we have an update? Has Kyle spoken yet today?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to stay off Twitter while I'm doing radio hits.
Well,
that's
that can
weird.
actually
radio hit. That's not what while I'm appearing on your guys' show.
we don't do that stuff here. We just talk. We're just family.
No,
That's
let
what we
me. I don't see anything yet.
My
but
stupid ass
it's gotta
would
be.
look
It's
to
got to
see-
be soon.
I would look to see when's Kyle talking today. Oh no, that's the wrong time. And Jesse would find it on Twitter. So it looks like he's due to talk. From my dumb logic of going to the 49ers media page that we're supposed to rely on, he's due to speak at 1:35.
That's so perfect for me. Wow, I love that.
Kittle thing came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Kittle and Travarius Ward.
Travarius Ward, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they were, because on Wednesday it was, hey, Deebo Samuel's not practicing as expected. Everybody else a full go. And
Yeah,
I was like,
right.
all right, injury stuff is stabilizing. They got to get through the couple weeks without Deebo, but they're in a good spot. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, George Kittle not practicing. He's got a hamstring. He's probably not going to play Sunday. Oh yeah, also Travarius Ward got a knee and a hamstring. That's going to be a problem too. Sure, man.
Goodness gracious.
Out of nowhere.
Man.
When is okay? I know we're having fun. I'm asking a genuine question.
Yeah.
At what point, like, okay, now there's like, is one injury just like too many? At what point do we hit the tipping point?
I think we're probably close.
So for me, because I feel like I had an answer to this. Give me Trent and Brock, obviously. Give me Trent and Brock, and give me Fred Warner. And if I feel like you can work with everything else, losing Kittle, Deebo, and Christian McCaffrey is pretty damn tough.
That's tough, no doubt.
But I'm still comfortable working with it. If you gave me Kittle and took Trent, I'd hate the 49ers chances.
I know, no, same. The one I don't disagree with anything you really said. The one, I guess, pushback I have is Nick Bosa has to be included in that. They're just not deep enough on the edge they can't rush the passer with Nick Bosa. Without him, it'd be ugly. So that's the other one.
Fair enough.
But offensively, they got plenty.
Yeah, this game has turned into a JWTDG game. Just win the damn game.
What is with you today?
Also, you said
what the hell is with you?
That's a JW.
TDG.
Look, you can't even keep
TDG. You was finishing it.
Yeah, you said TGG game.
TDG.
It's like ATM machine.
JW. Run that back.
JWTDG.
JWTDG. Yeah, JWTDG.
Just win the damn game.
So this is what
That's all that
doing now,
matters.
huh?
Hey, I'm always gonna be your guys' hype
this
man,
is
bro.
what you're doing
I'm
now.
always gonna be. You guys, some I'll hype you up too.
He's always going to be your guys' HM.
Just win the damn game. That's all that matters.
This is like
I don't
Kevin in the
care.
office trying to make stuff quicker, so it's just more efficient.
Why use
Why use
word?
When few words do job. You're not even close, guy.
Oh.
You're not even close.
Damn, I was hoping it was.
Jim hasn't even left for Stanford yet, for God's sake.
Oh my God. Are you watching any episodes?
I'm in
No, he's
season
not.
two.
No,
I'm
he's
in
not.
season 2.
You've been in season. All right, I'm not doing this. We're talking about the 49ers. With all that said,
Just win the game.
the-
I don't care how anybody looks.
The Rams are missing a ton of guys too.
The Rams are more hurt than the Niners.
Right, and it feels like even if you take Kittle out, that's still true.
I would agree with you. That's where none of this. That's why we talked about this at the top of the show today on the Insiders with Jesse Tapia and for James Ham. Did a great job this week. That's why I don't like the injuries matter for sure. The Niners aren't going to be as good as they were last year, but they're still fine, or they should be. I don't. The Rams are so beat up, dude.
Yeah.
The Rams have 6 guys already on IR who they plan on having return. 8 is your maximum for a year. And they have 6 dudes there already in week 3. Cooper Kupp should go there, but they're not going to because they're so up against it with returning guys from IR.
Yeah, aren't they running out of IR spots?
Yes, that's literally, you can return 8 guys.
Yeah.
They have 6 with return designations already. That's why they're not putting Cooper Kupp there, because they're like, we can't do this again. We might need it later in the year. They are so up against it injury-wise that even with all the Niners injuries, with as important as Travarius Ward is, as important as George Kittle and Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey are, no doubt, but those guys are so important to their chances to win a Super Bowl. Those guys are less important in the context of facing the preseason week 3 version of the Rams.
Yeah, and even with all that said, my antennas are up for the Rams. It's the Rams. It's Sean McVay. They got embarrassed last week. And there's a level of pride that I think Sean McVay and his team is going to have
Mhm.
in this game. I think you're going to get whatever that looks like. It may be something where you still beat them by 3 touchdowns. I'm not predicting. I'm just saying. But whatever it is, you're getting the best Los Angeles Rams that they have right now. Like, you're getting their attention. You're getting their full effort. You're getting their the full energy that they have. And 49ers need to be ready for that. They need to be ready. They need to prepare and get their mind to a point where this is going to be a tough game.
If that, I don't disagree. But if that's a problem after you got your face mushed last week, I think there's a way bigger problem than injury stuff. Like, because the Rams got embarrassed last week, the Niners kind of did too.
Really?
Yeah, I thought so.
I don't think they got embarrassed. But go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask him to elaborate.
They haven't won in Minnesota since 1992.
Well, that's weird.
You give up a 97-yard touchdown. You turn the ball over twice. You let Sam Darnold get 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 8 late in the game. Like, it just
What happened to the 49ers is not what happened to the Rams.
No doubt. Totally different games for sure. But I don't think the Niners are in a position, or I'm less concerned about the Niners being in a position where they're going, all right, well, it's just the Rams. We can overlook that. Like, no, they got to lock in. And I think losing last week assists in that.
Yeah, for sure. I look at this. I'm approaching this game where, man, I don't even really care what's going on with the Rams. I think this is going to be a tough game, and it's not an indictment on who the Niners are. If this is a close game, not for me. It's just I look at, we've watched sports our whole lives, and we see that it should be, hey, handle business. This team is beat up, and it's one of the things. Sorry, the wounded dog, the wounded animal is dangerous, and I think that's what we're going to get with the Rams on Sunday. I'm expecting a tight game, at least for most of the time.
But are the 49ers wounded?
They are.
Oh,
they are. But to Kyle's point, though, their wounded is still pretty good.
I think. You asked about the tipping point with the Niners. I think the Rams have reached a tipping point. The Rams have reached too many injuries.
Yeah.
That's why that was part of the reason they lost to Detroit. And it was a huge reason they got smoked by Arizona last week.
Like they can't recover?
Yeah, they're down too many players.
Sure, okay.
At some point when you're
get hot at me about it.
They're down, you know what? No, they're just down too many guys. Yeah. And you're leaning too heavily on your 3rd and 4th receivers to be your 1st and 2nd receivers, and you're on backup offensive linemen and rookie centers starting for the first. It just the Rams are, if the 49, if flip the injury situations, it would be like, I don't know how the Niners do this.
Yeah.
Whereas the Rams going in, or with the Niners going in with the situations as they are, I'm with you, Kenny. I don't think they're going to beat them by 30. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy like that. But the Niners are the better team. They should win, even with their injury issues.
I agree.
Where I'll ask both of you guys this. Where do you guys fall on some of the the comments and the analysis going on now, where now Brock is, it's up to you to show what you're really made of.
Is that wrong?
Yes, it's wrong.
Why?
Because he's not playing with damn near no starters.
He's playing with a regular NFL offense. What does the Niners offense look like in 5 years? There's no Christian McCaffrey. There's no Deebo Samuel. There's probably no George Kittle. It's Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy.
And all you have to do is do what you've been doing.
You have a number 2 wide receiver. Average NFL tight end.
Do what you've been doing. You don't have to carry this team. You don't have to throw for 390. If you throw for 212 and you manage the game like you did in week 1, that's perfectly fine. It's the same thing that you can do with good people there and with not.
That's exactly. But that's exactly I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the same space. He has to be the quarterback that he has always been in this situation, or with 4 All-Pros. Like the efficiency is not going to be as good because they just don't have as good of players.
Mm-hmm.
Like no matter what, you saw the same thing happen with Patrick Mahomes. You lose Tyreek Hill, the passing offense looks different, right? Like that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
But can he continue to be a high-level quarterback in a situation where defenses aren't worried about Deebo Samuel in motion and Christian McCaffrey split out wide? Oh my God, heads are spinning and there's George Kittle wide open. Can you continue to operate when your offense looks more like a normal NFL offense? That's going to be that's still a massive question mark with Brock Purdy that he's going to get a chance to answer. I think he will.
Mm-hmm.
But if he goes out and really struggles in these couple of games without Debo, I think it's perfectly fair to have questions about him.
No,
not necessarily.
You say he's top 5.
Yeah.
So they should have no problem
Top
with
5
an
to
all-pro
7, 5 to 7. I always say that.
with an
5 to 7.
all-pro wide receiver.
Mhm.
You have the best play caller and play designer in the game. You have the running back who is second in the league in rushing, I think.
Mhm.
You have Jawan Jennings, who's a quality number 2 in this spot. Like, they should be fine.
Yes, I think they should be, but we're also gonna keep that same energy, because when it looked like Jawan Jennings was gonna be the number 2 wide receiver when Ayuk was holding out, they might trade him, and everybody said that wasn't good enough.
Not for a full season.
Okay, well, I don't think you can learn anything. You ain't gonna have no type of tag or anything that you could put on Brock Purdy after one game. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying, like, people saying this game is going to prove one or the other. It ain't going to prove neither one. Like, if he lights it up and has 350, I'm not going to be like, I told you. Like, it's going to be, he had a good game. We'll move to the next one. If he has a bad game, it's not, I told you. He had a bad game. Let's move on to the next
It's the
one.
stretch of games for me.
That's
It's
fair.
not about Sunday.
That's
It's about
fair.
if Debo's out the next 2 or
And
3, what does that look like?
I just see people talking about Sunday. That's kind of what I was referring to. But I agree with you that it's a stretch of games that you can look at. I still think, and me and Damian talked about this the other day, I still think there's almost no scenario where he doesn't get the money that he deserves or looking for this year. There's no the Niners are
His
in a
contract's
position.
not changing.
Yeah, the Niners are in a position where you re-sign him.
Yeah, I think so. I think the dollar figure, though, is different. I think right now, if he goes out and plays, if he's an MVP candidate again, if he picks it up here in week 3 and is just awesome the rest of the way, and 9 yards an attempt and a bunch of touchdowns and not that many interceptions and 4,500 yards or whatever it is, if that's just what he does the rest of the year, then yeah, for sure. But if he struggles really bad here without Debo, and if he continues to not be as efficient without Christian McCaffrey, where you can go, man, there's a really good sample size that Brock Purdy minus Christian McCaffrey is just not the quarterback that we want to pay at the top of the market.
But, like, what do you mean by that? Like, because it feels like for the scenario that you're laying out, he'd have to be bad. Like, is that what you're suggesting? Like, without the Christian McCaffrey, Debo, he's a bad quarterback?
Not because I don't think he's bad, but I think there would be some. I think there would. I don't know if that. Let
me ask you this.
I gotta separate what I think and what I think the Niners think. The Niners are probably paying him, but
okay. Well, what do you think?
I think if he struggles without Debo Samuel, and if he never quite hits his stride without Christian McCaffrey, then I have a really hard time being like, yeah, you're going to pay that guy $60+ million a year because you don't know that he can operate without 4 All-Pros around him on offense.
I mean,
real quick, are you good? Can we keep
fine.
going?
I'm at the River Cats game tonight, so I'm chilling.
Okay, very good.
So I want to ask, if he plays,
are you hitting? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm representing
well, you
KSFM
pitched
though.
last time. That's terrific.
Yeah, I brought my shirt and everything.
That's terrific. Not like us.
No, it's my old one.
We'll get you a new one.
I have a new one. I just didn't bring it.
Brock Purdy plays like he played in these first 2 weeks for the whole season. Both the highs and the lows. Both. Is that enough to pay him what he's looking for?
For the Niners, it will be.
For you.
I'd have questions.
So for you, you would hesitate on paying him that type of money after what? Like if he plays, like even like
yeah, because I think if he plays the way he has the first couple of weeks, I think if he plays that way the entire year, I think you're looking at a team that's going on the road in the playoffs, and I don't think you're probably making a deep playoff run. But like at the same time, to your guys' point, you're going to pay your quarterback unless he sucks, and I don't think Brock sucks. So,
and there's quarterbacks who have done less than that.
Yeah, dudes are going to get paid. Yeah, so I would just continue to have questions personally.
It's interesting. He was an MVP candidate last year, just like Dak was. This is Dak's second big contract. We're talking about a very, very young quarterback receiving their first contract extension. The money is different, but it's really, to me, not that different than an NBA player coming off of their rookie contract going into their first extension.
Sure.
There's very and there is, don't get me wrong, but there's very little. It's almost like boom or bust in that. Like, we're paying him a max extension or we're just letting him go. There's a fine medium with some guys, but I feel like it really leans heavily towards one or the other. We were talking about this with Keegan earlier this summer. And with Brock, like, we were talking about a 30-year quarterback. Like, the market dictates he could stink this year. You're going to sign him. And you're probably going to sign him to the top of the market contract because that's how this all works. You can argue whether the system is flawed or not.
Sure.
But that's pretty much how this works.
Outside of CJ Stroud, is he the youngest of the quote unquote top flight? Like, let's take the top 15 quarterbacks.
How old's Trevor Lawrence?
And when I mean youngest, I mean experienced.
To me, Trevor Lawrence is not in this conversation.
I'm saying years of experience as well. Did he get drafted the same year as Trevor Lawrence or the year after?
Year after.
I think it was
They're the same age, by the way.
So he's in his third season, like you said. That's that. I mean, like,
Jordan Love's 25.
When you talked about third season like that, it does hit a little different because we're comparing him to the Dax, the Mahomes, the Lamar. These guys have, for a lack of a better term, they've seen everything in the NFL. Brock said he was a little confused by Brian Flores' defense on Sunday.
Yeah.
I don't think Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Joe Burrow are going to get confused by a defense.
Right.
And I say that saying they've seen it all.
Sure.
Like, they've seen it. They've been around the league like at least 2 times now. They know the tendencies and all this other stuff. Brock, this is first time going up against Brian Flores and what he does.
No, second time.
Miami.
Last year against Minnesota.
Oh, that's right.
But outside of CJ, isn't Brock probably the only quarterback of that age group in the top 10? I mean, I guess we could pick this thing.
They try to put Jordan Love in there, but he's not. Even Jordan Love has been sitting. What is his 5th year?
Yes.
He's been in the league.
He's Ayuk's draft class. So you're 5.
This is kind of a weird question. Well, it's not weird. It's just they don't have to sign him, do they?
No.
I mean,
but also
his agent, and he should obviously fight for it.
Yeah. Do you want to run the risk of him Brandon Ayuking you?
Have another summer of that.
Yeah, right.
And that's where, so that's the other side of the coin.
So he has 2 years left.
He's extension eligible this offseason.
They'll sign, tear the 5th year up. He'll play out a year for nothing but his current salary and his signing bonus.
So he doesn't get the 5th year because he wasn't in the first round.
Oh,
so he only gets to 4 years.
Got you.
He's in year 3. He's extension eligible, so he has 1 more year.
Got you.
My guess is the way they would structure it is his cap hit would be still super low next year.
Right.
And then they would get.
That's a major L because I remember that was the whole thing with Baltimore. Baltimore was brilliant for taking Lamar, as the last pick of the first round because they get the 5th year.
Yeah.
Does Brock have the most pressure, I guess, in this game to perform?
Yes. Without question. Yeah.
I need to see something from Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, Brandon.
I need to see a lot from Brandon Ayuk.
That to me is partly on Brock.
Hand in hand.
Yeah, because Brandon Ayuk was open. Brandon Ayuk was there. Brock just I think because of what Brian Flores is doing defensively, B, some of the pressure he was under, it was just, get it to Debo. Like, he's in that short area, just get it to him. And you saw why. Debo made some really nice tough catches. But in this game against a defense that's not very good, I think it's on Brandon Ayuk, A, to get open, and then B, on Brock to find him.
I'd have no problem with Brandon Ayuk getting a little vocal if he's not getting the ball in this game. I think there's a time and a place for it, but it's not the worst thing in the world if a receiver not to go completely Scottie Pippen, but you're demanding that I'm supposed to be a certain guy. Let me be the guy. Give me the ball.
Get vocal with your coach and quarterback. I'd be very careful about taking that public.
No, I'm talking about on the sideline.
Yeah, no doubt. And I would be
or
shocked.
in the huddle or something.
Don't Jamar chase your helmet either.
No.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm talking on the sidelines, in the huddle. Get me the damn ball.
I'd be shocked if that's not happening in meetings during the week and in practice. Like, this is it, dude.
You think it comes from Kyle? Like, I mean, you just said you definitively he's open. You think they're looking at film like Brock?
Yeah, and I think Brock's going to see that too.
Mm-hmm.
I just that Vikings game I think is going to be a little bit of an outlier just because of what they did defensively. Like Brock seeked out Brian Flores and was like, "Dang, you got me." So I think Brandon Ayuk's going to be hella involved on Sunday. You can write that down.
Hella involved.
That's an analytic I made up.
I'm also that game was like kind of, I don't know, maybe I looked at it a different way. It's kind of weird because I agree. Kyle said something at the half that I agree with, and I think the numbers point that out. They moved the ball. They didn't make the plays they needed to make at the time. Like they moved the ball all the way down the field, get to this 2-yard line, 4th and goal. They get no points out of it. You know what I'm saying? And they're moving the ball down the field a little bit, and then Brock loses the ball on the fumble. They were doing some good things. They just didn't make the winning plays to take them over the hump. So I say all that to say, I don't know if, and I'm not saying you or anybody else is doing this, but I don't know if there needs to be a big overreaction to the 49ers offense or Brock Purdy or even Brandon Ayuk to a certain degree, because things seem to be working. They just have to hone in a little bit more on the execution in the critical times.
So this is one of the biggest. We can talk third downs. We can talk red zone. We can talk all that. The Niners are missing explosive plays. Their 2 touchdown drives against, they had the 15 plays, 83 yards where they get stopped on 4th and 2. So that would have been a 85-yard drive that they needed to get a touchdown. Their other touchdown drive, 5 for 65 after the Fred Warner interception, gave them the ball at their own 35. So they go 5 for 65 there. And their other touchdown drive was 12 plays, 84 yards, 99 net yards they had to go. Those quick strike, like 3-play, 4-play drives just aren't there right now. And that's because that's where the Christian McCaffrey injury comes in. That's where Deebo Samuel being banged up comes in. That's where George Kittle being out is going to come in. That's why you mentioned Jacob Cowling earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a player they try and get involved because, dude, asking Brock Purdy or any quarterback, that's why the 2 high safety thing works so well. Because like Patrick Mahomes is less effective when Patrick Mahomes has got to be 12, 13, 14 plays where he's got to be so precise. You have to be perfect. You just talked execution. You have to be perfect for 14, 15 plays every time you have the ball. That's impossible for any offense.
My belief, especially I learned this with the Fangio 49ers and their defense and stuff like that. And I still believe this. I say if I got a good defense, a really good defense, good to great defense, and I think Minnesota played well on Sunday. The jury's still out on what they actually are. But if I got a good to great defense, I dare you to go 3 times 80 yards for a touchdown. It's probably not going to happen. Yeah. And what I mean by that is if I don't turn the ball over on offense, if I don't give you short fields or anything else like that, you're not, if I got a good to great defense, you're not going up and down that field 3 times for 80 plus yards.
Yep.
Like that ain't going, and scoring touchdowns.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll kick some field goals and stuff like that, but you're not scoring 3 touchdowns and having 80-yard drives. And like to your point, that's just really difficult to do.
Yep.
Especially against a really good defense.
You know what the Niners' longest play of the year is?
Oh man.
34 yards to Kyle Juszczyk in week 1. That long completion to Kyle Juszczyk. That's their only play over 30 yards all year.
Station to station. We can't have that. We need some home run plays.
Yep.
Well, your home run hitters are out now.
Exactly.
This is true.
I mean, I guess I saw the friend of the show and friend of the Kyle, Nick Wagner, tweeted. Bosa was at practice. He was on the field, I should say, which I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, he didn't. Didn't he not practice yesterday?
He was limited yesterday.
And Charvarius Ward was. I didn't see anything about George Kittle. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something. Charvarius Ward was out there.
Kittle not spotted.
Not spotted at
Correct.
practice. Missed that. Okay. How big is a potential Ward absence?
It's massive. They can't rush the passer right now, man. So then you're starting Renardo Green, a rookie, against Sean
I think
McVay.
you made that name up.
That's a real person.
Second
Round pick. Florida State.
FSU. You know, FSU is just cooking right now. You know that.
Ooh. Shout out to the Calgorithm.
They lose this week. That's crazy.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
I want it. I've wanted so bad.
I do too.
Yeah.
It'd be a big deal though.
It's compounding a problem they're already having.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you're going to see a big Nick Bosa game. I think you're going to see. Wow. I think you're going to see a big Nick Bosa game. I think you're going to see a big Javon Hargrave game. And I think Leonard Floyd bounce back. I think you're going to get a good Niners defensive
I hope
game.
we see a Hargrave game. We ain't seen one all in 2 years.
I know.
Man. Hey,
That's
JWTG.
You can't even remember.
JWTGD.
What does that stand for again?
Just win the damn game.
All right. Man.
Jeff Wilson
Why do you make it so
taking
difficult,
Dolphin.
This is the shortest distance between a straight line. Kenny, no. Let's go over here. Circle around the block. Come back over here.
You have to say just win the damn game in your head to get to JTWTGG.
Let me tweet that out so everybody knows what time it is, man.
You're good. Yeah, tweet that out. That's high quality Twitter content right there. That's terrific. That's great. Jesus Christ.
49ers need to win this week per Kenny Caraway.
Well, that's
you heard it here first.
Right there. CeeDee Lamb is off the injury report, according to Ian Rappaport. And A.J. Brown is officially, won't do that. A.J. Brown is officially out for the Eagles. So we'll get you caught up on everything going on with injuries and all of that stuff. And Kyle Shanahan due to speak to the media following practice today, which should be around 1:30, maybe a little bit after. Big thanks to Kyle Madson of the Insiders and, of course, of Candlestick Chronicles and Niners Wire as well. We'll come back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
On
you text Eddie, yeah?
Okay. He's in.
Okay.
SSL ESPN TT.
I agree.
Oh my gosh. What?
Show is a circus.
Whatever was happening when he was doing the Doc Rivers, whatever was happening in Damien's chair was like the physical manifestation of a migraine.
Oh, yep.
Damn. 60, 10, and 11 is nuts. Hey, did
Boy,
I
it
just
was
see
bad,
Festus on ESPN?
Yeah.
That's a thing now?
Hey, he's been on, I think, all this week. I don't know if it's a thing, but he's
Shout out
been
to
on all
Festus
this
Hall,
week.
man.
And he looks great. Like
Yeah, he does.
Clearly takes pride in the way he dresses, unlike other members of their. Yeah, boy. Yes, sir.
Wow, 61 and 20. Man, they must have won a title that year.
You're a dick.
Come on.
I love that dude.
That court's so sick.
Was that Auburn Hills?
And one. No, it's San Antonio.
Oh.
Oh,
it is, yeah. Bean.
Kobe Bryant, slam dunk giant, outplay the Kobe, son, don't try it. Thicky.
I know this is the most played out line of all time, but I still can't fucking believe he's not here.
Oh, don't you even.
No, stop
Don't
it.
even
Stop
start.
it.
Don't
Stop it. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to believe those pictures.
greedy ass pictures of random white people.
Get out of here. It's fraudulent. fraudulent behavior. Look at Kendrick. Look at Perk's face. He's like, he ain't score 100. He ain't score 100. That's a work. And Zach Lowe, clean up your bookshelf. Jesus, man. Looks ridiculous.
Ryan Clark always looks like you're telling him his hair looks stupid.
That's bad lighting for my man too. That's a tough light, like
for
right
Marcus?
in front of the camera. No, for Ryan. It was just the he clearly just had a ring light shining on him. Manny, the only album I listened to, and I feel like I got a good listen, was Future. It was a stressful drive to Rancho Cordova, but I listened to Future and I enjoyed it. Thought it sounded like Future. Thought it was great.
Hey, did I leave the string? No. Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
Can you come sign in real quick? I accidentally logged out of the computer. I didn't leave the studio.
Yeah, you did. Well, if you're done,
yeah,
we don't need the computer.
We can just leave it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's weird though because you're still there. All right, we're coming back.
Goodbye, everybody.
And Kyle just said the hell with you guys and left. He was just hanging out, talking, and all of a sudden, you know what? I'm out.
I'm gone.
I don't want to deal with you idiots anymore. Hard to blame him.
The B's like that.
Jordan Love, this interesting. Return to practice.
Yeah, they said he's practiced 2 straight days, right?
He did. Matt LaFleur said today he didn't really acknowledge what Jordan Love did during practice, but said today he's going to go into Sunday's game questionable. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know Matt LaFleur very well. I feel like they're getting a kick out of this. It looks like they're doing this all for fun. I don't know if Jordan's healthy or he's not, or if they really plan on playing him or they don't. I think they're working a little bit right here, but I can't tell.
I think I would kind of hope they're working. I think it'd be crazy for him to play this week.
But why?
Number one, it's early in the season. Number two,
but I don't know that they have games to play with.
No disrespect. I don't know if you need Jordan Love to beat the Titans. I know it's a road game. Will Levis is on the other side.
Yeah.
I would take my chance with giving him another week, as opposed to rushing him back this week against the.
I feel like it says something about the North that we were talking about. If it's, you and Jesse really kind of brought this up when we were talking about competitive divisions. We were talking about the South. It says something about the NFC North. It's like, we don't know. Like you said, maybe it was more about the Titans than it necessarily was the Packers, but it does speak to the competitive. We could probably beat the Titans. Mm-hmm. We don't want to give one up to the Titans, though.
Very
make
true.
Sure we're in the best spot.
Very true. Very true. It's tough to say this in the NFL with the games meaning so much all the time, but
yeah.
I just feel this early in the season, I'd try to get that one more week. I'd try to get that one more week with any of these guys. With Jordan Love, Debo, Christian McCaffrey, all these, like George Kittle. Like, I don't think George Kittle should play. I'm gonna give him another week.
Is that because? But wait, is that because it's the Rams? Like, if they were playing Arizona, would you feel the same?
No, or excuse me, it's not because they're playing the Rams. I would feel the same.
Okay.
It's just early, and especially when you talk about the 49ers, to a certain degree, I need all these guys healthy and ready to go for the second half of the season. That's when we're going to make our push.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to overextend these guys, pushing them to get back for week 3 and week 4.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. Like, I don't want to. Everybody, well, if you lose, it's okay. Nah, because they all do matter. But I don't need them at 70% in week 3 if it means they're going to stay 70 to 80% though, because they didn't get the rest. If I can take 2 weeks and get them a rest and make sure, or give me the better chance to be close to 100% in week 11, then that's what I'm going to do. That's where I'm going. And that's how I feel about Jordan Love. and the Packers. Nothing's guaranteed. You might mess around and lose to the Titans.
No, I got you, and that's why I wonder if the other side of that coin is Packers. I would go hold Jordan Love out. We just give him another week.
Mhm.
Lose to the Titans. Season progresses. Maybe you drop a couple of tough games. Maybe you win some tough games. Whatever. And you get to week 18, and all of a sudden that game is everything.
Yeah.
In a competitive conference, but a competitive division.
Yeah.
But of course, no, we don't know.
And my thought would be, if I get to week 18 and he in the game means everything, I'm gambling or hoping I got him at 100%
Sure.
in that one, and we can go out.
Chances of that, Phil. It's not even realistic to have a player at 100%. Sure.
Compared to,
I guess,
like, the knee just never really responds,
yeah.
and he's 70% of himself. He can't really scramble the way
you don't want them fighting through to get the next. You don't want them fighting to get through the next 16 weeks.
Exactly.
That's
in 4 words. That's what I've been trying to say for 5 minutes.
That's good. We got 4 hours to fill, buddy. It's fine. What's the panic meter if the 49ers lose this weekend?
Very low, very low. If the panic meter has a 0 to 10, I'd be a 1. I'd be a 1 because the health issue. That's more of a concern than winning or losing this game, if that makes any sense. I want these guys. I want to know that these guys are coming back first and foremost. Christian McCaffrey, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure there's a world where this just don't get right.
Facts.
Or all of a sudden, like,
yeah,
he's going to have to go in for surgery. And like, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I want to know that he gets back. Debo, Kittle, even Travis, even if he plays, like, I want them to get right. This game doesn't bother me as much as maybe next week. Say they lose this game, they go 1-2.
Mm-hmm.
This one on the following Sunday,
and that's Seattle,
New England.
New England. I'm sorry,
New England at home. That's the one I need.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I need that one regardless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you gotta win that game, regardless of what happens today. Yeah, regardless of what happens today.
Mm-hmm.
If you win, or excuse me, if you win on Sunday, you get an opportunity to get on the good foot. You need to be 3-1. If you lose, obviously you don't want to go 1-3 and have a loss to New England on there. So that game next week is more. That's more of a something that tests where you're at than this game, in my opinion.
Interesting. It's the Patriots are bad, and we saw Drake May a little bit last night, and this is the problem we were talking about earlier this week manifesting itself. Like, the Patriots are bad, and whatever the reason was for not playing Drake May, whether it was protecting Drake May or maybe they didn't feel like Drake May was ready, you put Jacoby Brissett out there and it looks awful, and you're trying to figure something out. So you go back to the kid because you feel like he's your long-term solution, and he goes out there and he's getting murdered by a defense that's really good. And it's like it's a vicious circle.
Do you think that was what that was last night? I didn't look at that as that. I looked at it as garbage time. Let's get him in the game.
No, that's for sure. Pills. That's absolutely what I think it was. Okay. And it was terrible. It was garbage.
Yeah,
it was.
You're right.
If it was garbage time for everybody, he was awful. But was he awful because they couldn't protect him, or was he awful because he's not good? And those are the decisions that these general managers, coaches at these organizations have to figure out with these young quarterbacks. Drake May, I have no idea. Like, I just do not know if this young man is a good quarterback or not. I feel like, and you and I disagree, I feel like Caleb Williams has showed a lot that's like, I see it. Does he need to get better at certain things? Sure, but I see the tools of a potentially really, really good quarterback. We talked about our miscalculation with Josh Rosen in the past. Like, Josh Rosen landed on a really bad team. He never got he never seemed to get his footing. Maybe he was a bad quarterback. Like it's such a just a microscopically thin line to determine whether the problem is us or the problem is him. And that's what organizations have to ask themselves. And watching last night, I think y'all got a host of problems.
Man, tough. And even as bad as Jacoby Brissett looked for the majority of that game, I don't even know how this is possible. It was at halftime. He was 7 of 10 for 36
Crazy.
yards. How does that happen?
Absolutely crazy.
How do you have 7 completions for 36 yards? That was crazy.
Well, Drake May's garbage timeline wasn't much different.
What was those numbers?
I got it for you right here. I know there's something along those same lines. Drake May, he was 4 of 8 at 22 yards. He was 4 of 8.
But I'll even say that. So you kind of watch the game, right?
It's like 5 and some change. I'm not even good at math, and I know that on passes.
That's awful.
Oh,
but you watched a lot of the game too, and Brissett was bad. Like that was bad to watch. It didn't look like Drake May, right? Like at the very least, like he was like he could see what was going on in the pocket. He knew when to get out. It felt like as soon as Drake May, and it's the same offensive line.
I'm sorry.
As soon as Drake May snapped the ball, there were 4 guys in the backfield.
He didn't look like a professional football player.
Drake or Jacoby?
Drake.
Drake. Say Drake. It looked rough.
Why do I hate everybody named Drake? I don't understand. I don't hate Drake, man. I just don't know. I just don't understand.
It looked different though, right? And we all say Brissett was bad, and even Drake May's performance looked different and crazier than Jacoby Brissett's.
It was bizarre. It was really. It's like in Gerard Mayo was like, yeah, these guys are competing for a job. I don't think Gerard Mayo knows what to do. He's probably looking at I forgot their general manager's name. He's probably looking at everybody like, what do you want me to do? I don't have an offensive line that can protect the veteran quarterback. I sure as hell don't have an offensive line that can protect, because we talk about if the difference between Andy Dalton and Bryce Young is that, then your offensive line has to protect the rookie quarterback for that much more.
And they can't do it.
And that's an eternity sometimes.
They can't do it.
They can't. They're barely good enough to protect a veteran quarterback. I'd argue that they're not, by the way.
Right.
They're really not equipped to protect a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback.
That's why I wouldn't play Drake May. And I don't know how good he is or not, but I would not play him in this situation.
But you would almost have to you'd have to sign another quarterback and pull Drake aside, like, bro, you're not playing. We can't.
Why you gotta sign another quarterback?
Who's
Jacoby would be out there? I mean,
yeah, he might get killed too.
That's not funny.
It's not, but like you watch him yesterday. Like how many times? I'll pull up the numbers from how many times did he get pressured yesterday?
Probably 20.
We'll come back. We'll get back to the 49ers. Our man Eddie Gonzalez is going to be here.
Talking some Raiders when he comes in here.
Absolutely. And
a possible 2-1 Raiders.
Cash Caraway makes its return here to the radio. It hit the commercial break last week, but we're bringing that back here. Some stuff to talk college wise. I want to get back to Shohei's performance last night, and what an interesting juxtaposition that was with what we saw in Phoenix. So let's have some fun, man. Phone lines are open for you. The Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320. Head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. Take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation that they have set up specifically for you. Take advantage of the free macro calculator to help you determine what types of things you should eat throughout the day to help better your fitness, to help better your wellness. This is all built for us. It's literally in the website name, trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. It is built for us. It even has a link to maptrition.com where you could go pick up all the supplements. Greg hit me yesterday. He said those creatine gummies that everybody was asking about last week when he was here. He said, well, they were asking about creatine. He got them made in gummies. They're in stock. I'm going to go pick them up this week. Can't wait to try them out and give you my thoughts on them. So head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320 and come back with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Bailey's really cute. I don't know like what other way to describe her. She's obviously very attractive. She's just really cute.
How tall is she?
Shorter than me. So, 5.
Is she taller than Kim? Kim's actually kind of tall.
No. Mm-mm.
Because the internet tells me, so I just have a bad gauge, I guess. Because I used to think that Sasha Banks was really short. Apparently, she's not that short.
I think Sasha and Bailey are probably the same size. I saw a glow drop today in a song and didn't get a chance to listen.
Glow talking about.
I think I saw her on the new music list.
I've heard that LL Cool J Sweetie song a couple more times.
Mm-hmm.
It's a solid song.
It's what?
It's a solid song.
Yeah. That's a good record.
It's a nice little song.
I feel like KC. This sounds like a Glow song. Yeah. Okay. No, there's nothing wrong with it. I like Glow. Okay.
I had some FOMO, man, because Jeezy was in the city last night in San Francisco. Man, I don't know if I'm gonna ever see Jeezy. I'm gonna have to travel. I'm gonna have to go somewhere back south.
James was doing tickets for that. You know what next weekend is? I don't know if Complex reminded you.
Yeah, absolutely. We let me know today. We'll be there.
Please be Saturday. I'm gonna just please be Saturday.
I'd much rather it be Saturday. Cardinals might get this one.
Yeah, Glow. I think you're right. Oh, Drew Down, stop it. Drew Down wrote something earlier that made me laugh.
He's a funny guy.
He is a funny guy. I don't remember what it was or even what it was about, but that's what it was. I asked the panic level on the 49ers, and Drew Down said, the panic is Stephen Brown. Very little.
Come on, man. How was Steven catching them strays?
That was funny.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Glow.
And you know, hoes out. Man, Petty.
Yeah, Glow. I think your love for Glorilla has just kind of transferred over to me.
Hey, man.
I get a kick out of Glow.
Glow is hilarious. Like she said, she thick as hell.
Low. What if she shows up in NXT to feud with Sexy Red?
Be must watch TV.
In fact,
be must watch TV. And then Tyrese Halliburton breaks him up.
Oh, lucky Tyrese.
Special guest referee Tyrese Halliburton.
So I think I read something that Shawn Michaels loves him. Just absolutely loves him.
That is so dope for Tyrese Halliburton. And I think it's dope because he's a real wrestling fan. So you get these legends giving you the opportunity and then loving what you do.
Yeah.
I'd be over the moon.
Yeah,
that's really
that's
cool.
dope. That's dope. We opened today, obviously. Oh, we haven't talked about Joe yet. We'll get to Joel Embiid's very hefty 3-year contract extension that he got with the Philadelphia 76ers here as the day rolls along. We'll talk more 49ers again. Kyle Shanahan set to talk in about 15 minutes. Anything noteworthy, of course, we'll catch you up on it as soon as it happens. I believe Talanoa Funga is going to make his debut on Sunday.
Tig, as they call him. I don't know why they call him Tig. But...
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, that's what Kyle called. He's like, yeah, Tig came back.
Did we already mention that George Kittle wasn't at practice today?
Yeah, Kyle caught that. I didn't see that, but Kyle caught it. Yeah, he was not out there when the media was available to watch practice. However, Charvarius Ward and Nick Bosa both were. One little thing to watch in Sunday's game versus the Rams: 6 players in NFL history have started the season with 3 straight 100-yard games and a touchdown. J.K. Dobbins and Jordan Mason could be number 7 and 8.
Wow. Jordan Mason, he's had a fantastic first 2 games, man.
He has. I tried to memorize the other 6, but I think I'm going to fall short. It was Jim Brown, O.J. Simpson, Emmitt Smith.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm DeMarco Murray. Maybe Curtis Martin. Oh, and Dalvin Cook. That's who it was. So Jordan Mason and J.K. Dobbins can join that list this week.
Kyle Madson was talking about, trying to give a couple of different looks this week to the Rams with Jordan Mason, where he's not just a running back. Like, get him out there, split him wide, maybe a screen pass or something like that. I think that would be beneficial. You even if it doesn't net much of a positive yardage type deal, you got to give a different look. You got to give them thinking about something different, and so you can help preserve Jordan Mason. You know what I mean? Like, because if they just know if he's in the backfield, they're lining up for a run, or he's going to be in for pass pro. That alone will let the defense key in on him and wear him down as the game goes along and as the first half of the season goes along. So just give them different looks, give them different things that they got to worry about. Hell, if he's in the game, maybe he doesn't get touched. You know what I mean? Maybe he doesn't have to either run the ball or pass pro. He can just go out there and run a little out route and essentially take the play without getting tackled or something like that. So I like that idea, and I hope Kyle incorporates that.
Yeah, me too. We'll obviously talk a lot more about the San Francisco 49ers, and if Kyle Shanahan gives us any breaking news, we will pass it along to you. The big story in sports last night was Shohei Ohtani and the phenomenal performance that he had to close out his 50-50 season, or didn't close out, but it put a cap on. There's still like 9 games left. 60-60 isn't a ridiculous thought.
He plays the Giants.
It
could happen.
All right. It's not a ridiculous thought, but he's already the first ever 50-50 player, and he did it in just such emphatic fashion. I think I told you when he was like, he just hit another one. It felt like Kobe scoring 60 in his final game. But it's like, okay, well, this isn't the final game of Shohei's career. It's not even the final game of the season. It was just for Kobe, that 60 was the ultimate, like, exclamation point. It was the perfect end to his incredible career. That game last night from Shohei Ohtani was the perfect exclamation point to a historic season, and perfect to the conversation of, is he already one of the greatest players we've ever seen?
That answer is yes.
And I just think it's incredible that we've lived through like so many amazing moments in sports. And I feel like in our lifetime, from Jesse up to me, Jesse being the youngest, me being the oldest, we've had the opportunity to see some of the greatest sports moments I think that have ever been produced. Not to crack jokes about like our Jim Thorpe conversation or whether Wilt Chamberlain actually scored 100 or not. But we've lived through the dominance of people like Michael Phelps and Usain Bolt. We've lived through the dominance of the likes of Serena Williams and Tiger Woods. we've lived through the Michael Jordan era into Kobe Bryant, into the LeBron James era. We've witnessed Shaquille O'Neal, perhaps the most dominant big man since Wilt Chamberlain, in an entirely different game, than it was back then. We saw Diana Taurasi potentially play her last game on her home floor of Phoenix last night as they head out to Minnesota to start the playoffs, which they're going to be great underdogs. I mean, I think Phoenix is barely, maybe just below a 500 team at this point, or maybe barely just above. And Minnesota's they were a dog. Like they were a 2 seed and a comfortable 2 seed all year. And thinking about Diana, and she's 42 years old, what she did at UConn through her WNBA career. If she started her career today rather than 20 years ago, Diana would be one of the biggest stars in professional sports. Yeah. And she was already a massive star. But, 10 years ago, it was always, but it's the WNBA. Mm-hmm. That's not a thing anymore. Diana starts her career today. She's mentioned with the likes of, the LeBrons, the Stephs, like those guys. If she's playing in this version of the WNBA, she's one of the biggest names in professional sports, period. Mm-hmm. And I just couldn't help but get wrapped up in because we're still really early in the Shohei Ohtani thing. Mm-hmm. Whatever Shohei Ohtani is going to wind up being, we're still at the very, very beginning of it. We have so many great years ahead of us, whether we're Giants fans or A's fans, or I think all of us here, we're sports fans, mm-hmm. and we can appreciate greatness. What we're seeing from Shohei Ohtani is greatness. Mm-hmm. What we've seen from Diana Taurasi is greatness. And obviously I'm a Diana Taurasi fan, a huge Diana Taurasi fan. So getting wrapped up in the emotion of that game and just thinking about, man, we're just at the beginning of Shohei Ohtani. Yeah. It was an interesting little bookend to the sports day, especially because Diana allowed me to tune away from Aaron Rodgers. I don't have to listen to that crap anymore.
Man, for me, off the top of my head, I really have to kind of think about this to make sure I I got everybody squared away correctly. It's Bonds, it's Griffey, it's Pujols, and it's Shohei Ohtani. Those are the best players I've ever seen play baseball. And you guys let me know in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. Tap in on the El Grove Kia phone line. Mm-hmm. Let me know if I'm missing something. But those 4 right there, I've never seen better baseball players than those 4. Mm-hmm. That is the Mount Rushmore of baseball players for me.
Can I ask, doesn't it, leading the witness, does it feel different with Shohei? For me, I'll speak for me, being a little bit more of a casual than you are. This feels different. And no one can ever make an argument for me that at least at this point in time in 2024, that Barry Bonds isn't the greatest baseball player. Mm-hmm. What either it's of all time or certainly of this generation. Mm-hmm. But what we're seeing with Shohei feels so different.
Yeah,
it feels needle moving.
Yeah.
I feel like baseball was bigger when Bonds was with the Pirates, and then through his run with the Giants. I feel like baseball was a little bit bigger than it is now. Mm-hmm. And Shohei is, whether he's attracting more people to it, I don't know. Mm-hmm. But he is creating you use an old term, a front page, a push notification, a top story, baseball story every time he steps on the field.
Yeah, no, he's box office, as we like to say. In the chat, people are saying Mike Trout. That's a good one. When Mike Trout was cooking, it was special. So he's up there. A-Rod, they say in the chat as well. A-Rod is.
Yeah, for sure.
A-Rod was sensational.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
He was sensational. Mm-hmm. And the thing, maybe I'm a little bit of a snob.
Sensational.
Maybe I'm a little bit of a snob about this. But the thing that separates Shohei from those other guys maybe not so much Albert Pujols, but the Bonds, Griffeys, A-Rods, and Trouts is they were good on both sides of the field. And that's the only hang up that I have. But Ohtani is, like you said, he is.
But
it seems so easy for him. It seems so easy.
For me, that almost magnifies it like a little bit more. Like Shohei literally doesn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's like to me, Shohei feels like, because this always makes sense. Shohei feels like if Roman Reigns didn't cut a promo for 4 years and was still the guy, never said a word, but was the one, that makes it more impressive. You're getting people to react that way. Like Shohei's smile, like Shohei's mannerisms, his interactions with his teammates, his reaction to, I don't even know if it was 50. It might have been 51. I don't know. He hit so many freaking home runs yesterday. I don't know which reaction I was watching, but it was like he has a love for baseball, which feels really important. And he has a love for his teammates, and his teammates reciprocate that love. And that's all done, to stick with the wrestling analogy, without cutting a promo. And to me, those types of things, you talk about playing both sides of the field, those types of things manifest it a little bit more. Or not manifest, no, not manifest it, magnify it a little bit more. Like with Ken Griffey, at least in my head, I can think of the catch over the wall and the giant smile as he's running back in. Right. Like I can think of the plays in the field. Like with Shohei, like you're just thinking about what he's doing at the plate. You're thinking about what he's doing on the bases. You're just thinking about the stuff he does on the offensive end. And to me, that's just a kind of an added dimension of that makes it even more impressive to me, rather than taking away from it.
Yeah, it's just different. It's its own thing, like what he does. And Drew down in the Matthews Masters Chatty House says, what if Ohtani comes out as a dominant pitcher again next year? That's another element to the story that's phenomenal. Like that makes him just as phenomenal with what he does. To me, maybe it's just a personal preference. That's all. It's just a personal preference. Like you said, I got Griffey hitting the home runs. I got him climbing the wall to make a catch. And
most beautiful swing, I think, in the history of baseball.
I'd go with that too. And that resonates for me. But come on, man, Ohtani, what he's doing, I don't care if he isn't playing the field or not. What he's doing at the plate and on the base paths, it's special. It is absolutely special to watch, man. And this is no shade at old Eli, but this will be somebody that I put Ryan's kid on my lap and said, Grandpa saw Shohei. Whoever this Jack Carrillo guy that you're talking about, nah, I saw Shohei. Yeah. I saw Shohei. No, I saw Barry Bonds. I saw Griffey. He's in that category.
That was definitely Eli shade, but I understand what you're saying.
I agree with my guy, Good Kid, Dad City. The Dodgers don't deserve him.
He said the Dodgers, so maybe he just meant one specific person.
I fixed it for him.
Okay, I got you. I understand that. I'll be honest though. I'd rather he be with the Dodgers than the Angels.
No,
I know. I understand. I understand. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine.
He's amazing, though.
The thought of Grandpa KC did get a chuckle out of.
Grandpa KC. Now we know that picture don't hit because I won't even have no hair on the side.
No, that's true. Oh, that would be great if you just got older and grew the sides out. That would just be terrific.
Grandpa KC. That is funny.
I'll be dead by the time Casey's a grandpa. What happened? I killed D'Lo. You know that, right? He stormed off in a brown truck and never heard from him again.
Shohei Ohtani. My prediction is he gets.
Does he get to 60 of one of them?
he might get to 60 in stolen bases because it seems like he's always on base and they just let him run the bases. Not saying it like that, but
That
they don't
pitch-
ever pitch out. They don't ever throw over to first, nothing. He just gets on first and runs to second.
That pitch that he hit, I don't even know which one it was. I'm so sorry. I think it was 50. It was just like this. It was like it was lobbed to him. They threw like some off.
I think off the top of my head, I think it was a position player pitching at that point.
Well, it ended 20-4, so I guess it doesn't matter.
It was a position player. Here's a good question from Charismatic Enigma. Bond's still the only player 500. Does Ohtani get those numbers?
Sure. I mean, why not?
I think he's got the best chance of anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah, why not?
500.
Bonds' number. I feel the need every time this happens. I just feel the need to point out Bonds' numbers are stupid and like unmatched in virtually every category. They're completely unmatched.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Bonds almost. I don't think he got. I know he didn't get there because I would have heard of it. But didn't I hear say he was like close to 600? He's the only 500. And then they were. I think somebody said he was close to 600 or something like that. But Ohtani, I think Ohtani can get there. I think he absolutely can.
Let's see where Shohei is at right now. Look up Barry and see how close Barry came to that number. Shohei is currently at.
Oh, Barry was far away from it. He barely got 500 stolen bases.
Shohei is currently at 222, 222 home runs, and 137 stolen bases.
And he's 20. He's still in his 20s, right?
He's 29 years old.
29.
Yeah, he's 29 years old. His numbers
late in the game. I don't know if he can get
well, his numbers since 2021, without having Barry's in front of me. Barry's numbers are very interesting because it's 30 plus, 40 plus home runs every year. He cracks 50 once for the historic season, but it's just a consistent barrage of 30, 40 plus home runs. Shohei, since 2021, is at 46, 34, 44, 51. That's very reminiscent of what Barry did.
The home runs, I think he obviously can get. The stolen base, like for
stolen
lack
base
of a better
is a little
term,
bit different.
And I think he'll play for a longer time than this. But wouldn't he have to go 50-50 for like the next 7 seasons to get that? The math might be a little off.
Yeah,
it's
no, it's pretty damn close. 350. That would put him at. I'd put him at like 487, I think, in the scenario you just presented.
50-50.
But that's he'd be 36. He'd be 36 years old at that point in the 36 or 38 or 36 or 37, excuse me, at that point in his career. And he'd be at 4 in that exact scenario you just presented. He'd be at like 487, I think, trying to do the math real quick. 35
stolen bases, right?
Yeah.
I think he's going to get to 500. I think he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to do 50-50 every year, but I don't see any reason why he's not going to be anywhere between 35 and 50 stolen bases every year.
Bro has 120 RBIs this year and 123 runs. Let's get Titus in here. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Titus, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, man? Just tapping in with y'all, saying what's up.
Yes, sir. One of the real brothers of Sacramento.
You already know, man. I'm a represent. Hey, I like your top 3, KC, on that, but I feel like now at least check the stats before you feel me, just shut me down. On that Pujols, I know you don't got Ricky Henderson better than him.
I don't think he's better, but Ricky is one of the great players I've ever seen. Rick, I love Ricky. That wasn't meant as any shade to Ricky at all, because Ricky is the truth. But I feel like Pujols was a little better.
Player.
He was a better all around player, but I think Pujols was a better hitter.
better hitter?
Yeah.
Pujols is a better hitter than Ricky
Is he?
Henderson.
Yeah.
Ricky Henderson he leads off.
I know.
He was played 19, 20, 22, 23 years. You
Mhm.
gotta check his stats.
I think Ricky might still be playing if we're being honest.
Ricky,
Titus.
I know he can still play.
Ricky somewhere.
Ricky
playing.
got like I know Titus. I'm not no shade to Ricky. No shade to
You
Ricky.
sure Albert Pujols is a better hitter than Ricky?
Yeah, Albert Pujols. Yeah, he's one of the best hitters of all time.
One of the best power hitters, or just hitters? Period.
Hitters, period.
Okay.
Albert
What the hell do I know?
Albert Pujols was the truth.
Okay.
Not saying the truth. Not saying he wasn't, but he was the truth. One of the funny thing about Barry, and this don't take nothing away from Shohei, but I'm looking at Shohei and his walks in his career. 37, 33, 22, 96, 72, 91, 77. That's his walks.
And who was that for? Sorry.
Shohei. We'll start in 92.
Oh
with
no,
Barry
this is
Bonds.
not a good exercise.
127, 126, 74, 120, 151, 145, 130, 73, 117, 177, 198, 148, 232.
Jesus Christ, man.
He was 232 times. And then 9, I got hurt that year, I guess. And then 115 and 132. They just simply did not pitch to this man. That's crazy. That is insane. I think Shohei should start getting the same treatment. Walk him.
Barry Bonds has the number 1 season with the most walks, number 2, number 3, and number 9.
232 is crazy.
That's nuts.
That is crazy.
The closest person not named Barry Bonds to 232 is Brother Babe in 1923.
Couldn't pitch to him.
With 170 walks. Mark McGwire had 162, as did Ted Williams. Ted Williams occupies space. He had 162 twice and then 157. So his name is on this list. Oh, there's Barry again in 14th. Oh, there's Barry again in 20th. Incredible.
Titus, I love rookie. I'm looking, just a quick look. I'm looking at the batting averages. It's not really close between him and Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
Albert Pujols was like 319, 314 and above for like his first 11 seasons in the league.
Goodness.
He was the truth.
Goodness. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention. We'll shift our attention to some money.
Hey.
Cash Caraway on the way. We'll get back to the NFL. Kyle Shanahan said to speak soon. We'll pass along anything that he says. It's Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, man. I've got to hold on to my receipts. Albert Pujols, when he went to the Angels, though, the production, what am I looking to say? He was still productive, but it was nowhere. Cardinals Albert Pujols was crazy. What is this, a 10-year span? Cardinals Pujols was crazy. I wonder what's going to happen. That's the dangerous thing about projecting, because I think Shohei is amazing. I don't think this is going to be the situation for Shohei, but Albert Pujols kind of fell off a cliff at 31. Trying to see, he didn't really have injuries either. He just kind of fell off. He had some seasons in there. Damn, this is crazy. This is crazy to see his first 10 seasons compared to his next 5. Mm.
It's always jarring when you look at this stuff. How many bold?
Yeah, man.
Jesus.
Yeah. This is Pujols, and I was talking about how I don't think this will be the case for Shohei. I think he is different.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
But Pujols kind of fell off a cliff at 31. And he was insane in his first 10 years with the Cardinals. He was, oh my, these first 10 years with the Cardinal numbers are crazy. What is it, 3 MVPs in that time span? 3 MVPs in that time span. Finished second 4 times. Wow. So in 7 of those 10 years, he was either first or second in MVP voting. He was amazing.
Wow.
And then he gets to 31, has 1 year with the Cardinals, and then goes to LA.
I hated him going to LA.
He just he wasn't bad. Like he wasn't a bad player. He just apparently he wasn't paying attention.
No.
It's not the same. So at 31, he just kind of fell off. Still ended up hitting 703 home runs. 703 home runs. Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Chester, I don't think Ricky has fallen off. I think he could still play right now. Tony Gwynn was phenomenal. He didn't have the pop that these guys were talking about right now. Like Tony Gwynn was a pure just hitter, and as a pure hitter, he might be the best of all time. But he was just about contact. These guys, when you talk about Bonds, Pujols, Shohei, they had the contact down, and they'll send one 450 feet.
What's a RH hitter? Does that mean right-handed?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Big Za.
You all talked out for today? Big time
Not all
radio.
talked out. No, we just had an early morning. That's all.
Big time radio show host.
No, we had an early morning.
we gonna be here giving you that real quick. I'm just texting the homies real quick. That's all. Just texting the homies. So yeah, we're gonna be here. We got Cash Caraway coming up, all this other stuff. So we're here.
Okay.
I just text you. I'm just letting.
Oh, you text me.
Yeah.
Oh,
you. I mean, you are the homie. Jesse is the homie. Just we're here.
Oh, okay. No problem. All right. It's all good. Just keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Let's get back.
No, don't mind me. I'm just looking for the button. Jesus Christ, where did I put it? Here it is. God bless it.
It's showtime.
Straight cash, homie.
Come on, man. Cash Caraway back at it again. Last week, got back on the good foot because 2 weeks ago, I got slapped around, man. 0-3 2 weeks ago, but last week 2-1. And if it wasn't for that, it was your boy Bill O'Brien trying to be frisky out here. Yeah, your boy B.O.B. out here. Oh, I got Boston College playing hard and playing tough out here and being competitive. Like, stop, bro. You should have lost by 14 or more to Missouri. You had a little garbage touchdown late, and that kind of messed it up.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with me?
That's your boy, B.O.B. That's your boy. If it wasn't for that,
one of the great at-home days when Bill O'Brien got fired. I don't think I had ever celebrated the firing of a coach that has nothing to do with nothing like I did Bill O'Brien.
Awful
coach.
But other than that, we was cooking. We was cooking. I gave you, people was laughing. They thought it was crazy. They was like, oh, they ain't no good. I gave you Colorado over Colorado State. My boy Shador, my boy Travis Hunter. They're not great. The teams aren't great. But they better than Colorado State. And they proved that. I gave you that one. And then, I mean, everybody beating the hell out of Florida. I told you Texas A&M was going to do what they were going to do. We went 2-1 last week.
Okay.
This week, we're going to try and stay on the good foot. Humble hearts, you know,
Yeah.
week to week. Anything can happen. You never know. We're going to stay on the good foot.
Yeah.
And we're going to start off. I hate to do this. I do hate to do this, but there's money to be made.
Okay.
We're going to start out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And we got Stanford going to the Carrier Dome, playing right, I guess it's under Jim Boeheim Court, and going to Syracuse. And
Sorry. How does what?
Well, the dome is the Carrier Dome. The court that Syracuse basketball plays on is Jim Boeheim Court. So I don't know if maybe they put the turf. Maybe they removed the court, put the turf on there, whatever the case may be. Maybe they have one of those fancy systems like the Raiders where they just put the field on a track and just put it right over the court.
I think the Cardinals have one too.
They do.
They roll it out.
I don't know if they
for
do
sunshine and then roll it back.
I wonder if they still do it because now the apartments are in the way. It was easy to do when the apartments weren't there. I don't know what happens now.
Where's the apartments?
We're in the end zone.
Oh, will you stop it, for God's sakes? Those are suites.
Those are the condos. Jesse knows. I was just saying there. Those are condos.
Multi-level suite for rich people like you.
Either way, Stanford's going to the Carrier Dome, taking on Syracuse. Syracuse is 9-point favorite. Syracuse is going to beat Stanford by 2+ touchdowns. All right, so go ahead and do that. That's tonight. You want to get some early action in this afternoon. Stanford at Syracuse. Syracuse going to work. Syracuse's quarterback, I forgot the guy's first name, but McCord, kind of nice. He kind of nice.
Syracuse 1-1 versus the spread so far.
Yeah, the one that they did get was the one I was thinking about betting on. I didn't, so I'm not gonna make the same mistake twice. Syracuse handling business today against Stanford. The other game I'm looking at.
I don't like that one. Just for the record.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
This your money. It ain't my money.
The other one that's interesting, and this is a ranked matchup. So I like my ranked matchups. I try to give my people, a reason to watch these ranked games, and maybe have some dough on it. Utah is going to Stillwater to take on Oklahoma State. Utah is number 12 in the nation. Oklahoma State number 14 in the nation. Utah's a 1-point favorite in this game. Now, I kind of like these games too because it's almost a toss-up. Like you don't really have to worry about the spread. It's just, do you think Oklahoma State is going to win or do you think Utah's going to win? It's at 1. I don't think Utah, even with Rising coming back or whatever, or Reason coming back, I don't think they go into Stillwater and beat your boy Gundy and the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
Why are these coaches on me?
Well, that's just your boy.
Based on what?
I don't think they go into Stillwater.
No liar, Kenny Caraway.
I'm going with Oklahoma State. Give me Oklahoma State +1. It's at 1 now. It's moved around a little bit. It was at 2.5, but it's at 1 now. I'm going with Oklahoma State in that one.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get it. Utah, I don't know if they're ready for that just yet. Then the big one, the nightcap. There's a big one right here. Number 6 Tennessee. Is going to Norman, Oklahoma, number 15 in the nation. Tennessee has been killing. They've been going to work this year. They're a 7-point favorite in this game. It's been trendy. It's been trendy for people to look at Oklahoma and take them. Not for me. Not for me. I'm going Tennessee. I'm going with my man Nico I. And I'm just going to call him Nico I because I haven't worked on the last name just yet. But my man Nico I is about to go to work. Tennessee's cooking. Give me the Volunteers -7. And that's how we're going to cook.
I like 2 of the 3 games. Something about Syracuse and Stanford leaves me a little uneasy. But again, it's not my money. So
if you want some money, you need to listen to your boy because that
what was your record last week?
2-1. That's the one I feel the most confident about.
Really?
The Syracuse and Stanford.
Oh, I feel confident in this. I actually feel confident for you
Mm.
in the second two.
Mm.
I don't think Utah is ready.
Okay.
And yeah, Tennessee
looks
different right now.
They absolutely do. So
it's their biggest challenge of the year, obviously, so far.
Yeah.
But so I should freeze that. It's the biggest challenge so far this year.
Mhm.
But
Oklahoma gonna have a little welcome to the SEC type deal.
This is where the big boys play, huh? Look at the adjective. Play. We ain't here to play.
That's a classic one right there. So just to recap, Syracuse -8, Oklahoma State +1, and Tennessee -7. Cash Caraway, got you. And PW 916, you heard the 3 games that I have. All right, I said the 3 games. I'm not giving you 4 or 5 games. I gave you the 3 games.
Okay.
What do you need to know about this game in Ann Arbor? That's not on the list.
There's people listening on the radio.
Yeah.
KC ain't gonna mention the USC is gonna demolish Michigan. I think it's a fair. You keep ducking these.
I
Michigan
gave
games.
you the 3.
So that $30 I didn't put on Michigan against Texas. I'm glad I didn't do that for the weddings. Just would have missed out. Should I put that 30 on Michigan this week?
This
against
man
USC?
is paying for a wedding.
Yeah, I have $30 whole. I need to flip this into.
He's working his second shift of the day here. He's got to babysit us. He's trying to talk with Kyle. Can you help him out?
I did help him out. I gave him Syracuse. I gave him Oklahoma State.
His app
I gave
only
him
allows
Tennessee.
him to
I
bet
can
on
only
Michigan.
I can only
games.
put this $30 on Michigan.
I got a different app that you can use.
No, it doesn't work. Bad.
Why don't you just go to Reno?
I'm bad. I have a problem.
Wow.
Tahoe.
Wow. Nothing, huh?
I don't know. I haven't researched this. I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't researched enough. I don't know. I don't have any thoughts. I got to look at more film. I don't know what's going to happen.
You sound like Donald Trump an hour into a debate.
I got the
Can't
concept
answer
of
nothing.
I got the concept of a bet.
Can't answer nothing. Wow. Got the concept of a bet. You hear this guy?
I don't know anything about this game. I've been focused on the games I've been studying and getting research. I don't know anything about this game. Don't ask me about it.
I haven't studied this game at all, huh?
No, I just know that it's happening. I don't know anything else about it. I don't know.
Well,
Some Michigan fan, huh? Don't even know when his own team.
Chatty House After Party says WGPFJW. Who's going to pay for Jesse's wedding? 49ers injury report. Debo is out as expected. George Kittle is listed as doubtful. Nick Bosa, Charvarius Ward, both listed as questionable. Nick Wagner says everybody else is good to go.
Okay. We'll see what happens. Oh, there's 2 things.
I'll ask.
There's 2 college things I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
We saw it on TV, so I know you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
But your thoughts on that report or that story that Tennessee is going to charge a 10% talent fee to help pay NIL? Isn't this where all this is going?
Yeah, probably. Absolutely. Like they're going to find ways to, instead of making the rich people who donate all of those monies to the university, they're going to make you pay for it.
And
they're going to make for the 100,000 some odd fans that pack Neyland Stadium, even when that team is sorry, they're going to make them pay for it.
For those who don't know, earlier this week, Tennessee announced they were going to charge 10%, a 10% talent fee on the tickets to the games. And they're saying that at least they didn't hide it. They're like,
Ticketmaster Tennessee out there.
They said
creating fees for everybody to pay.
The one thing I'll say is they didn't hide it. They said this is a 10% talent fee so we can pay NIL. Like that's what they said.
Yeah, no, that's a load of crap. They have money to pay NIL.
Oh, they don't want to use their money.
Thank you. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
This is what rich people do. They make people who aren't as rich as them pay for stuff. But they take it. What they do is they take advantage of people's fandom or their love of their university. Like I've lived in Knoxville. It's orange everywhere. You can have disagreements about the Titans. You can have disagreements about the Grizzlies. You can do whatever you want to. But when it comes to football, it's Vols all day. Vols and Lady Vols. That's Knoxville, Tennessee. And there will be 100,000 people at the next home game, 100,000 plus, 110,000, whatever the number is now. It'll
And
be
they're good now,
110.
too. They're there regardless, but they're good now
And
too.
you think this announcement is an accident? You think the timing of this announcement is an accident?
Not at all.
You're going to miss the number 6 seed in the country in the first year of the 12-team playoff?
Hell, they might
Trash.
get a home game. They might
I
get a
don't
home
even
game.
know how that works, to be honest with
think
you.
the
I haven't studied it enough.
First 2 rounds are on campus, I think.
Okay.
I know the first round
Higher
is on,
seed.
The first round is definitely on campus, but the top 4 teams, I think, have a bye. So if they're a top 4 team, they may not even play an on-campus game. But yeah, and the thing that really stuck out to me is this is clearly just the beginning.
Yeah.
It is absolutely about to be
You know,
Alabama with a 10% talent fee, Michigan with a 10%, USC, all these schools.
the sports fan that I hate the most is the I pay your salary guy. Because it's, sir or ma'am, you don't understand the dynamics of how professional sports work. Tennessee is trying to make that happen. I pay your NIL, pal. They're trying to make that real.
You know they're gonna say that down there.
Oh,
They're gonna say that in the heartbeat down there.
they might word it a little different. Yeah, but they'll say it.
But yeah,
I found the people in Knoxville to be very pleasant. It's the South, but it felt like a different South.
it
felt like
borders.
It felt like a different
borders
version
a little
of the
bit on the
South.
South that we think of.
It's
because they
it's
around.
very slow.
They around.
It's very, very slow. But of course, I was jaded. I was around Knoxville royalty 24/7. So my experience probably isn't the real experience. But I always found it to be a pleasant place, moved very slow. If you wore a Tennessee hoodie, you made 50 friends at the Kroger. So shoot, like that's just the way it was. Like I made the mistake of going with our coach friend to Kroger one time in a combined.
Come on, you talk about royalty.
Ridiculous. The stupidest effing thing I've ever done. We couldn't go up and down an aisle. I couldn't get bread without her getting stopped. And it was like, oh, you get to the car. You know, we're never doing this again. Ever. But that's the way it was with all of them.
Yeah.
But it was a genuinely pleasant place.
The other story I wanted to ask you about, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, or however that saying goes. Did you hear my boy Joe Klatt? This is my boy. I do go to him for college football and takes. He's the head play-by-play guy for Fox. He has a really good podcast and YouTube show that I watch. He said, and I believe him, he believes TCU stole signals from Michigan 2 years ago in a national semifinal. And I agree with them. That's the only thing that makes sense. You mean for 2 years, nobody could touch this team, and all of a sudden, little TCU, who end up getting backhanded in the national championship game, somehow could match up with Michigan. They absolutely stole signs. They absolutely did something shady. And like I said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
What is this based on?
Common sense.
So we're in a courtroom and the judge says, "Sir, I'm going to need you to present evidence." And your response is, "This is common sense."
You mean to tell me this team that got beat by 75 points the next week?
All I'm asking you to do is present evidence.
The evidence is our scores and their scores. How the hell were they supposed to do something one time? Oh no, we were just good this week. They barely beat, who was it, Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game to even get to that point. It's clear as day. I'm glad Joe Klatt stepped up for the little people, for the common folk, and spoke with what's really good.
What little people are you referring to? Stephen Brown?
Oh, no, that's the third time. That's the third time.
What little people are you referring to? Who's the common man? What are you, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes? You got polka dots? I'm the common man, if you will. What are you talking about? Present me some evidence.
I presented the evidence.
You didn't present evidence.
The fact that this team couldn't beat Oklahoma State.
So Michigan,
they got stomped out by Georgia,
sucked,
and in between there, they somehow beat a team that had been beating everybody's ass for the better part of 2 years.
So Michigan sucked that week, and TCU cheated.
No, TCU just cheated. I don't even know if Michigan really sucked like that. Pause.
Well, all right. There it is.
Oh no!
There it
Wait,
is.
It's a flag.
Pause.
No. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. Pause has never ever gotten in the way of me throwing in a flag in my life.
These refs, man, I tell you, boy, I don't like these refs. They're under scrutiny. But
Commish told us to disregard the pauses in this game.
Joe Klatt is 100% correct, and I agree with him. That's the only thing that logically makes sense.
All right, buddy. Did they have a staffer in?
Maybe. I don't know how they did it.
Oh.
They definitely did it though.
Because they know how Michigan did it.
Carl Madson brought up a good point. Maybe Michigan just forgot to cheat that day.
Mm.
Who said we were cheating at all? Number one,
The NCAA does.
The guy said he wasn't there.
Bro, Harbaugh got like 3 different suspensions.
Yeah, Harbaugh.
The dude said he wasn't there.
Harbaugh coached 6 games his final year as the Michigan head coach.
Sharon Moore was crying after one game because they let him go. And exactly.
I'm crying now.
Because Jim Harbaugh didn't snitch in the courtroom or whatever.
I'm crying because this guy's the head coach. But that's neither here nor there.
Be.
That's neither here nor there. Jim didn't want to be a distraction. So he said, I want the guys to be able to play and do what they had to do. You saw the guy said he wasn't there. That's what he said. Did he or did he not say that in the documentary?
I didn't watch. 2, he's literally in 4K. How do you say, Your Honor, I wasn't there? Okay, sir. Who's that?
It's like the episode of the Boondocks when he goes, and what's his name on the videotape? They had Kells on the videotape. He goes, yes, this is R. Kelly. Yes, my social security is.
No, like that was R. Kelly's thing for I wasn't there. Sir, that is a bump and grind plaque in the background. What are you talking about?
That's what he said. Yes, that is my Soul Train Music Award in the background.
Jesus. Man.
Joe Klatt out here keeping it real.
Just
like
podding. Joe Klatt out here podding.
He's keeping it real for the common man.
Okay.
Blue collar. You know Jim Harbaugh, blue collar. You know that. Who's got it better than him?
Well, he's for God's sakes.
Nobody.
TCU Sonny Dykes reacts to Michigan sign stealing investigation.
Oh, what do I expect him to say? Yeah, we did it? No. Of course he's gonna be like, I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I be.
Jim Harbaugh should release it if I did it.
Oh my God.
ESPN should do a 7-part documentary on it. Wasn't the whole thing going into that one that TC knew Michigan was stealing signs? And so they had heard about it, so they altered everything that they were doing?
I don't remember.
Oh, wow. How convenient. You don't remember.
I don't remember.
Wow. Stunning. What'd Cardi B say? How convenient is that?
One of my favorite drops of all time. But yeah, I mean, what? How do they know what stealing signs looking like? That's what I would ask. How you know what it looked like?
No, that's not what he said. He said we had gotten word that Michigan had been stealing signs.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because it was very well known within circles of the NCAA that Jim Harbaugh and Michigan are cheaters.
This is cap.
I think everything associated with Ann Arbor is a cheater.
This is cap. This is ridiculous. This really is ridiculous. Why don't you listen to somebody like Joel Klatt, who is one of the more prestigious, well-respected men in college football? He's out here keeping it a buck.
He's out here podding.
He's keeping it a buck.
Alfonso asked a good question. Who plays Harbaugh on the FX show? We get like
I can't. Now I want to
Tom
see
Hanks.
That.
Tom Hanks, maybe.
No, it would probably be.
Kyle Madden said Edward Norton.
I don't know who.
Oh, that's a good. Hey, that's a good one.
Norton?
He's
it's Fight Club.
Yeah. Fight
Okay.
Club. He was the Incredible Hulk at one point.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Like I think I do know.
Oh, that's right. He was. That's
Somebody
right.
says Dennis Quaid. That's a good one. Tom Cruise.
I feel like this show loves Dennis Quaid. Like, why is Dennis Quaid brought into every conversation? Like,
it's a solid show time.
How old is Dennis Quaid was Cap Rooney, right? That was Dennis Quaid.
Cap Rooney. That's Any Given Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah.
All right, man.
See, I drew down. Who's Edward Norton? Come on, bro. Like, who the hell? I don't know. Edward Norton could walk through this.
No, you would know. If you
right
saw,
now.
if you saw
I
Edward
think
Norton,
you
you
would
would know.
know
Yeah,
Edward
you'd be like,
Norton.
oh, that's that one guy. You wouldn't maybe know his name, but you would know it's Edward Norton.
If the only thing that I really recognized was Incredible Hulk, he could walk through here right now, come sit down here, and I'd say, Charlie, get this guy out of the goddamn studio.
Charlie would be very excited if that would happen. He gets to throw somebody out. Dennis Quaid could actually play Jim Harbaugh.
Dennis Quaid, now I would know
Dennis
him.
Quaid.
I would know Dennis Quaid. I'd be like, yeah, what's up, big dog?
I think you would know Edward Norton.
I mean, look up a picture of him right now. You would know.
JT Lowe says Edward Norton from The Office. That's funny.
What season?
That's funny.
Let's see if I would know Edward Norton.
I think you would. Whoever played Harbaugh would just be a cheater. You don't know who that is?
Yeah.
You've never seen Fight Club?
No, I have, but I don't remember him. I just remember what's his name.
You don't remember the main character in Fight Club?
Well, the main character was oh boy. Come on, man.
I know who it is. I'm
Brad
just
Pitt.
Brad Pitt. Thank you.
To me, that was the main character. This guy, I wouldn't recognize that he was famous. Like if he walked in right now, I'd be like, "What's up?" Maybe I wouldn't throw him out, but
Probably think he works like on the end or something like that.
You
huh?
guys, now Drew Down says Edward Norton was in Back to the Future 1.
But I do.
You guys remember everything.
I have seen his face. And I don't remember him from Fight Club. I remember Brad Pitt.
That's crazy. They were okay.
I'm sure he was like co-star or whatever. But I don't even really remember that movie.
Well, that's very clear. If you don't remember Edward Norton's character, that you don't remember that movie.
Was he the
very
one
well.
that Brad Pitt was recruiting? Is that what was going on?
Buddy, you have
Didn't he
got
kind of
to.
recruit him or something?
Is Fight Club a movie you need to watch?
I think Fight Club is fantastic. I think Fight Club is a great movie. I don't think there's a movie you need to watch.
Was it like a classic?
But like hearing someone who's never seen it try to describe what he thinks happened is kind of funny.
I
think Fight Club is. I think that's a classic. It's a great movie. I think Fight Club is a great movie.
I watched it on like TNT, so wasn't really tapped in. It was TNT in the
clearly.
middle of the day. And from what I saw, it was like, oh, this was cool. This is what everybody was talking about. It's cool.
I think you're a liar. I don't think you remember anything. You just remember Brad Pitt.
I don't remember a lot.
Oh, clearly.
I can tell you
I think
that.
Meatloaf was in the movie, if I remember correctly.
JT Lowe says Fight Club is top 5.
It's a good movie.
Top 5 what?
Fight Club's a really good movie.
I'm not saying it's not, but top 5.
See, that's what I'm asking. Like, you guys like this
let's
about
not
Fight
jump out
Club,
the
like it's
window.
Shawshank Redemption or something.
Yeah, like it's Godfather. Like
or Forrest Gump.
You don't
Forrest
even
Gump.
like Godfather.
Who?
You.
Are you out of your mind?
How many times did you watch it? Give me a line from The Godfather.
Man, there's just so many of them.
Thank
Man. No, I love The Godfather and Godfather 2. I love those movies.
Wait, you've seen
I've
Fight
only
Club?
seen them maybe like
No,
2
but I'm
times.
just saying they
You
talk,
haven't?
No.
So why are you talking crazy?
I'm just
about
saying
it?
they talk about it like it's Forrest
You
Gump or
really
something.
It's a really good movie.
All right, that's fine, but like I
think Fight
said,
Club-
it's
Fight
just
Club's better than Forrest Gump. Oh, it falls silent. Y'all kiss my ass.
Why are you
This
saying
is
why?
stupid.
But why are you doing that with Forrest Gump? Don't do that with Forrest Gump.
I told you
Don't
I
do
watched. First of all, it's a
Forrest Gump
9-hour
is
movie.
Fantastic.
I watched it once, like when it probably on VHS, and never watched it again.
Forrest Gump.
I'm
is
sorry. How many times have you
fantastic.
watched Shawshank Redemption?
That was a wild one.
Who sits down?
I'm
and
saying
goes,
people like
"Wow."
that's like in general, people love that. That's a classic. I'm asking if Fight Club is like that because
Have
people
you
talk about
seen
Fight
it?
Club. What, Shawshank?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who sits down and goes, "Let's watch Shawshank"?
I'm not
Redemption"?
saying that. I'm saying you talk about Fight Club like it's one of those types of movies or whatever. People
Hey,
talk about it.
Dave, you want to watch a movie tonight? Let's watch Platoon.
I don't even know what Platoon is.
We'll come back.
Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Oh man,
It's acclaimed. Shawshank is acclaimed.
I need to look this up. You know, I think Lawrence Fishburne is in Apocalypse Now. I think he's like 14 years old in that movie. I haven't rewatched that in so long. Come on now. Apocalypse Now. Yep, Lawrence Fishburne is in fact in it. How about that? He's 79. He can't be as young as 14. Probably maybe 18, 17. Boys in the Hood, he was 29. That's 10 years later. Yeah, he's got to be like 18 years old in that. Well, David, he certainly got noticed in that TV show.
I haven't seen this one either, Soren. I'm going to say it too. My Shawshank take held up in the chat.
Okay. I need to watch Apocalypse Now again. I haven't seen that in a really long time.
They don't really make too many good movies anymore. I watched Civil War. It was a newer one. It was pretty good.
Oh, was it? I kind of eyeballed that and didn't watch it.
You haven't seen it? Watch it. Yeah, it's good.
It's good?
That's the one I told you I started on Monday or whatever and finished it the other day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The documentary about Apocalypse Now is better.
JT, I'm going to watch this tonight.
Ooh, I think I'm going to watch that too. That's a series, right? It's a mini-series? Yeah, I think I'm going to watch that.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to yesterday.
Who's Kyle going to the game with? No, fuck me, it doesn't even matter. Yeah. Oh, wait, are you really working? Are you? Dumbass. Are you being taken care of for this? All right. All right. That's all right. It's good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Right on, Sal. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. Tyler, Penguin, I think, is on Max.
Yeah, it's on Max.
Head over to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Man, TC, what's going on, baby?
D-Lo.
What up, boy?
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
KC, what's up, big dog?
What's up,
Man,
TC?
I know y'all. Hey, the phone hung up, bro, and then he came back to me. I didn't know y'all was gonna strike me, but I'm ready. What's up, man?
What's good, man? What's good?
Just vibing. Hey, so listen. Hey, did you tap in this morning at 95.7, man, when I called in?
I didn't hear it today, TC. I didn't hear it, big dog. What happened?
Nah, I had Joe in his feelings, bro. I called in. You know me with Shenny, bro. I just told him I just called Shenny a high level loser, bro.
Come on, damn. Come on, don't do that.
He talked about that the rest of the show, man. And I just was being honest because I was like,
No,
you know what I mean?
No, you weren't being honest. He is not a high level.
TC, you
loser.
called that man a high level loser?
D-Lo, this dude keep losing at the highest level. I mean, what else should I call it? I mean,
a good coach. How about that? Is that crazy to call him a good coach?
Okay. I need you. Okay.
Talk to me.
Tell me, TC, I need you to just clearly state, is Kyle Shanahan, yes or no, is Kyle Shanahan a good coach?
He's a good play caller.
Yes or
He's a
no?
good play designer.
Yes or no? Kyle Shanahan is a good coach.
No.
So
Okay.
TC, let me ask you this real quick too. Let me ask you this. Why is it
High level loser?
Why is it that everybody
D-Lo, you do it just like Joe.
But look, I'm gonna ask you, why is it that I'm sure maybe there's one or two people that don't feel this way, but the majority of the people that play for him like and respect him. Do you think they know more about him and the coach that he is than you or I do?
Yeah, they're around him, but I mean, that's cliche. They got to say what they got to say.
There's players. No, they don't. There's players that get away from coaches all the time that talk crazy about them, all the time.
My whole thing, Kenny, look, and D-Lo, my whole thing is we can't we all a fan base, right? We all love the Niners though, but just because some of the fan base, like me, I'll lie, and I don't know, maybe a couple other people who just don't like Shanahan over him, we can't look down upon them people and then question them about their fandom or anything like, hey, you don't like Shanny, so get the hell out of here. We can't do that, bro. I told you, Kenny, when I talked to you, bro, I said, I told you I was over Shanny when he showed me his true color. I used to be a big Shanahan fan, bro, until he started doing all the weirdo stuff, bro, and I was cool off him.
What's the weirdo stuff? You act like this dude has a weird fetish or something. What's the weirdo stuff?
D-Lo, listen, not knowing how to develop a quarterback. Listen, hold on. Not knowing how to develop. Brock came in developed, right? Not knowing how to develop a quarterback.
What?
All right.
That's it. That's it.
All right. All right. All right. Okay.
I gotta say though, high level losers. That might be TC's best
that's
word.
incredible.
That might be TC's best word.
incredible.
That's up there with not being able to come to the turkey drive.
A high level loser. It's up there.
When you talk about a loser and calling somebody a loser, that's
not a regular loser.
Yeah.
He loses at the highest level.
Loser.
I can't fight that logic. Be a good coach, but you're a high level loser too, I guess.
He said until he started doing the weirdo stuff, like they found baby oil at the facility or something.
Like he's Rex Ryan or something.
What are we doing? TC is my man.
That's my dude, man.
He has never failed to bring us quality content.
I think it's the first time I've ever heard high level loser.
Absolutely spectacular.
That was funny.
Seventh round pick. Brock Purdy was also developed.
Yeah, he was developed. He was ready made. He was ready
to go.
Last pick of the draft was good. Didn't need anything. By the way, just a quick question, because I think there's context for those who are new to the program, which is virtually no one. TC is a big Trey Lance guy.
He is.
How's Jimmy done since leaving Kyle Shanahan?
Not very good.
Became the worst quarterback in the league.
I heard Kyle laugh. That's what made it funny. Okay. So Kyle can't play, or Jimmy can't play quarterback without Kyle.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And he's got he's essentially, Kyle and John have both wagered their entire future with the San Francisco 49ers on a player who was drafted in a spot that's called Mr. Irrelevant. And Brock came in developed. All right. Okay.
and Trey Lance, look, this is the other thing about that with TC. And TC, he's locked into how he feels, so it's not really going to change. But I mean, there's
that man loses in the Super Bowl on a last second freak play that we've never seen in the history of life, and he calls the next day, Kyle is such a loser.
The Trey Lance, as much as I liked him and believed in him, like I said, I'll tell you my mishaps. I thought Trey was going to be the truth. There's far more evidence that he cannot play in the NFL than there is that he's any good. And I hope that he gets a chance to show that
he might not ever get that chance. The years of him not playing football is getting staggeringly high.
He can't even take the job from Cooper Rush, no?
he can't. Yeah, he can't even.
Well, it
take
doesn't
the
matter.
backup
He's not
job.
gonna. But yeah, but he can't. He can't. He can't get on the field. Like he's going to be at like 5 years of not playing football.
He's 2 injuries away from getting on the field.
Right. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
I feel like they gave him an
Well, that's how
opportunity
Dak
in the
got there.
preseason to take that backup job, and he just hasn't been able to do it.
Yeah.
and even more so than that, like, even if he's decent, I haven't seen anything that makes me think he's better than Brock Purdy. Nothing.
No, you haven't. It does. No, it doesn't exist. This headline caught my attention. I'm sorry. It says Myles Garrett is dealing with the same injury to both of his feet.
Oh my gosh.
He will play through it, but might require a procedure in the future.
Oh,
Don't
that
f-
doesn't sound promising.
Don't feel good. Don't feel 100%, but feel good enough to go out there and make a difference. He said. And my computer froze, so I guess that's all that matters.
But
I just think that's amazing. He's got the same injury in both of his feet.
if you were his agent, would you advise him to keep playing?
Yeah, why not? He's
'Cause
not
this could-
he's not at risk of losing anything.
What you mean?
Myles Garrett?
Yeah, what you his career.
Oh,
If this is something that they're thinking, yo, you might need a procedure on this. That feels like number one, doctor's saying you can't hurt it anymore. You might end up needing a procedure.
that logic is
You know what I mean?
That logic's flawless.
You know what I mean?
It's never hurt anyone before.
You might need a procedure later, but you can't hurt it any more than it is right now. It's just a pain tolerance thing.
Mm-hmm.
The feet, you don't play with the feet.
To be fair, I don't know that it actually. I don't know that
I don't
it said
either.
that.
I'm staying a complete hypothetical.
I would be able to tell you, except my computer just completely reset.
I'm giving, but the thing that caught my attention was them saying something that may need a procedure.
Well, he said that for the record. That was him that said that.
Yeah, and he was told that. I'm assuming.
Probably
Right.
I would think
He was
so.
told like, hey, it's a possibility you may need to get this fixed. I would have the conversation with him. I wouldn't tell him not to play right now, but I would say, hey, it's something you got to be aware of. Like if they're saying that you may need, this isn't just go rest and you won't need any procedure on it. Like say down the road, you may need a procedure.
We talk about surgery after the season, but that's something we'll talk about further down the line. The issue itself is something that I'll probably have to deal with for however long I end up playing. So it's about managing that and playing through it. Garrett clarified that the ailment is an injury to both feet that can require pain management. When asked if the injury will linger throughout the season, Garrett said, I hope not. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, it will continue to get better until it's something that's not bothering me as consistently as it is. No? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to him. I hope it's something that just with time it starts to feel better and he's good to go.
The headline says Garrett dealing with injury to both feet. I had to click on it and read. I just could not let that one go. I had to see. You want to talk about Joe? That was I guess I just wasn't anticipating this.
Me neither.
Very early morning Shams Charania tweet. He's the only one in the game right now. Joel Embiid signs a 3-year, $192.9 million extension, giving him a total of $299.5 million to run through the 2028-2029 season. Embiid announced that he and the team had agreed to the extension Friday morning, saying he hopes to remain a Sixer for the rest of his career.
Well, that's good, man. Good for him. Good for the Sixers committing to him that way. And this stops, some of those questions that I know I had a couple years ago about like, if it doesn't work in Philadelphia, is he going to look to move on, get out of there, go to Miami with Jimmy Butler or something like that? Like kind of eliminates that. So good for both of them. Good for both parties.
Anybody want to have some fun?
Oh, is this the preseason?
Anybody want to?
Is this the preseason?
Who wants in?
I should step out. It should be those two. I should step out.
Why are you
champ.
ducking
You're not even
already?
the
I'm the
champion.
champ.
What are you?
I'm the
You're
champ.
not the champion.
I am the champion.
Abe is the champion. I actually should walk
Hey,
down the hall
Abe ain't the
and
damn
see if
champion.
Abe wants to take part in this.
Abe ain't hardly the damn champion.
Abe is the champion. I saw Abe raise the belt high at episode number 1000. Abe is the champion.
I had the damn belt at episode 1000. What are you talking about? I got a picture with the Roman Reigns joint where it's over my back.
463 million.
What the hell? How does
He's
that?
just throwing out
Yeah,
numbers.
how does that?
It's Joel Embiid.
All right, so we're
Wait
going.
a minute. How,
Well,
is that legal? Is that what we're doing?
Well, I guess he said 463.
It's the preseason.
Do you want me to run through the spiel, or you just want to go with it?
That's his number.
Okay, what's
go
yours?
Ahead and go ahead.
Well, I don't even have it yet. I was
This is when we were doing Joel Embiid.
I was just trying to get to the money he's going to get now that he has this contract. His career earnings when all is said and done. I don't know. This doesn't feel right. I feel like I should go get Abe. I don't even know. This
once
is around.
again, no need for all.
Is that Abe right there? I think that's Abe.
That is Abe.
That is the champion.
The champ is right here. He ain't the
Do we need Abe, or should we just get him for regular season?
I'm the champ.
This is.
I don't even know if I need to play this game. Like
Are
I
you
said,
gonna guess?
It's
You're
the
not.
preseason.
You're not the champion.
It's the preseason. You know what I'm saying?
I'll
Like,
say this: Joel Embiid's final year, he will earn $69 million.
Nice.
Thank you, Kyle. You in?
What's your guess?
We've got 10 seasons plus this new contract that gives him five more. He'll earn $69 million at the end. So Jesse, we got $463 million.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there.
We're going all the way to the final.
We're going all the way till the end, baby.
$528 million.
We're going $528 million from Kyle Madson,
I'm gonna go.
who is now a legal member of the Pocket Watching League.
Yeah, you got expansion. I'm gonna go 534.
Oh, sneaky. He went over 534. I think when Abe walks by, I'm going to have him give his guess as he walks by just for fun.
Expansion, him and Kyle should
No,
be going up against
He
each
is the champion. He is not expansion. He is the champion. Did Kyle leave? I think
He's
Kyle,
gonna go get Abe.
No, you don't have to. It's
Or
good.
no.
No,
No,
you're
we're good.
fine. And what's really good is you shouldn't go because the number is 513.9 million. Kyle Madson with a preseason victory here
Yeah, I barely played.
at $528 million.
Barely played. I took the shoulder pads and everything off for the final. I just whatever. I was sitting there with the matter of fact, I was in street clothes after a while. I was just whatever.
What is going on?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Are you? Yeah,
Well,
like,
you're
bro,
talking
we're
about-
just warming up.
You
Yeah,
need to
it's just
regroup.
preseason. It's just preseason.
All right, yeah, we
I'm
know.
barely even playing. I wasn't even here really.
Same
I was in
here.
Street clothes.
You need to regroup. Like you had a devastating
No,
Yokozuna style loss after a phenomenal year.
Did Yokozuna ever recover after that?
Yeah, he squashed Hulk Hogan a couple months later, so he did. He recovered.
I mean, I don't know. Talk to somebody else about that. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm the champ around here.
Casey's
so I
not
don't
seeing
know
the Balco
about that.
guy till the week before the season
No,
starts, so
no.
we're good.
It's true.
That's how they trying to.
Hey, come here.
When I go back to back,
Ladies and gentlemen,
then all the questions should be gone.
the pocket watching champion of the world
He's
right
not
here.
The pocket watching
Now, Abe,
champion.
Were you guys with Bailey today or what?
We were. Yeah, we were.
He's not the pocket
So,
watching champion.
I don't
That video's not working.
Yeah, that video's not
It's
working.
okay.
They'll be able to hear you on the radio. We just did a little, since you are the pocket watching
He's
champion
not
of the world.
champ. It's
He
my
is.
guy, but he's not the champ.
We just did a little exhibition here before the new season gets underway for Joel Embiid.
Oh,
Joel Embiid just signed a
he's got what,
a
160 or
massive
something?
contract.
Or no, 190.
190. Good call. He has 10 seasons in the league. We're adding 5 to it with this new contract extension, and he's going to top out at $69 million in his final year. That'll be the most money he makes, $69 million in his final year. That'll be a total of 15 seasons.
So he's played 9 in the new contract. I'm sorry, he's played 10 and the new
Correct.
one's 5?
Correct.
Okay, so he has okay.
69 in the final from this is exhibition. This is preseason.
I don't even have shoulder pads
from
on.
our
I'm just
pocket
chilling.
watching champion.
I'm in there I got my chains on and everything.
Yeah, you already lost.
I wasn't even playing.
We're the only station that doesn't play over the loudspeaker, so Abe didn't hear it. We're literally the only
I'm
one.
going to say 392.
All right, well, Abe is a little rusty.
Oh no!
the
Wait, hang on. Wait. How many seasons has he played? 10, right?
10.
Okay. Plus the new contract's 192, right?
Well, no.
Oh wait, hang on then. Hang on.
The
Wait a
3-year
minute.
contract.
What the hell's going on?
Oh, that's
here?
for 3 years.
What the hell's going on
Wait a
here?
minute.
Hang on.
These guys-
I'm sorry.
Wait
I
a
thought you said he
second.
said a 5-year. I'm sorry. Hang on.
It is. It's a 5-year contract. He had 2 years left. They added 3 years on to it.
Oh, so
So it's
okay,
a
I'm
total
sorry.
of 5 years.
I thought it was 5 years, 192 then. So
It's 3. Your number's right. It's 3 years, 192, but he already has 2 on his other deal.
I'm sorry. Okay. Could I? Or whatever.
Do it as
It's
the
it's
exhibition.
exhibition. It's fine.
We're
Keep me-
not
keep me-
even
keep me at that
playing
number.
overtime games. It's exhibition. It's just whatever.
But it should be. What did I say? 392.
You said 392.
Keep me at that number. I'm not. I
Okay.
will not cheat.
Okay. No, you
No,
okay?
there's
That's fine.
There's no cheating.
That's fine.
I got sunflower seeds on the sideline.
Abe is still the pocket
But
watching
wait, where are you
champion of
at?
the world.
Where are you at with this?
He had
I said 534.
and Kyle had it at 528. Jesse had it at 463. The correct number was 513. He hit rarefied air to be one of now I think 5 or 6 players to
Man.
top 500 million.
That is a lot of money.
That was embarrassing. I apologize.
That's okay. That's all right.
Look, it's
But look,
preseason.
Abe, we don't even have your championship belt here yet. We'll bring your
He's not the
championship in
champion.
before he is the champ. We're going to get a championship belt for you. We're going to get a Money in the Bank briefcase for the rest of the guys. And it's not impossible that someone bursts into the 98 Rock studio at some point and tries to cash in.
To be fair, we should have added 100 million to my number just to make it fair, because I thought it was 5 years. I didn't realize it was the 3 years. So I would have been much closer.
Okay, you're right.
Just
You're
putting
right.
that out there.
And
Hey, preseason,
That's
expansion team getting used to the
Abe
league.
is not an expansion team.
No, he is. I'm
He
the
is
champ.
he's the Brock Lesnar. He's the next big. Well,
Well,
no,
come on,
that's
man.
not what I meant.
Don't call him Brock, man.
He's
Come on.
he's the next big thing. He's the guy. He's the champion.
He might be ready to take over this year.
You
he
win,
might be the
you,
champion.
You
this
win,
year.
Mr. Fuji, and he walked in and dropped the leg at Caesar's Palace and left with the
He
title.
might be able to win a champion. I'm not saying. I'm just telling you who the champion is right now.
Yes,
which
it's
is me.
Abe.
Which is me.
It's Jesse. Who's the champion?
Abe.
Jesse.
It's the champion.
Jesse don't.
He was Brett.
Yes, I lost. I told
He's
Abe,
still
get out there,
spiraling
Abe.
from his.
Get out there, Abe.
He's still spiraling from his
He's doing
3-17 finish of the season.
He just kept doing. It's good stuff, Abe. It's good stuff.
Oh man,
We appreciate you, man.
you guys are awesome.
Shout out, Abe. He had like 1,000 people out at Roosters on the River. a
Yeah, I
couple
mean
weeks
we
ago.
were giving away 2 pairs of 4-day passes to Aftershock every 10 minutes.
That's crazy.
So it wasn't just
That's
me,
good.
but 1,200 people came.
That's absolutely
My
incredible.
goodness.
I mean, that's a good
Absolutely
prize.
incredible. Yeah, that's not a bad prize at all. That is good stuff. That is good stuff. I know you got to get ready for your show. We
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
my friend.
My dog.
Pocket watching champion of the world right there.
Will you
Abe
stop
from
lying
98
to the
Rock.
people?
They were all here.
Hey, what up, Dutch Bros? Why don't you guys sponsor all of us?
There you go.
Right?
Huh?
Where's Dutch Bros? Where they at?
You ever had the cold brew? Delicious.
I don't really do the.
Abe walk in with that cold brew every day. You walk in with.
Sick of paying
I'm
for
sure they
$6.
can. I'm sure they can give you some extra pumps.
Whoa!
All right. Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Hey, I'm not dating. I'm not dating her.
Okay. All right. What?
Whoa! Hey, throw!
Yeah, you know what?
Wait a minute.
You get out of here. That's a double tag. All of it. You're done.
I'm confused.
No. Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
are.
I'm sorry. What's your coffee order?
I don't get any pumps.
What?
All right, I guess it's a flag on Casey as well.
Hell, because I said I don't get any pumps.
What the hell's going on out there?
Offsetting penalties.
Hey, I just get the
man.
regular coffee. I don't do that. I don't do
Oh,
that
you
no
changed
more.
your ways.
I told you a long time ago I don't do that no more.
I just thought you meant you didn't do that every time.
Nah.
All right. Joel Embiid, rarefied air though, topping that $500 million mark with this contract.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame, right?
Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe's
Like
a Hall
now,
of
if he
Famer.
retired today.
Yeah, Joel's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure. He, you know, I wonder
Derrick
if this,
Rose might be the only MVP that doesn't make the Hall of Fame.
I think that's right too.
Yeah.
I mean, Derrick Rose is the only MVP not on the
Top
list,
75,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
He had a good Memphis career. Yeah, it's only 1 year, but he got him to the
No, I
national
think.
championship.
Oh yeah, I see. I see what you're talking about.
So maybe I don't know if that's enough though. I really
the stories of that dude in college were tough.
Mm.
Them stories were tough, but I don't think they're unusual either.
Mhm.
I just think that was the nature of the one and done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As far as like he just basically just played basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I feel like De'Aaron. I think De'Aaron, I think he like went to class and stuff. Or maybe it wasn't De'Aaron. I thought it was one of them guys at Kentucky who was just like after the season, like it was time to get ready.
I think that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they do.
What was it? Oh, maybe with Joel.
Wow, I didn't catch this. I'm sorry. Fourth highest in NBA history behind Bron, Steph, and Paul George.
Maybe Joel now with a little bit more like he was going to get money anyway, I guess, but like a little more security. Maybe they look to pace him a little bit more throughout the season. With maybe it's not necessarily with like missing games, but minutes. Like maybe he doesn't have to average 39 minutes in a game or something like that. Like have some games where you play 23 minutes, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that maybe because now the money's out the way. You're here. There's some security. Maybe you don't feel the need to, not worry about.
Well, I think Joel wants to win.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think if this team comes together the way that obviously they're hoping, that I think a lot of people are expecting, I need to see it happen first. Yeah, maybe that does work. Maybe you could not play Joel 36 or 7 minutes or whatever it was.
I just don't know if Joel is capable, not because he doesn't want to, but just capable of playing high minutes, 75 games, and another 2.5 months to the playoffs.
Well, this will come as a shock. He's not getting younger. So I don't imagine some of the issues that he faces as a big dude get easier as you enter your 30s.
Right. No, that's what I'm concerned about with Joel. It's not his.
I'm concerned about this year.
Yes.
I just don't think he got much time off. And hopefully, he's been spending the last, couple months, whatever it's been, month and some change, just finding ways to get healthy while staying active, get rest, like active rest, I guess, as a thing. It's tough. Maybe you lose. I don't know what Joe has to do to like develop, like get out there and work on this. Like, I don't know that Joel needs to do that. He's a MVP. He averaged, an ungodly amount of points per game last year. The last couple of years he has.
I feel like he might be able to like tone his body up a little bit, get in a little bit better shape, something like that. Maybe
and you could be off the court. You could be off the court doing that. And you could protect your body. You could do the G trainer stuff. There's a lot of things that you could do to try to accomplish what you just laid out. We'll come back. No James today. Obviously, he's in Las Vegas, but we'll find plenty more ways to have fun. Let's stick in the NBA. Also, game number 6.
Oh boy, I didn't like that deep sigh.
No. There's only one possible reason this game could be here. And I watched I was actually really agitated at you watching this game. And then it got to the end and I was like, okay, I think I figured it out. Game number 6 in the top 20 games of the Kings season coming up here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Sitting there watching it like, this is fucking bullshit. Kenny's ribbing me. This is just a joke. He's trying to get me to see how much of this game I can watch. And then it happened.
Oh, shit. This looks like cool. I wish I would have been able to go to this one. They went to a field trip in San Jose.
It's so weird that screen won't leave.
Bizarre. I'm getting these for the house. This is what I've been looking for.
What is it?
The almonds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I love wrestling fans, man. They love wrestling so much.
They already out in the Go to One Center.
Oh, I'm sure that they are. They had this one couple. This might be a good on-air story. I might say this for the air. I saw the Fiend title in person for the first time. That is a crazy belt. They had someone had an NWO title out there. Saw a ton of the WWE and women's titles. No Eddie today. He got caught up, Sal. Yeah, so we'll miss Eddie today. Oh shit, and we're airing that Bianca interview over there. WWE at the Golden One Center tonight. Live edition of SmackDown. Hate to be missing that. But I was telling the guys during the break, I love being around wrestling fans who are around other wrestling fans because they love wrestling so much. And out at Cricket Wireless today, 500, 600 some odd fans there to get, autographs from Bailey and pictures and all of that. And they had the titles, and I saw the Fiend title for the first time. The NWO Wolfpack title I saw for the first time, which I didn't even know was a thing. And then I met this couple who I was like, hey, what titles y'all got out there? She said, I got an engagement title.
What?
Is that AEW? I'm not. Can you show it to me? And she walks it over, and the title says Engagement Champion, like at the top and bottom.
Uh-huh.
And in the middle, it says, Will you marry me? It's what her boyfriend gave to her to propose. No ring, an engagement title. And she said, yeah, she had a fiend tattoo on her arm with the lantern and Let Me In on the other side. I think she had 7 wrestling tattoos. She had an Eddie Guerrero. Couldn't see him, but just saw the one on the arm. I know she said she had Taker, Edge, Eddie. Aleister Black was the one that was like, well, that's one that's different. It's not like the others.
At least it's not Cesaro.
Wow, that's okay. Will you leave Cesaro alone?
Well, it's either him or Ricochet that Jesse's gonna get a shot at.
And I started booking their wedding right there, and I was like, hey, what like obviously we're coming out to wrestling theme music, right? Like that's happening. Have you guys thought about the nuptials taking place inside a wrestling ring? Like you walk up, you take steps up into the wrestling ring, and that's where you and that's where you guys are standing with the officiant. Like this is beautiful. We could book this thing out perfectly. But it was a great couple who loved wrestling, and I had so much fun with
That's
all them
really
this
cool.
morning.
That's really cool. The tattoos of
Well, there were a lot of wrestling related tattoos out there for sure.
Man, did you say
but
what,
she
about
had-
500 people out there or something? Like that?
Yeah, it was between 5 and 6. Yeah, it was between 5 and 6. I couldn't believe it. Like I couldn't believe it. There were I remember with Charlotte, we like I think it was 9 to 11. It was roughly the same time frame because it was the same. I remember you weren't here that day. I remember okay, I have to go at 11 because it's never close. It's always some 30 some odd minute drive away. And I remember I was with Charlotte when she left. I had to leave. It was like 11:05, 11:10, and they were everyone who waited in line was going to get an autograph, and they were down, or a picture, and they were down to the last, maybe 24 people. And it was like, all right, I gotta, great to see everybody, because it's the same people from the last 2 times.
Yeah.
And I had to rush out of there. But when I got there, there was a very much, oh my God, what exactly am I doing here? So I parked, and I saw my man Jay. D handed me the mic, and we were off and cooking for 2 hours. Because we gave away maybe a dozen tickets to tonight's show. Gave away a autographed Royal Rumble chair, a giant, it wasn't life size, but it might have been Bailey cutout that she had signed, and we not auctioned, raffled off. And then just tried to, because it was hot. It was warm outside. Standing in the middle of the parking lot. It was pretty warm.
Yeah.
And so it just got to the point where you get to 10 o'clock, and it's like, all right, let's not let anyone get cranky. So let's talk about wrestling.
Yeah.
Let's talk about who we like, who we don't like, different things like that. And so it was a blast. I love wrestling. Love talking about wrestling.
Yeah, that's really dope, man. Shout out to Jacob Fatu. If you're listening, big dog, welcome home.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Welcome home. Solo, welcome home to you too, man.
Manny asking, who's had the biggest crowd so far? It was Bailey by far. Yeah, it was Bailey by far. Sasha had a big crowd. Charlotte had a bigger crowd than Sasha, and Bailey had a bigger crowd than both of them. And they love Bailey, boy. The kids love Bailey.
I think there's only one person that would have a bigger crowd than Bailey.
One person?
One
Bianca.
Yeah.
Bianca's
crowd
would be problematic.
crazy.
Yeah, Bianca's would be problematic. Bianca's in that parking lot would be extremely problematic.
Bianca's crowd would be crazy. I mean, she is top 5 wrestler right now.
Easily. Because we did the who's going tonight to see Cody? Big Pop. Roman.
Do we know if Roman's gonna be here?
We don't. At least I don't. Roman got a big pop. Bianca got a pop aligned with those two. She got a reaction.
I wonder. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever seen Roman. not as tribal chief. Yeah, I hadn't seen him because he wasn't at the Raw that I was at for a quick second. And then, yeah, I never seen Roman. Damn.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the Tribal Chief either. I'm sure it'll be a great show tonight. Hate not being there, but I'm sure it'll be a great show. And the best part was leaving everyone from cricket and WWE going, see you next year.
That's
So
right.
that's always
Yeah.
that's always dope.
I think it's about time we get a pay-per-view or a premium live
Like
event.
it's long overdue.
Yeah.
But I feel like so many of their premium live events now have moved to like really big places. Like
Yeah.
they're either happening overseas or they're happening in stadiums.
They still have the little mini ones though. The first day out or whatever. Well, it ain't T Grizzly, but you know what I mean. Like
I don't know where
first
Bad
day
Blood
out.
is. Yeah.
Something like that. Like they still. You're right. Out of the 12 months of the year, like feels like maybe 8 of them are
That's what it feels like.
stadiums
Yeah.
or overseas or something like that. But might be able to get a little one at the G1C.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Like, I was hoping this would be an easy find, and it turned out it's not. I was just wondering where Bad Blood was, and like where it's at. It used to be a big thing, live from such and such a. I guess that's only if they're doing like major venues where the venue is a part of the story. Because I'm looking through this whole thing and I don't see where it's at. I have no idea. I'm actually looking forward to that event because this has to be the last time Punk and Drew McIntyre.
It's at State Farm Arena in Georgia.
Okay.
Atlanta.
Okay, so it's an
Where the
arena.
Hawks play, I guess.
Yeah, it's an arena.
That's the next one is Bad Blood.
October 5th.
But I mean,
Yeah.
to that point, I mean, they were just in Germany, right?
Mhm.
Before that was SummerSlam. Before that,
Which
like,
was a stadium.
Yeah. So like I said, like if they got 12 events here, like 8 of them are.
Did you see
stadiums.
Jelly Roll? Did you see Jelly Roll? I think that was at SummerSlam.
With the
Yes.
choke slam?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I did. Yeah.
So shout out to everybody going to the arena tonight, man. Have fun. Top 20 games of the Kings season. Game number 6? Question mark.
No question mark needed.
I think I know why. I think I understand. Took me a while to figure it out, but we finally got there.
Game number 6.
Yep.
Top 20 games of the season. Valentine's Day,
Oh, love is in the
February
air.
14th.
Yep.
They were in Denver, Colorado, taking on the defending champs. And the Kings come away with a victory, 102-98.
Yep.
That was a struggle for most of the game. They
It
were
was.
they were struggling. They were down as much as 16 at one point,
Yep.
and they could never really find a way to get over the hump.
Yep. Kept getting there
Yeah,
and not being able to get over
couldn't get over the hump. But
until.
the franchise came through at the end of this game where he went on, and I believe I got this right. Didn't have my notes with me, but a personal 9-0 run to take the lead in that game.
I believe it was 8 in the
8-0
final
run.
2 minutes of the game. Yeah, I assume that's why that game is here.
Yeah, it was Fox.
It's fourth quarter Fox.
Yes.
It's 14 points for De'Aaron in that quarter. And then I believe it's a 8-0 run
probably right. A
in the
personal 8-0
final
run
like 2 minutes and some odd seconds.
where he's
and
hitting
they're
shots, he's
they-
stealing.
It's the Reggie Jackson steal.
Yeah.
So that if you can't remember this one, don't feel bad because I didn't know what this was or why it was here. Everybody probably remembers him picking off Reggie Jackson at essentially mid-court. The shots that he hit in that 8-0 stretch.
Come on.
Oh,
man.
so
Come
like
on.
like if you created a De'Aaron Fox elite scorer highlight reel,
Mhm.
you could run those 4 baskets one after the other, and be like, oh yeah, this dude is special.
He's man, watching these games, man. I keep saying it, but I feel like people forget how
Nobody
how
forgets,
much of
Casey. You do this all the time.
Nah, I
Nobody
think
forgets.
they were forgetting how much of him De'Aaron Fox is.
Man.
Like he's
Well, don't watch the whole 10-minute highlight like I did. I started pulling the game up. I was so angry with you. I started pulling the game up on our app. Like, what is this? And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh,
De'Aaron going
there it
crazy.
is.
De'Aaron finished with 30 points, 8 assists on the night. Domantas Sabonis. So, I mean,
It was a weird
not the
night
same.
scoring for the Kings.
It was. I mean, because you only had 3 double-figure scores.
Mm-hmm. Well, go ahead.
The other guy, it was
Yep.
Fox, it was Sabonis.
Yep.
And with 20 points, it was Harrison Barnes.
20 points on 9 shots.
Harrison Barnes with 20 points. Kings win. What a coinkydink.
Malik stunk.
Oh, man, Malik was tough.
Yeah, Malik was terrible. No one was good.
Yeah.
No one was good.
And
Keegan was bad this game.
It was a game where they were kind of, I wouldn't even say sleepwalking. They just couldn't get nothing going. And then they found the groove in that fourth quarter. De'Aaron Fox found the groove. Like I said, a personal 8-0 run in that game to put it away. And that's the franchise, man. That's the franchise. I do think people overlook De'Aaron Fox, even here in this city. I think they forget about De'Aaron Fox sometimes. Even
Why do you think that? Because I don't feel like that's the case at all.
Because it's always Sabonis, it's always Malik, it's DeRozan and all this other stuff. It's the franchise is 5. The franchise is De'Aaron Fox. I understand Sabonis and what he brings to the table, and that's my dude. That's my guy. But the franchise is 5. That's the franchise.
And you think that's in question?
To a certain degree, we only gonna go as far as he goes, as he takes us. All those other guys, all those other elements, the Sabonis and all this other stuff. If they're all playing at their maximum level, and Fox isn't, I'm talking about as a whole, not in the game, but Fox is slipped a little bit this year, in a bad way, not slipped because DeRozan's there and he doesn't need as much as the workload, but slipped as he's not playing as well. It ain't happening. But if Sabonis slips a little bit, even if Monk slips a little bit, but Fox is who he is, I think we're still all right.
I agree with the first part. I don't know that I agree with the second. And I feel like when people are talking about Malik and DeMar and Domas, it's with the idea that De'Aaron is him. I think my opinion is when people talk about this team is they talk about De'Aaron like this is what they expect from him. And if Domas does this, if DeMar does this, if Keegan does this, if Malik continues this, the Kings are going to do that. But I think De'Aaron is left out of that because he's been consistent long enough to where you don't really put this into question. The question now with De'Aaron isn't can he do what he did last year? It's can he be better than he was last year or the year before, whatever. It's the constant question of can De'Aaron be even better? Can De'Aaron be even better? I don't think there's any conversation of De'Aaron not being the guy on this team is a little sketchy as far as I'm concerned.
De'Aaron is the king, and I'm not breaking news. I'm just reiterating. He's one of those guys. The Kings got one of those guys. We've been searching for a while, like a franchise guy, a guy that could potentially lead you to the promised land. He's one of those guys. He is a Dame Lillard. He is a SGA. He is a Luka, Jason Tatum, a Jalen Brown. He is one of those type of players. Jalen Brunson. We go all to our guy Kamara. Brunson is so far past Fox at this point. He's just no. Like Fox really is one of those guys. And while I agree with you when we talk about like how many more steps does he need to take, he showed me because he had lulls this past season and was still a top 10 scorer in this league. He could score at an even higher level, make free throws. Something as simple as that. That might give you like 1.5 points every game. He said, just going back and watching these games, like Sabonis has these good games every time too, but keep going on these games. De'Aaron had 36 tonight. De'Aaron had 33. Man, De'Aaron with 27 points, 11 assists. It's like, man, this dude, he really one of the best players in the game.
No question about it. And this game was a great reminder. even if I did have to struggle to understand why this game was number 6.
There was
De'Aaron's final 2 minutes and that shot making alone could make it worth it.
I was going to ask, do you think so? Because I had a couple reservations as I started. We're going through the list.
I don't.
It could have went down 1 or 2.
Yeah, you know what it is. If I were, it wasn't just the scoring; it was the type of shots he was making. Like they weren't just jump shots, lay-ins. No, they were Fox. He took over, like in every sense of the word. It wasn't, oh, he was open. Oh, he did this. No, took the ball, brought it up the floor, and decided he was going to score. Decided he was going to score at the basket. Decided he was going to score free throw line extended. Decided he was going to move the ball around a little bit, get it back, go to the basket, and score again.
Yep.
Decided he was going to take the ball from Reggie Jackson and just lay it in.
That's it.
I
thought
I'm okay with it.
The other day, I thought maybe
okay
the Warriors game could have been here.
Again, it was 14 points in the fourth quarter, 8 in the final 2 minutes in a game where they could not get over the hump
against the defending champions on the road. 2 things from this game. If you see it all the way to the end, Michael Malone was so pissed off. He hates losing to the Kings, and that actually, I actually enjoy when we beat him more because of that. And I like Michael Malone, but he ain't get over it. You're an NBA champion. Both teams moved on. Why do you hate losing to the Kings the way you do? It's ridiculous. So he was pissed. And then I don't know if you saw it. This was that crazy 24-second sequence at the end of the game where the Nuggets got 3 looks at a 3 and just kept missing, and people were falling all over the place. And it was a 4-point game. It wasn't even like a 3-point game, but I remember we were all just kind of bewildered after what we just saw in that possession the very next day. But number 6, 102-98 Kings over the Nuggets on Valentine's Day. And when we come back on Monday, top 5 is here.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think I missed at all what the top 5.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, there's games everybody can think of right now that we haven't discussed. And
top 5 is the top 5.
I think I think that's accurate.
I think they're
top 5 is the top 5.
I don't think they can be disputed that those are the 5 best games this year, which is, it kind of goes to what you talked about when we started all this. There weren't that many exciting games compared to the Bean Team 1 year trademark compared to that game or that season. And hopefully this year, the Redeem Beam gets far. That's what they're being called.
I don't know by who. I don't know who's calling them that.
All around Doko, they're like, oh man, Redeem Beam.
I don't think that. Oh,
7-Eleven maybe.
The Redeem Beam brought to you by Blue Chew. Another promo code, D-Lo and KC. Probably won't work, but give it a shot.
The Redeem Beam, they're going to have a lot of exciting games this year. I promise you that.
I wonder if we can get Matt Trition to sell some Redeem Beams.
Adam L calls it Rebeam Team.
Okay.
It's the Redeem Beam.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, no. Every time you say it, it just sounds worse.
I don't think it is. I don't know why you keep trying to sell this. Unlike previous games on this list, this Kings victory against the Denver Nuggets actually ignited a 3-game winning streak.
Yay!
They won their next 2 rather than going back to the Golden One Center and losing, which has happened on more than one occasion on games that we've talked about.
And then, wasn't that the final game before the All-Star break?
Which one?
The Nuggets game.
14th, 22nd. Yeah, it looks like it.
So and they
came out, beat the Spurs, beat the Clippers.
Here we go. We're back.
Oh.
And we weren't.
And then we weren't. That's accurate. And then we weren't. Yeah. No need to talk about everything that happens after this. But they come back, win a couple, and then stuff happens, man. Stuff happens. So we'll have the top 5 games of the Kings season next week. So our man Chris Haynes just reported that Ben Simmons will be ready for training camp on October 1st. Good for him. No restrictions. Good for him. I'd really like to see what Ben Simmons looks like. I don't know. I'd be curious.
I want to see him get his career back. You know what I'm saying? Get to the point where he's out here and being a reliable player, a roster, a rotational player for a good team.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see that. I'm not looking for superstardom or anything else like that. Like I'm looking for that. I got a kick though the other day when all this was when all this was happening. No Dunks, you know, the podcast, the NBA or podcast or whatever. They had the list that it says NBA's 12 off seasons, like so the steps of the off season.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh no,
it goes draft, rookie deal extensions, free agency, free agency moratorium, summer league, Zion is fit, FIBA hoops.
Oh, this is gonna get worse.
Extensions and minimums.
Well,
Ben Simmons is
wow. Okay.
Ben Simmons is in the lab. They said this is where we are right now.
Yeah.
That's part of the NBA offseason.
Yeah, it is.
Camp invites. James Harden looks good, and the preseason.
Checks out. I mean, I don't know what to say.
That's how every NBA offseason goes.
I don't know
Zion is fit.
I don't know where gain 10 pounds of muscle fits in on this, but it's got to be somewhere up there.
That's got to be. I think that's after James Harden looks good and the preseason, because that's training camp, right? Like you go into training camp before preseason starts. Like, look. Somebody asked that yesterday about Kevin Huerter on Twitter. They're like,
asked what?
Did Kevin Huerter put on some muscle?
Oh, for God's sake!
To be
Speaking of, you see Pat Bev said that Kevin Huerter is the Kings X Factor this year.
I did not see that.
Yeah, he said on his little pod.
Pat Bev like the Kings.
I love how you did that little pod. No, I like that. That's good. That's proper use.
Pat Bev like the Kings, man.
He's probably trying to get a job. Man, where's that man? Israel?
Yeah.
He don't want to be over there. He thinks if he talks nice enough, maybe they'll bring him in.
Cass Digital Media says Joel Embiid is healthy, should be on that list.
I don't think that's going to be on the list this year. Not that he's not healthy. I just think we all watch the Olympics. Like I don't think that's making the cut. I do not think that's making the cut. We'll come back. Jesse.
Don't forget Draymond punches a teammate.
Well,
we got a little ways before that one. It's after the preseason, before the first game.
Well, he's got to have enough time to make the documentary. The Punch Part 2. And who will he punch this year?
The Redeem Punch.
You're okay. We'll come back. Jesse asked a question in the rundown I thought was interesting that kind of gave me the idea of what could some potential Monday headlines be. We'll talk football. James Ham is out today. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. LeBron's bald spot. Y'all leave LeBron alone. Oh, man, we almost there. We're almost there to the weekend. How many of y'all at work? Man, Ramsey really wants the 13th round, man. Sorry, Ramsey. You want me to talk about boxing? What's next for Canelo? Let's see. That's all I got.
When do you think The Rock is coming back? Could you imagine if he showed up today?
Oh, I'd be sick.
Yeah, I just thought about that.
Oh,
right now.
I'd be sick. We're in what month? September?
Is Roman Rock like? Is that what we're going for in WrestleMania? Is that still a thing?
I'm pretty sure it is.
That's fine.
I wonder how you deal with, because you've got Cody and Roman as teammates in October. How do you do that match? Do you do Roman and Cody at the Rumble and risk someone being booed? Like, do you risk Cody being booed against Roman Reigns?
I think you can do it right. You just you do it right by having the Royal Rumble before that match, and whoever you set up,
so you
set up someone for Cody or whatever after that. John Cena, I don't know.
You want that so bad?
Yes, you turn Cody heel after that.
I like that idea. I do like the idea of turning Cody heel. At some
John
point.
needs another belt.
Well, yeah, he needs to break Ric Flair's record, so we never have to hear about Ric Flair's stupid ass record again, or Charlotte's. Knock it off, Sabo.
You imagine if that happened and we weren't there?
You guys are dicks.
That'd
be awful. That'd be awful. Does The Rock team with Roman against Solo's bloodline? No, I think it's the other way. I think babyface Roman fights heel Rock.
I wonder if they're going to keep him a baby face. There's something
Roman.
Yeah, there's something that seems a little.
Roman's
little
the biggest
sketchy.
baby face in the company right now.
He is, but his alliance. There's something that seems fishy about him.
Well,
he's
he
helping out Cody like this.
Well, he can't go Rocky Maivia. Like, he has to be the exact same guy and just continue to do everything the same.
Maybe you turn on Cody after they win at Bad Blood.
Yeah,
but why?
I feel that,
but
that's
why?
what I feel is happening.
Why?
Like, that's gonna happen eventually.
Why?
Because he's got the belt.
No. No, you guys are. But there's no reason to turn Roman heel.
I mean,
he was the biggest heel in the company. Now he's the biggest babyface.
He doesn't even need to be like a baby.
Why would you
or
turn him
anything.
heel again?
My thought, the way I see this playing out, is they beat the bloodline at Bad Blood, and everything's good. After they win, and Roman beats the hell out of Cody and says, "You still have what I want. You still have my belt."
You could accomplish the same thing by them doing what they do, and Roman just looking at him and pointing to the belt on his shoulder. You could accomplish the same thing.
But he would get there anyway, though.
He would get where?
He'd get to the point where he's like trying to beat Cody, so you might as well do it in dramatic fashion. Like, we're both getting to the same endpoint. We're just having different ways of getting there.
Just have some days Roman's a babyface, some days he's a heel. He could play both sides.
Just let him continue to do what he's doing. If he attacks Cody, he's a heel. Don't attack Cody.
If
at
they
least
just fight, is it two baby faces?
Yes. Yeah, and that's what I said. Do you risk putting the Roman Cody match on and risk one of them getting booed?
Who you think is booed in that situation?
I think Cody gets booed.
Cody
and I don't think you want to do that unless
it's time.
Jesse's wet dream comes true and they turn Cody heel, and they do the John Cena stuff.
Well, we talked about this. So that's a good point too. So we talked about this a while back about how you get Cody to turn heel, and all you pieces of trash, all you did was this is how you could do it. They boo him against Roman, and that really doesn't have an effect on him. Like he's not really tripping. But then the Cena stuff happens, and that gives him more fire to turn heel and say, I was going up against Roman, and you guys booed the hell out of me, and you guys weren't there for me, da-da-da-da-da. And that's how you become heel there. One of those two got to become a heel.
Where does Ricky
Roman
Starks
or
come into
Cody.
this?
Or he doesn't.
Who does?
So where does Ricky Starks come into
He
all
doesn't.
this?
He doesn't. Until Cody forms like a heel faction. I don't think you have to do Roman versus Cody. I think you can hold it off.
Can you have the bloodline even lose that bad blood?
Yeah.
You're kind of just gonna bury him at that point, no?
Yeah, you could probably just have because you could just beat Solo.
Yeah. Jacob.
Just you can't. Jacob's the one's untouchable. So Jacob, it's tough. It's tough for me to see anyone pinning Roman. You can pin Cody. Cody's still the champion on Monday if he gets pinned. But it would make more sense for Jacob to pin Cody than for Solo to pin Cody because he already beat Solo.
There's not.
Or The Rock returns at Bad Blood. Then you start to lay the.
I don't think we've seen The Rock for a long time.
We're approaching WrestleMania season. You've got to start to
Rumble.
Yeah,
Rumble at the soonest.
Okay.
Yeah. When is Bad Blood?
Next week. The 5th, October 5th, couple weeks.
I might tap.
They go to Netflix before or after the Royal Rumble?
Khalid show.
Before, I would think.
I wouldn't be shocked if The Rock just shows. He does
it's
that
like
stuff all the
January
time now.
Well, it's January 6th, I think.
Oh wow. I think Chris Jericho's busy that day.
Oh man, I was reading a story in the Sacramento Bee where the guy was at the January 6th activities.
Okay.
Activities.
Sir,
Yeah,
it was an insurrection. Sir, it wasn't a clay making class. It was an insurrection. It was an attempt to overthrow the government.
At the January 6th gang activities, and he's a teacher like in Placer County now.
Oh, that's a stunner.
I said, what?
I'm sure there were many.
What?
I'm sure there were many Placer County residents who made the trip to DC.
Man, that's crazy that he's an educator now.
He's probably an educator before. Remember that.
Woo.
In any event,
And that's why Roman Reigns should win at Bad Blood.
Roman pinning Solo works.
Yeah, poor Solo.
You just
Solo's
I mean,
kinda...
Jacob has quickly become the guy.
Yeah. When do the Usos come back?
And that's the next great question.
Jay kind of teased that the other day, Raw, I think. Like he basically kind of like said he halfway, like indirectly said he wouldn't go back to the bloodline right now or anything like that. Kind of like he's on his own right now or something like that. I thought I saw a tweet about that.
Well, that's good because I don't know if Roman's faction is going to be called the Bloodline.
Well, whatever
Maybe
it
it's
is,
called the original Bloodline.
just going back to help and stuff.
Okay.
Probably
Whenever Jimmy's healthy and ready, they'll make that move.
This I just wanted to talk about this real quick before we
The key to all of this, though, just real quick, because I don't know if you're leaving wrestling or not.
I am leaving wrestling, but
The key to all of this is the wise man. Paul Heyman is the key to all of this because if you wanted to turn Cody heel, you could do it with Paul Heyman.
And so what? Tell me if you think I'm wrong. I see him ultimately. He may not ever leave Roman because I think
And that's fine.
They got a real they got the on TV connection. I think in real life they're like we riding, but I think the move for the wise man is Jacob Fatu.
I think that's too easy. I think you can go to Cody. You change everything about Cody if you pair him with an angry Paul Heyman. And you've already planted the seeds for it during the first Roman Cody build. You planted the seeds for it. I took your dad had nothing.
Let's see you.
Your dad had nothing, and I brought him to ECW just so I could give him a paycheck. Cody sheds the tear. Thanks, Paul. He tells him, don't do this. Don't go against the tribal chief. It was the table set. It's right there. You can go back to that one moment when the video package airs and those two are in the ring with each other. You go back to that moment if they decide to turn Cody.
I see you cooking. But I do believe one of them got a turn.
I understand. It makes more sense when they do. Babyface versus babyface has never worked for anyone.
What was the last one we could remember?
Rock Cena was a babyface, but
that's not the last one. Brett and Sean, but was Brett and Shauna?
Yeah, and it was awful.
Yeah,
it was terrible.
The match was awesome.
They started. That's when the gears were turning for the Bret Hart heel turn. No, actually, it wasn't. It didn't start till after that. I take that back. It didn't start till after WrestleMania 12. So no, it was just straight up babyface versus babyface, and it sucked.
It's not how wrestling.
That whole match is overrated. Yeah, it's got to be good versus evil.
Good
guys versus bad guys, as one guy once said.
I want to get to week 3 of the NFL season, but I didn't want to leave without mentioning this. Did you see what that boy Arch did when he just popped in to the game the other day?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, we're talking wrestling. The Arch Manning era has begun. Yeah.
Arch Manning came off the bench and start cooking.
Yeah.
And Ewers is like a borderline Heisman Trophy contender, could lead Texas to the national championship. And they got this dude, Arch Manning, where it's like, I think he's playing because I don't think Ewers is ready to play this week. I think
he's starting.
And if he does,
he's never looking. Yeah, it's over.
So if he balls out this week,
it's over. It's over. It's over. Like the Arch Manning era has begun. It is over.
That boy was cooking. He came in off the bench and was cooking. It's kind of like that's what Deshaun Watson did.
It looked like a Chappelle Show skit. He's just out there running over everybody. Like they weren't even high-level athletes.
I said, not like that. That's how you just gonna come in
Crazy.
like that?
Crazy.
Wow. So yeah,
I got confused watching him. I was like, wait, he's Cooper's kid, right? I was like, is he Peyton's kid? And I'm looking at him like, I know that's Cooper's son. I know it. I know that's Cooper's son. I'm going to look to make sure. Cooper's son.
Yeah. So I meant to say that a couple of days ago, but Arch just came in going crazy.
He was crazy. Texas is crazy.
Yeah.
Shout
out to the Dirty Six.
We look ahead to week 3 of the NFL season. We'll do it with a slight little spin. Instead of looking at Sunday, I want to look at Monday.
Okay.
Because Jesse posed a question that I thought was interesting, and it kind of led me down a road of, well, if we're going to do this with them, we could do it with a couple of different teams. And Jesse asked the question, can the Ravens recover from an 0-3 start? And I thought, well, that'd be a Monday headline. So I started thinking of what other Monday headlines could be out there. And we'll start with that one. Could the Ravens recover from an 0-3 start?
I feel like they can, and maybe that's just me believing a little too much in the Ravens.
Well, don't stop believing.
I feel like they can, but that's a tall task. And when we talk about recover, are we talking like make the playoffs?
Absolutely. Yeah,
I think they could do that.
We're absolutely talking about making the playoffs. For them, I feel like we're talking about a little bit more, but like you put yourself in the conversation just by getting to the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like they could. You think they could?
Yes. I do feel like they could. I don't think they're going to go 0-3, but I absolutely feel like they've lost 2 games. They lost the games at the buzzer.
Mm-hmm.
Like they lost 2 games at the buzzer.
This is a tough game.
This is an interesting game for all parties involved.
Yeah.
How much do you guys buy the Steelers and what they're doing? Like, what if they start 3-0? Because like the Ravens, ideally, if you start 0-3, you should not be able to recover from that. But I'm not sure how much of a head start the Steelers would be able to get. The Bengals are already 0-2. Cleveland we'll see. It's
That's
just,
the
I don't.
nicest thing you've ever said about
I'm
Cleveland.
yeah. I don't want to be the guy who hates Cleveland. Like,
Oh, that's
Yeah.
too late, pal.
So you are.
Yeah. Going on your tombstone. at
I'm
this
really
point.
trying right here. All right.
No,
like,
but I hear you.
Yeah, I just don't think the other teams will be able to build up enough of a lead that Baltimore
Yeah.
won't be able to overcome.
Yeah, I you don't want to go to 0-3. It's great sports radio right there. But I don't, given the division, because your first question, what Pittsburgh, you go out there and win games.
Mhm.
That's Pittsburgh's job. Go out there and win games. How much do I believe it in the long term? I don't.
Mhm.
They're winning. Can they win like this all year? Can they win to the tune of, 11 times, 10, 11 times? I'm not sure.
Justin Herbert's got a high ankle sprain, might not play this week.
Interesting.
Mm.
Interesting. I feel like, I honestly feel like the loser of this game can recover. Whether it's the Ravens, who would be 0-3, or the Cowboys, who could be 1-2. I think either of those two teams could recover.
I still feel like we're still early enough in the season for anybody to be able to recover.
I think
week
they're.
3, I'm sorry. I think week 3 might be the last week I feel that way.
Well, it's like if Dallas loses, it's like, all right, so we're all in on Philly. No,
Right. But you know what concerns me? I would be more concerned about a 1-2 Dallas team than an 0-3 Baltimore team, because if you're Dallas and you lose again, I feel like partly because of your general manager, I think there's a lot of looking around, and like you saw, like Dak was very animated last game, and that was an ass whooping. I worry a little bit. I worry a little bit more about the Cowboys in that sense, that I don't think Baltimore splinters. They go 0-3. They're frustrated. They're angry 100%. I don't think they splinter. Dallas, I wonder about.
How many minds do you think it's crossed that, oh, yeah, this head coach isn't even going to be here next year?
How many are on the roster?
53.
Oh, good. Would they make it 59?
If you've hit that point, you're probably cooked already.
I feel like everybody knows. Mike McCarthy knows.
But once again, like you guys
Mike
said,
McCarthy might have had a job interview yesterday for all we know.
like you guys said, though, they're probably in the worst division in football. So, like, you're not cooked.
Well, no, right. I don't think they're cooked.
Like, to your point, I wouldn't even be thinking that way.
I don't think they're cooked. I worry more about with them something. I worry more about them splintering a little bit. Should they lose to the Ravens and go to 1-2? I thought the week 1 win was impressive. I don't.
I thought so too.
I was off about I don't know what to think about New Orleans. I'm curious to see them again. I mean, are they scoring 40 again?
Maybe against that Eagles defense.
You know how we talked about Buffalo, man? We need to go through.
Make it 80 then. Give me a Kobe. Give me 81.
You know how we talked
Give
about
me 80.
You want a will?
Give me well. Can we have evidence of this one?
Is Dallas just going through a rebuild year right now, and we just like no one's acknowledged it yet?
I-
Because you know how we talked to the Bills, you
I
might
don't
have to
know.
restart a bit, and they're going to probably take a step back for a season or whatnot. Like Dallas has nothing.
But are they?
Yeah, I don't think they're rebuilding. I think
Not rebuilding, but kind
coverage
of taking a step back where you're going to replace the coach next year, kind of add a wide receiver 2, add a running back, because your running backs are horrible. Your wide receivers are no good besides CD. You really have nothing right now. You got a lame duck coach too.
And I kind of feel like the cupboard is just bare. Like that's what it is. Like it's not even like I understand what you're saying. A little step back, get some assets. You like the Bills. We had to let Stephon Diggs go. Took a little step back so we can, maybe get some cap relief or get some draft picks or whatever. That was a trade, right? Stephon Diggs. Like, oh, we got something back in return. The Cowboys, it feels like they're a year in front of that. Like next year will be the year where they try to rebuild assets. Right now, the cupboard's just bare.
Because honestly, if you look at this team, you can't. They're not a Super Bowl contender.
I don't think so.
Dallas?
Yeah, they're not good enough.
No.
If you just look at the roster now, they're not good enough.
No, they're not good enough. Yeah, they're not.
So is it crazy?
I also don't think they're a team that gets their butt kicked by 30, though.
No,
I don't think they're that.
I don't think so either. Is it crazy to think Washington might mess around and?
It's not, only because I don't think that division is good.
Right.
New York ain't going to do it. And I ain't picking Philadelphia.
Mm.
Pick the Jets before I pick the Eagles.
Oh, damn.
That's crazy.
Damn.
Just for the sake of you're not a big Jets guy.
Yeah, I can't stand either one of them.
I mean, but Jesse, look.
Sirianni and Rodgers at the top of my hate power rankings.
But Jesse asked us like a step back for the Cowboys and stuff like that. And Jerry spoke about that. Jerry said,
"Oh no! What? How do you? What?
The thought that this is some type of rebuild year, I don't agree with that at all. We made some choices to sign Dak and made choices to sign CD, and I spent a lot of money this summer. I did. I went to Morton's, and I just want to win a Super Bowl so bad that I don't believe in rebuilding. I believe in what we have here."
I gotta say, being the producer that I try to be for the people and all that, it'd be pretty disrespectful to the chatty house if we didn't get Kyle Shanahan's thoughts about all the injuries for Sunday's game. So, Kyle, just go ahead and walk in here. And what are your thoughts about Sunday? Go ahead and compose yourself, Kyle.
Well, it's just it's one of those things where there's injuries and stuff, and we just have to fight through it and stuff. And Brock just got to make the plays that are there and stuff. And we just keep playing and stuff. And Sean McVay, I've known him a long time, and they're going to be ready to play and stuff.
Thank you.
Are you feel like you did a good job today,
Brother, I just booked Kyle Shanahan the 2 days before a Niners game.
You know how I love that we throw like wrestling verbiage into every sentence somehow, whether it's brother or pal or something like that.
I'm stuck doing it. I do it all the time.
I love it. It's my favorite thing that we do. I do it like in real life too. It's like, say pal. Did you just say pal?
We do that all the time.
I did. I absolutely.
Brother.
I absolutely said
Especially
pal.
from the guy that we hate.
Well, yeah, both of them. One is the guy with the documentary. The other guy is.
You know how many times I want to tweet a hulking out gif when my teams are starting to play good and all that?
Yeah, can't do it, brother.
What did I see? He survived, and it was ridiculous. Oh, that's what it was. It was some wrestling, and he survived Macho Man's elbow and got up and hulked up.
No, what happened was the Macho Man was his teammate. He was his tag team partner. So this is
what when it was like. I think it was King Macho. Was that what it was?
Oh, it was in WWE?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
I think it was King Macho. Because I think it was Macho Man and Sid, maybe. I can't remember. The flying elbow connects. And
No, buddy. No, buddy. You need to find the clip where they're a tag team in WCW and Hogan's down. And Macho Man's trying to he's doing the Macho Man thing. He's like trying to get him up. He doesn't. So he runs to the outside, jumps does the big thing, drops the elbow, and Hogan pops up. It's amazing.
Let's see if I can find it here. I want to hear more about these Monday, though. The Monday.
We agree the Ravens recover.
Yeah.
What about the Bengals? And I'm going to frame the question differently. Monday headline, potential Monday headline, fictitious Monday headline.
Okay.
At 0-3, has the Bengals window already closed?
Ooh.
Like at 0-3, could you look at the Bengals moving forward going, yeah, they're a threat to the Chiefs. They're a threat to the AFC. Yeah. They're even better than Houston.
I don't think the window's closed for this season. They're not doing anything, but if Joe Burrow's healthy, then I got to give him a chance.
Did you see it? Did you find it?
Man is slapping him. Is that what you're talking
Yep.
Oh, he gives him an elbow.
Yep, and then he just pops up. I told you.
This is what you guys were cheering for back then.
That I think that was mid 90s. That was I think that was pre Hollywood. That's WCW, right?
WCW.
That's pre Hollywood Hogan. WCW.
That's still yellow and red Hogan. That's crazy.
Can I tell you real quick while he's watching that great clip? I'm sick of this Joe Burrow thing.
I get it. I don't even know if he's good anymore, if his wrist even works at this point.
That wrist, the week 1 situation was scary. That's scary.
For some reason, they can't scheme up Jamar Chase to get open either. I don't get that at all.
Throw anymore.
Yeah, I think it's that.
If Joe Burrow's done, then I'm out on the Bengals. That's literally all it comes down to.
On that one. I agree. And if they're
I'm out on the Bengals already. Y'all are just slow.
If they're 0-3, who they got this week?
The Commanders on Monday night. You can't. If you lose Monday, I was gonna say.
Are you ready for some football?
Oh yeah,
Monday night doubleheader. By the way,
at home. It's at home. They
right.
lose to the Commanders. Yeah, pack them up. As my man said in the chat the other day, time to take them out back.
If the Commanders win on Monday, should they be the favorites to win the division?
No.
What if the Saints beat the Eagles and the Ravens beat the Cowboys?
What if they're the only one that wins?
Should the Commanders be the favorites? No.
If they win in the other two,
no.
Who's the favorite?
No, none of them. Don't bet the division.
NFC East. I'm sorry, you guys are just not making the playoffs.
Take
this
their
year.
stupid asses off the board, and whoever gets there gets there. You mean we're picking between the Commanders and Bengals and the Jaguars and Bills? That's what we have to choose from on Monday night.
Yeah.
Well, Jags.
We might have
Bills isn't bad.
No, the Jaguars are not good.
Are we going to potentially have some WNBA playoffs? They don't play back-to-backs, though, huh?
Nah, because I think everything is Sunday. They set up the Fever got the primetime slot Sunday. Then they're moving all the way to Wednesday. So they're not opposed by anything. They got the night to themselves on Wednesday.
Damn. All right. I guess I'll watch since
I think I'll watch Commanders Bengals. I want to watch the rookie.
They have some. Yeah, the games aren't.
I mean, I'm sure we'll
awful.
split screen it, but
the games aren't awful. But I don't know why we're doing.
Of course, I think on Mondays we're here. Oh wait, you're busy. You ain't watching anything on Monday.
No, I'm not.
The radio veteran says, "Oh, headline. You ready to believe in the 3-0 Seahawks?" Sorry, Jesse.
A win over Miami at home.
Well, I think it's notable that you can beat Miami with like Tyreek and all that.
We don't know what's going on.
Miami's not the Patriots.
They're absolutely not the Patriots.
And they're not the Broncos. This is a step up here. I'm not saying Miami is what we expected, but you still got a game plan for Tyreek and all those guys. Miami still has some guys on defense. I think for the Seahawks it'd be notable.
Did Skyler play at all last year?
No, Tua played every game.
He played the whole year, right? And Skyler was on the team the year before when the first concussion happened. Wasn't he the quarterback?
Yeah, when in the playoffs, huh?
Yeah.
No, I won't ride the fence. No.
What if they lose then?
Still not believing in them.
I'll still feel the same about them. They're all right. They're cool. They lost the game.
So if they lose, are you just completely out then? It's like, all right, we knew about them.
Well, I'd feel the same way. Like
they can't influence your emotions one way or another.
Right. I would recognize that that's a decent win, decent start to the season, real good start to the season, 3-0. I'd recognize that, but I wouldn't look at them and say, this team is for real. Not yet. Sorry, good kid, Dad City.
Understandable. Let's try one more, and then we'll just shift to the 49ers.
Okay.
Potential Monday headline. Let's start the Dennis Allen Coach of the Year conversation.
Oh, yeah. They're 3-0, and they beat the hell out of the Eagles.
That's a
and
super
the Cowboys.
Realistic headline.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. How many times have we seen Clint Kubiak's name compared to Dennis Allen's?
That's a good call.
Dennis Allen's getting no credit with this team.
That's a good
Clint
call.
Kubiak's playing himself into Dennis Allen's job.
Yeah, he's going to be the next coach of the Cowboys. At this
Clint
point.
Kubiak?
Yeah. At this point, that's a good call.
That's a
good call.
That's not a crazy thought. That is not a crazy thought at all.
I would say Dennis Allen, or is my man is Boyle still in Tampa Bay?
Todd Bowles,
Yeah.
Todd Bowles.
if they go 3-0, maybe they start to get that he gets that type of buzz.
Okay.
Him or you know who it would be. Well, yeah, no. This is definitely who it would be. If the Vikings win, that's your front runner for Coach of the Year.
Kevin O'Connell. Okay.
They beat Houston
Why
to go 3-0.
Why do I feel like you're saying that with an attitude?
No, it's just clear as day.
Kyle tries the.
Yeah,
I don't buy it yet. I don't buy it yet.
Kyle kind of jumped out the window a little bit. He's not a top 5 coach.
We were talking about that today.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's not jump out the window. He's not top 5 in the league today, but he seems like he's a good coach.
Does Shanahan have a chance this year if the Niners are just dealing with injuries all year, or is he just still out there running?
He'll never win it. I don't think he'll ever win it.
Do you think Brian Daboll tells him about the time he won it?
Yeah, at the unemployment line.
Every time the coaches get together in the beginning of the offseason. Hey, Kyle, you got one of these?
Okay. Kyle, where do you keep your Coach of the Year trophy?
I might be getting fired at the end of this year, but you got one of these?
Yeah, I'm about to ask. I'm like, I'd keep it in my. I don't have one, but if I did, I'd keep it in my office of the job that I still have.
Oh. How many injuries as we shift to the business at hand this weekend? How many injuries is too many for the San Francisco 49ers? That's, I think, and I'm not asking you to provide an answer. That to me is the question going into the game. How many injuries is too many? Christian McCaffrey is out. Debo is out. I thought it sucks. I thought it was manageable, especially against this Los Angeles Rams team. Now you're removing Kittle, another playmaker, another kind of wild card who could, change things with a single play. He's doubtful. He's not out. I feel like he's out.
Yeah.
And I think Kyle.
And at this point, he should be.
I feel like Kyle's expectations are he's not playing. And if he is, he might be a blocker the whole game. They might run minimal routes with him. This is his hamstring. I wouldn't even do that. But does it get to a point where, okay, there's the answer. That's too many. There's too many guys out at that point. There's too many big offensive playmakers out at that point. And for me, this, Kyle feels differently. To me, I feel like we're not there yet. I told you how I felt. Give me Trent. Give me Brock. Give me Fred Warner on the other end. Kyle said you got to include Nick Bosa in that. Fine, Nick Bosa's there, dealing with a rib issue, but it looked like him and both Tarvarius Ward are going to go. Give me that, and I like their chances. Not only against the Rams, but against anybody.
I'm with you on that. I'm absolutely with you on that. It feels like maybe one or two more starters go down, and you're in Rams territory. Where it's just a little too much. But I will say this. They still have a really talented team as is without Kittle. You know what I mean? It's not a team that maybe is a Super Bowl team, or it's not what you're trying to do, what you want to do. But you got Ayuk, you got Jennings, you got Jordan Mason, you got Brock Purdy. You still got a team that would be favored to beat a lot of the teams in the NFL as is. So I think because of that, that's that stable that they have. It's probably a player or two away before it just becomes too much.
Okay. It seems like I'll be curious what they do with Kittle. I think Kittle's gonna wind up not being active at all.
I don't want to say disappointed, but I would disagree with him being active.
Understandable.
Just don't put him out there this week.
Understandable. Do you still Kittle, no McCaffrey, no Debo? You still feel all right about them against Los Angeles?
I do. I think Jordan Mason is going to have another good game. I think that because the Rams are quite as kept. They're not good against the run at all. They are light across the defensive line, especially now without the greatest player to ever play. They're not built to stop a physical, potentially dominating offensive line in the run game like the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jordan Mason could have his way. And if you can't stop the Kyle Shanahan run, you don't have a chance, because now that it just opens up the entire playbook. And I don't think they will. I don't think they'll be able to stop the run. And I think that'll be the determining factor of this game. That'll be how the 49ers keep control of this game, is being able to dominate them on the ground.
Does Brock, like, because I was thinking about this and I didn't get a chance to ask Kyle this, like, will Brock get credit no matter, like, can Brock do anything to get credit this weekend? Because it's like, oh, we need him to step up. But, like, if he does, will it actually get noticed?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think this is kind of what people are waiting for right here, whether it's fair or not. Like, now Brock's missing some guys, and if he is the top 10 guy, then the Niners should be fine.
I think I could see a situation, and maybe I'm just jaded by it, but where if it's a game where if it's a close game and he leads them to a victory, they'll just say the Rams were depleted.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He can't do that against a real team or a real playoff team or something like that. I also don't know what that's the other thing about that is I don't know what that looks like, because I just said, and I think this is the key to victory, run the ball right at the Rams. And if you're doing that at a high level, you're going to win. That's 25 to 30 times. Brock's not going to have that many opportunities, or at least if he's throwing as much as he did last week against Minnesota, it's all bad.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to take care of this game on the ground. I think that's the key. And Brock will end up having like 240 or something, maybe 2 touchdowns or something like that. And that won't be enough to get people off his back, I don't think.
That was Aaron Rodgers numbers.
Well, he looks like he's back.
That's what he did last
looks like
night.
He's back.
Man.
Herbstreit said he looked more nimble and athletic than he did before the Achilles.
We didn't talk. That was a rough broadcast last night. That was a brutal broadcast.
Yeah, Al ain't in no more.
I don't know that he's even interested in this job. I really don't.
I was probably doing it for the check at this point.
Yeah, one last check.
Yeah, one more time before I get out of here.
All right. Well, good luck with that, Al. And we'll just sit here and suffer. Sean McVay, the job. Well, he's not a play-by-play guy. They need to figure out a different play-by-play.
They need to move Thursday night football to Saturdays.
But Sean McVay is the play-by-play guy.
This Al ain't it.
Well, I guess it can't get worse. I'm over there to do something. What other games are you looking forward to this weekend? Obviously, we're locked in. There's one that really very easily stands out to me, and it's one of the early games, Texans-Vikings.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Texans. Vikings got my attention.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready for that.
I want to see, all jokes aside, I want to see Saints-Eagles, because this is we'll see what happens. I mean, the Eagles have enough talent where maybe they can override the coaching deficiencies. I think A.J. Brown is still out in this game.
Yeah, he is. He's probably going to be out a couple of weeks at least.
Yeah, so that's not going to help him. But the Saints, a little sneaky line here, they're only a 2.5 point favorite. And I don't say that like necessarily for gambling purposes, but usually like that's a question, like, why do they feel that way? Why do they feel that way about the line? If I created the line, I would think the Saints would be maybe a 6, maybe 7 point favorite against that Eagles team, and coming off a short week and all this other stuff. But that's an interesting game right there.
Lions Cardinals is going to be fun because we'll learn if the Cardinals are like legit.
I think the Cardinals might get that. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I think the Cardinals might get that.
Do you ask questions if the Lions lose?
You don't ask questions yet, but you look at them funny, and I think you look at Jared Goff a little funny. If they lose, like, I mean, there's other reasons and all that, but like last week was not great by him. If there's another week of that, he needs to tear it up, or he's got to have one. You said
he's got to have a good game. He's got to play well. These first 2 games, he hasn't played well at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to have a better game.
Yeah, Dan Campbell took the heat for it last week,
and look, one more. This isn't. I want to see how this plays out. Raiders, man.
Yeah, you see Panthers, or they're only 5-point favorites in this one, the Raiders?
Yeah, that's another little sneaky one. I'd take the Raiders. Yeah, I'll give you a bonus game. Take the Raiders on that one.
I think the Raiders defense over field day.
Raiders 5 points. Huh?
Now it's 6. Now it's up to 6. It was 5 this morning when I was talking with Kyle.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what does that mean though? Like, I don't know that the Raiders have it in them offensively to like manhandle a team, any team, not even the worst team.
Can you see 24-10?
Like, unless Crosby's giving me like a. Can I say? I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I could see that for sure. They give you 24.
If they give
Maybe
you
get
30
some turnovers and stuff like that.
I think the
got a
defense
touchdown.
I think the defense gets a touchdown in this one.
Okay,
Short,
and that's
short
the thing.
fields or a turnover that gets that positions them in the red zone or something like that. Then we'll be talking about the Raiders going 2-1 to start the season.
Oh, but brother, can you imagine we come Monday talking about the Raiders being 1-2?
Oh,
I might not even.
We might not even do it. Yeah, we might
not even talk about it.
So we covered every game. We've covered all of them. We appreciate you guys so much for being with us. For those that are going to the Golden One Center right now, man, have a blast. If not, have a great weekend.
That's right.
Shout out to Map Training. Shout out to Matthews Mattress. And, of course, big thanks to Sky River. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play. With 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games, Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. We will see you back here Monday at 10 a.m., beginning with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos 49ers and Aces.
Man, I was stressing over this KSFM clock so bad. We were either going to go 3 minutes late because we have that Bianca interview playing. We were either going to go 3 minutes late, or I'm sorry, we were either going to go 3 minutes early or 2 minutes late. And like if we had like going early is a little scary because we're here. So I was like, we got to go late. We just have to go 2 minutes late. And if Complex starts mixing at 4:02 or 4:03, it's not that big of a deal. Rockland versus Folsom. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Vamos, Rockland. Have a good time, man. For those that are going, Ramsey, have fun. I know you'll be out there. You guys have a great weekend. Flashback Friday starts over on 102.5 right now. We'll see you guys Monday.